Welcome guys to this Unity course. We love to create games and we make coding easier. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and we have created this course so that even a non-programmer could easily build up the entire game. In this course, you would be understanding all of the fundamentals as well as you would be even able to master the Unity game engine. So basically in this course we are going to teach you how to create different types of games. In this type we are going to include four games, where the first two games would be for the Android, second would be an RPG game for the PC, and the last one would be the multiplayer game, guys. So basically, our first game, which is named as Dimension X, is an endless arcade game, which is actually developed for the Android. Here you are going to learn about the recurring algorithm, like how to create an endless map and some controls, some Unity inputs, like how to take on the inputs, how a spaceship is going to move from left to right, and that's on. And in the next game, which is going to be the Wall Chain, this is again an Android game, guys. So in this game what we are going to do is we are actually going to build up this entire game for the Android platform, and then we are going to monetize it, guys. So what does the monetization means? Monetization means the way to earn money. Like we are going to add Unity ads in the game so that you could earn money per click, and we are also going to learn how to upload your game over the Play Store. So the next game, which is going to be the Day of the Dead, it is an RPG game where you are going to understand the basics and a very good knowledge. You are going to get a very good knowledge about the RPG game, and you would also master it after you create some different levels about it. So what is the Day of Dead all about? So Day of Dead is nothing but a player is standing and it is going to be hit by the enemies. So this is what basically an RPG game includes. It also includes the storyline, and you could even say that it could also have some other plugins, guys. So then the last game is going to be our multiplayer game, guys. So this multiplayer game would be very simple but a very useful one, because you are going to understand everything about the multiplayer game, everything about the Photon engine and how to implement this Photon engine into this Unity. So the last game would be the Brawl Stars cloned version. So this won't be exactly the cloned version, but you are actually going to understand how to create your very own first Brawl Star game or any battle royale game in Unity, guys. So this is it for this course, and we hope you join this course. And by the end of this course, I guarantee you would be have mastered the game development using Unity. So guys, enroll to the course now, and I'll see you in the class. Welcome guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal and the instructor of this course. Today I am going to show you how to download a Unity editor into your system. So first and foremost thing which you need to do is open any default browser, any kind of browser into your system. Then search for Unity download in it. Press enter. You are going to get a link, download Unity. Click on that, and then you are going to get two options, that is choose your Unity plus download, and the other option would be download Unity Hub. So you have to choose the second one, which is download Unity Hub. Click on that and the Unity Hub would be downloading into your system. After it gets downloaded, you have to install that Unity Hub application, and once the application is installed, open that Unity Hub. At first things won't look same, because I have got an editor already installed into my system. But what you have to do is create a valid Unity account and then sign in into it. Then you have to register for a license for to use a Unity editor, and then what you have to do is you are going to get three buttons: project, learn, and installs. So what you have to do is click on that installs. Here you can install as many Unity version as you want, and what you have to do to install a Unity editor into your system is to click on the add button, which is on the top right corner. So click on that add button. Now what you have to do is select any of the latest official releases. Don't go for the latest pre-releases, because those are in testing mode. So what you have to do is select any one of the official releases. So let's take out the latest one. So I'm going to select this 2019.3.0 f3. So click next. Then what you have to do is you have to add some modules with it. So first and foremost thing, this Microsoft Visual Studio Community to 2019 is the important one, because it is the tool which has got some libraries used for C Sharp. So you have to install that. It is compulsory. Then there are options for the platforms. So you have to click for the Android build support, go for it, and then inside of it you have to select Android SDK and NDK tools plus OpenJDK. Once you have checked all those boxes, click on the next and just go on and on, and yeah, agree all the terms and conditions, and then done. So after some time it would get installed into your system. So once the Unity is downloaded into your system, we have to download an editor for C Sharp. So type in Visual Studio download. Click on the download Visual Studio 2019 for Windows and Mac. Now what you have to do is download this community version because it is free, and other are the paid version. So free download. Once the download is completed, open that setup which is into your system. Click yes. It would take some time for the installer to get ready. Okay. So now what you have to do is, you won't be having any installed version, right? Because I already have one installed one, so it is showing into my tab. You won't be having any installed version of the Visual Studio. So what you have to do is go into the available tab. You have to install any one of you have to install, of course, the community version, and then once you have you click on the install button, what you have to do is you have to modify it. So please check what I click on. So now what you have to do is you just have to click on this game development with Unity, game develop with no need to add the C++, no need to add, only click on that game development with Unity. Now what you have to do is install while downloading, and then the Visual Studio will be ready to use. One more thing guys, in the next lecture we are going to study some basic concepts of C Sharp which is used in Unity. So stay tuned. Welcome guys, in this section we are going to understand the basics of C Sharp. So what is a C Sharp? It is an object-oriented programming language used in Unity to program the game guys. So in this section we are going to cover five topics, which includes the variables, conditional statements, switch case, loops, for while or do while, and the fifth one is the function. So in this as you can see, this would be the content of this section, and we are going to understand what are the variables and how to use them. Second is the conditional statements. We are going to understand how and when to use these conditional statements. And the third one is the switch case. We are going to take some examples and learn switch case, and then we are going to understand the loops, which is going to be the power which would enable you to write a smooth games guys. So for loops, while loop and a do while loop. And the fifth one is going to be the video for the functions guys. So we are going to understand what are functions. So that's it guys. In this section, these are the only topics which we are going to cover, but this would build a solid foundation for you to just get a hands-on Unity guys. So good luck. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to learn about the primitive data types in the C Sharp language, and C Sharp language is basically used in Unity for programming. So there are basically 5 types of data types in C Sharp, which includes integer, float, character, string, and boolean. So what is an integer? An integer is a whole number, or you can say a number which don't have any decimal point in it. For example, -1, -2, -24, 24, 0. This all comes in integer. So what is a float? It is a fractional value, like a number which contains a decimal point in it. It is known as a float. So suppose, for example, let's take 1.0. It can be a float. It is a float. And if we take 2.3, again it is a float, but 2, it comes in integer. So what is a character? A character is a special symbol, or you can see an alphabet or a number which is written between a single inverted comma, and it should contain only a single character. And what is a string? It is a sequence of character which is written between the double inverted commas, whereas the boolean is it gives you a binary value of 0 and 1. What is 0? It means false, and what is 1? It means true. So therefore boolean can only have two values, which is true or false. So with that said, let's get started with the coding part. So open a basic browser, web browser in your system, and let's get started. After opening the web browser, type in GDB compiler, and then you are going to get a link to a GDB compiler which says GDB compiler debugger. Click on that link, and now you have opened an IDE, an online IDE where you can code in with C#. So let's select a language as C#. And after selecting it, let's get started with the integer. So to create a variable which has a data type integer, you have to type in a syntax that is int, and then name a variable. So you can get any type of any name to a variable. So let's get it, and num. So num would be our variable which has a data type integer, and let's assign a value 10 to it. So 10 has been assigned to the integer which is a num, a variable. So now let's print that value of num into our console. So console.writeLine parenthesis, and within that parenthesis we need to type in num, and which will print our num's value over the console. So let's run the program. As you can see, we have got 10 as a value of num because num has got a value of 10. Now let's try to do something else with this num variable. Let's try putting some 10 decimal number after a number after a decimal point. So let's give it .23. Now as you know, this is a float type, right? It has got a decimal value, whereas integer cannot have any kind of a decimal point in it, so it would give me an error if I run the code. As seen, an error has been generated. So to stop this error, what you have to do is convert this type into a float or a double. And if you are using float, you have to just type an F at the end of the number and then run it again. So as you can see, 10.23 has been printed. So float is a number which has got a decimal point in it. So let's start with a character. What is a character? So character uses if you want a variable to be of a data type character, you need to write a keyword char and then enter the variable name. So let's enter the variable name character, and now let's assign a value to it. So to assign a value, that value should be within a single inverted commas. So let's print a single inverted comma and now enter any kind of a character in it. So let's enter $. So this is a character, and if we run this, then it would print a $sign over the console. Yeah, error has been generated because we have used num which is not declared before. So we have to write over here character because we have changed the variable name. So now it would print $. As you can see, $, has been printed over the console. Now if you put in a number 101, it is a number, right? 101, but it is not a character because it has got two types of character in it, which is 1, 0 and 1, like three types, but the one is duplicated, right? So we count one as a single character only. So we have got two different characters, which is 1 and 0. But as I told you, a character should consist only one single character in it. So this would give you an error. See, too many characters in character literal. So if we type in only one in it, then it would run and one would be printed over the console. As you can see, one has been printed. And now if you want 101 to be printed, then you have to use string instead of the character. So to use the string, we need to write 101 within the double inverted commas, and let's change the variable name to str. str is our variable name, and the keyword for writing a string is string. So now if we print that, it won't work because we have to change it over here also. We have to write str in the console.writeLine syntax. Now if we run this code, we are going to get 101 as the console output. As you can see, we have got 101. Now if we type in a name, like my name is Crucial, and now if I run this code, it would print Crucial over the console. As you can see, Crucial has been printed. And now let's talk about the boolean. So for boolean you need to write a keyword bool, and then let's enter a variable name. So let's take a variable name as b and assign a value true to it. So true should be in small, in lowercase, and then let's print that value over the console. So if we instead of str we need to print, we need to write over the b. So now if we run the code, we are going to get answer as true, as an output as a true on the console. So as you can see, true has been printed over the console. So now if you want to print false to it, then you have to just simply write false, and now console will print false as an output. As you can see, false has been printed. One thing I forgot to tell you is that a semicolon should be typed after every statement, because it tells the compiler that a statement has been ended. So semicolon should be there after every statement, So if I don't put a semicolon in any statement, then it would throw an error over the console. As you can see, a semicolon is expected over the line 14. Can't work in the line 14 because the compiler is not knowing that whether the line has been completed or not. So to let it know that the line has been completed, you need to put a semicolon. So with that said, we have completed our part with the variables of the C#. So now in the next lecture, we are going to look at the conditional statements. What are the conditional statements? Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Crucial, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to learn about the conditional statements in C#. So basically there are three types of conditional statements in C#. It includes if else, and nested if else. To make these conditional statements work successfully, there are several operators used. So there are basically two types of operator used in it, among which the first one is the logical operator. So what is a logical operator? It actually creates a logic between two things. So there are three types of logical operators, which include and, or, and not. Now now let's take a look on the other type of operators, which is a relational operator. So what are the relational operators? It finds out the relation between the two conditions, two different variables, you can say. For example, so the relational statements, there are operators. So basically there are six types of relational operators, which includes equal to, greater than equal to, less than equal to, not equal to, and greater than, and less than. So with that said, now let's take a look on what is an AND operator. So AND operator, it is the syntax for writing an AND is to type in double ampersand symbol. And then what is an AND operator? If a condition is true and true, then the value would be true. If it is false and false, then it is false. So basically, if both the values are true, then only the answer corresponding to that question would be true. If both the values are false, then it is false. Now in the third example, let's take a look on the third example. It includes true and false. So as I told you earlier, you need to have both the answers true, or else it would give a value as false. So as you can see, one of the value is false, so the value would be, the resulting output would be false. So same goes for the fourth one. Now what is an OR operator? OR operator is basically is another logical operator. So in this, if either of the answer is true, then the resulting output would be true. So if true or true, if true or true is equal to true, false or false is equal to false, because neither of them are true. So therefore the corresponding output would be false. Now if one value is true and the other one is false, as said earlier, any one of the answer would be okay to get an output as a true. Only one answer would be true, then also it would print a true as an output. So as you can see, true or false gives you an answer as false, and the fourth one is the vice versa of the third one. Now what is a not operator? Not operator basically changes the value. Like if you put a not in front of a true, it would convert that true into false, and if you put a not operator in front of false, then it would convert that into true. So guys, now let's create a variable of data type integer and let's name the variable as I and let's assign a value to it. So I would like to assign it 8, a value 8, and then put the semicolon at the end. Now instead of boolean condition, what we are going to do is we are going to create a condition. How can we create a boolean condition? It's simple. You just need to use those operators which were relational operators and the logical operators. So I would create a boolean condition right now using the relational operator, which is equal to. So if I equals 9, then we are going to follow this scope. So if this condition is true, if I is equal to 8, which is not, we have assigned I as a value 8, but if it would be 9, then what we are going to do is we are going to print it's working over the console. We are going to print this statement, it's working over the console. Since it is not true, it is not going to print anything. So if I run this code, as you can see, nothing has been printed over the console. So if you want to get you want its working line printed over the console, you have to just change the variable I to 9. And now if we run this code, its working is going to be printed over the console as an output. So as you can see, its working has been printed over the console as an output. So now let's take a look over this second type of the conditional statement, which is if else. So now I am directly adding the else statement after the if scope. So what an if else does is, if first condition is true, then it is going to it is going to execute those line which is inside that if condition, and if condition is being false for the if statement, then it is going to jump to the else statement, and which is the default for everyone. If I is equal to 9 is not working, then it is going to jump on the scope of the else statement. So all the else conditions are going to be all the statements which are written within the scopes of the else is going to be executed. So if I write here console.writeLine else is working is going to be printed if first condition is being false. But if I run this, it's going to again print the it's working statement, because I is again equal to 9. As you can see in this compiler, I is equal to 9, and the condition is I is equal to 9, its working is going to be printed, or you can say it is going to be executed. So if I change the value of 9 here to 10, then its working is not going to print, because the I is not equal to 9 anymore. So it is going to jump to the else statement, and it is going to execute the statement which are under the else scope. So if we run this program right now, then the else is working is going to be printed over the console as an output. So don't worry. So as you can see, else is working has been printed, and its working is been you can say we jumped over from that sentence, and we just directly went to the scope of the else because the condition was false. So now we are going to take a look over the nested if else. So what is nested if else? Suppose you want to create a series of if, and at last you want to create an else for the default system. So what you have to do is you just have to print type in the keyword if else space if, and then put on the condition here. Remember, else could not have any condition, because else is the default one. If none of the if statements or the conditions are working, then only else statement is going to get executed. So it doesn't have any kind of conditions. So remember that. So if you want to do a nested if else, what you have to do is type in the word else space if parenthesis, and now you have to add any kind of condition. If is equal to 10, then what it's going to do is it is going to print console.writeLine nested if is working. So as you can see, what would happen right now is with this is first condition which says if I is equal 9, it is going to print it's working, or else if it is not equal to 9, then it is going to jump over the second one which says if I is equal 10, then it is going to print nested if is working. So as you can see, since I is equal to 10, and if we run this code right now, then it is going to print nested if is working over the console as an output. So as you can see, nested if is working statement has been printed over the console as an output. So this is it. That's it about the conditional statements, and you can have n number of if else if ladder inside an if else scope, or you can say you can create a very long which has a very long ladder of if else statements, or you can say a nested if else. So in the next lecture we are going to take a look over the switch statements. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kroshil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to talk about switch statement. So what is a switch statement? A switch statement tests the value of a variable and compares it with the multiple cases. So we have here different cases which includes value 1, value 2 and a default case. So once the case match is found, a block of statement associated with that particular case is executed. So suppose an expression is being matched with the value 1, or you can say the case 1, the block 1 which is under that case, or you can say which is inside of that scope, is going to be executed. And similarly, if the value 2 is matched, then the block 2 is going to be executed, and that's it. And if a case is not found, then the default statement is executed and the control goes out of the switch block. So with that said guys, let's do it practically. Open a browser which is installed into your system and let's get started. So now search for GDB compiler. Click on the first link, which is GDB Online Debugger, and select the language over there as C#, and let's get started with the switch statement. So at first we need to create a character, a variable character with the data type character. So a variable name should be I, or you can have any name, and then assign a value as dollar, or you can assign any kind of character value to it, and then end it with a semicolon. Now let's get started with the switch statement. So write the keyword switch and open and close the round bracket, or you can say the parenthesis, and inside of parenthesis let's write an expression. So our expression would be the variable name, so let's put it I. So now open the scope with open and close curly brackets, and now let's go for the case 1. So now if I equals hash, then case 1 is going to execute. So in that, let's write console.writeLine case 1 is running, and now end it with a break, so it knows where to if a case is successfully identified, if a case is solved, then you need to break the switch and you have to move forward. So break is essential. Without break, if you don't put break inside after every cases, after the blocks which after the block which is there in the case, different cases, then it would throw an error. So what should be our case 2 is I equals star. So now if I equals to star, then console dot this block would be executed. So let's write console.writeLine case 2 is running, and at last let's have a default case. And yeah, I forgot to print break, type break in the case 2. Now okay, so console.writeLine default case is running. So that's it. Now let's run. Since case 1 is not true, that is I is not equal to hash as text, so it won't execute this case 1 is running while line. And if in case 2 we have got I with a value star, since I has got a value dollar in it, so it won't be true, and if it is not true, the block which is under that case is not going to execute, so it won't work. So that's the reason why default one will run. And I forgot to add a break after the block in the default one. So if we run this, default case is running would be printed over the console as an output. Okay, a constant value is expected. So a constant value is expected. What is this error? Guys, after running this code, we have got an error over the console. So what is that error all about? So let's see. So the error has been generated over the line 15 and line 18. So the error has been caused because we have to not use any kind of relational operators or any kind of operators within our switch statements. So since we have used here a relational operator which is equal to sign, we need to remove it, and we also have to remove the variable name which is I. So let's do same for the case 2 also. And now if we run this code, the default case is running would be printed over the console. So let's run the code and see what happens. So as you can see, default case is running has been printed over the console. So that's it guys, we are done with the switch statement. So one more thing, let's take a simple example. Let's remove this dollar sign and instead let's give a value of star with to the I, assign a star to I, assign a star to an I variable. So now if we run this code, the case 2 is running would be printed over the console and rest of them would be skipped. So as you can see, case 2 is running. And one more thing guys, you can have n number of cases in the switch statements. So guys, in the next lecture we are going to study about loops. What are loops in the C#? So welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kaushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So what are loops? In computer programming, a loop is a sequence of instructions that is repeated until a certain condition is reached, and an operation is done such as getting an item of data and changing it, and then some condition is checked such as whether a counter has reached a prescribed number. So basically there are three kinds of loops used in C# language, and which includes for loop, while loop, and a do while loop. So let's see what are these loops practically. So again guys, open this GDB online compiler, or you can say the debugger, and let's get started with the for loop. So suppose you want to iterate over a number 5 times, or you want to iterate, or you want to execute a certain same line 5 times. So what you have to do is you have to use a for loop. So syntax for a for loop is you need to type in a for, and then you have to instantiate, or you can say create a variable integer, which is, you can name it anything. Also I would like to name it as I, and assign it a value 0 or any kind of a number, and then add a semicolon. Now what you have to do is you have to set a range for the I, for that is how many times do you want to repeat this block again and again. So iterate over this block again and again. So I would like to iterate over that set of block 5 times. So let's create an I which is less than 5. So until I is not equal to 5, this loop is going to execute it. This loop is going to execute itself. And now let's again add a semicolon and add I plus plus. What does I plus plus means? I plus plus means after every execution of a state, after executing the set of block 1 time, it is going to increment the value of I. That is, at start the value of I is 0. Then after it executes all of the statement encoded within those curly brackets, it is going to increment the value of I. That is, it is going to set it as 1. So now let's create a scope, which is the curly bracket, open and close the curly brackets for the for loop, and now execute this. Now let's print what we want to print over the console. Let's write what we want to print over the console. So I want to print my name 5 times in a row. So this is it. We just need to write this console.writeLine syntax, and you have to add whatever you want to print over the console 5 times, and then add a semicolon at the end, and let's run the code. Crucial, now my name is going to print 5 times in the console. So as you can see guys, my name has been printed 5 times. So let's scroll, or you can say, yeah, no need to scroll that console. As you can see, my name has been printed 5 times over the console. So that's it. This is all about the for loop. Now, so guys, let's do something else with this for loop. So suppose I want to print the value of I. What it would be in every block, or you can see in every iteration. It is going to change because we are incrementing it after every iteration. So it would print 0 to 4, all of the numbers over the console. So as you can see, 5 numbers has been printed, which includes 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this is it. Now if you want to iterate over this, from 5 you want to print 5th number, which is 5. You want to print 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 over the console. So what you have to do is instead of 0, where we set I as 0, we have to write over the 5. We have to edit it with 5, and now with the less than sign we have to make it I greater than 0. So until it is equal to 0, it is going to get executed, and instead of plus plus, let's do it minus minus. So what it would do is, after every execution, after every iteration, it is going to decrement the value of I. So now let's see what happens after we run this code. So as you can see, the output was as expected, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1, because we decremented the value of I. So now let's take a look over the while loop. So what is a while loop? Now let's enter the while syntax. The syntax for the while loop is going to be while. You have to write a while keyword, then add the parenthesis, and within this parenthesis you have to add a condition. This is just an hard-coded statement, condition. It is not a valid syntax, but there should be certain condition. Let's create an integer I outside of this while loop and create a variable name v, which where we assign it a value of 10, and then we end it with a semicolon. Now let's inside of this condition block, what we can do is we can set if v not equal to 20. Now what I have done is, while v is not equal to 20, this scope is going to get executed. While this is not, there is no fixed amount of time that when v is going to be 20. So what we can do is we can increment v after every iteration. So if we increment v after every iteration, what we can do is console.writeLine, and let's print v, the value of v, and let's increment this after this console.writeLine. So what we are going to get as an output is, we are going to get 10 to 20 numbers, all of the numbers. So let's see what happens. As you can see, 20 has not been printed because the condition is v not equal to 20. Now since when the 19th one has been printed, when the 19th number is printed, then we are incrementing the value of v, which becomes 20, and once it becomes 20, it goes to this condition and checks whether v is equal to 20 or not. But since v is equal to 20, it is not going to go over the second line, which is console.writeLine. So therefore 20 is not going to get printed over the console. So if you want to print 20, you need to increment this 20 to 21. Now if we run this code, then it would print from 10 to 20, all of those numbers. As you can see, 10, 11, 12 and so on, all if the number has been printed until 20, because after 20 has been printed, the v is been incremented to 21. So our condition says that if v is not equal to 21 and if it is getting equal to 21, then the scope which is of the while loop currently working, while loop, the scope which is consisted by the while loop, which is where the while loop has to execute itself, is not going to execute because the condition has been satisfied. So with that said, guys, let's take a look over the do while loop. So what a do while loop is, to enter a do while, to create a do while loop, what you have to do is type in a keyword do, and then open and close the curly bracket, and then at the last enter a while keyword, and within those parentheses you have to write certain condition. So condition can be expression. So let's again create an integer v and equals to 12. Now while v is not equal to 12, it is going to console.writeLine, or you can say 13, console.writeLine v and v plus plus. Now if we run this code, what would be the output? Let's see. 12 is the output, because once the condition, what we have to do is we are running in the do while loop, and then we are printing v, and then we are incrementing the value of v, and once we increment those value, after the do while scope has been executed, it is going to jump over the while statement, it is going to jump over the condition which we have created. So since v increments itself from 12 to 13 and the condition has been satisfied, the 13th number is not printed over the console and the iteration stops there. So this is that's it about the while loop. And let's take a look over the in the next lecture, guys, we are going to study about the functions. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to learn about the functions. So what are functions? A function is a block of organized reusable code that is used to perform a single or related actions. So functions provide better modularity for your applications and a high degree of code reusing. We have already seen various functions in this C# language which includes console.writeLine and even the main function, where we actually used to write the code. So basically, there are four types of functions in the C sharp, or you can see in any other languages, which includes function with no arguments and no return value, functions with no argument and a return value, function with arguments and no return value, and the function with arguments and a return value. So let's take a look over the functions. So let's take a look over the functions while doing it practically. So open a web browser which is installed into your system and type in GDB compiler. Search for GDB compiler. Okay, I have got a spelling mistake. It should be GDB compiler. And you are going to get a link to GDB online debugger. Just click on that link and let's get started. So now select the language C sharp, and what you have to do is we have to create a function. So what is a function? So suppose I create a variable of data type integer, and I want to name my variable as I, or you can see O, and I want to assign a value to it which is going to be 12. So now what you have to do is I have assigned 12 to the O, and I'm again creating another variable which has got a value V, which has got a variable name V, and I'm going to assign a value 4 to it. So now we have got two variables O and V inside our main function. So this is the main function, this is a static void main function which works every time, which runs every time. So now what you have to do is console.writeLine O plus V. Okay, so now what we are going to print, what we are going to get over the console is the addition of O and addition of O with V. So the answer would be 16 because O is 12 and V is 4. So we are going to get the addition of these two numbers, which is 12 and 12 plus 4, which is equal to 16, right? So when I run this code, I am going to get 16 printed over the console as an output. So let's see what happens. So as you can see, 16 has been printed over the console, but now what you have to do is, since the codes are hard coded, so suppose your user want to enter some different kind of a number, so want to enter different numbers, so what he can do is you need to create a function, or you can take a user input. But let's take an example using a function. So what you have to do is, for creating a function, you need to write an access modifier, type in a keyword for access modifier, which currently I am going to print private. Type in private because the access modifier would be explained to you later in this course. So let's get started with this. Now after writing the name, after typing in the keyword of the access modifier, what you have to do is type in the keyword static, and then you have to type in the keyword for the return type. Since we don't want to return any kind of a value, we can write in the keyword void. So now you have to write the function's name. So I want to write my function's name as adder. You can have your name. There is no restriction to it. Now what we have to do is create a parenthesis. Now since parenthesis is actually used to take on the arguments, a function can have arguments or cannot have arguments. So but I want to give it an argument where integer a comma integer b. So now it is going to take two values. When you call this function is going to take it, or you can say it would require two values to run, or else it would cause an error. So it is going to take a and b. So now let's print the addition of this number, because the function's work is to add two numbers, right? So this is going to, okay, I pressed Ctrl S. So this is going to print on the addition of this two number a plus b, which could be anything, because user is going to type in the number. So now what you have to do is this call in this function. So we are calling this function named adder inside our main function. So what you have to do is type in adder o comma v, because o has got certain integer value and v has also got a certain integer value. 12 plus 4 is going to be printed, because when we call this function, the line which is included, or you can say the set of code which is included within the scope of this function is going to be executed at the runtime, is going to get executed at the runtime. So let's see what happens. 16 is going to be printed over the console as the output. So as you can see, 16 has been printed over the console as an output. So now suppose you want to change the value of O and B. So what you can do is directly enter any kind of a number, 15 plus 8 comma 8, and this 15 comma 8 is going to be executed, and the answer 23 is going to be printed over the console as the output, because added function is adding two numbers. Now compilation succeeded, two warnings. We don't know what are the warnings, but let us not worry about it right now. But as expected, the answer has been printed, which is 23. Right now, suppose this was all about the argument. This was all about the second type of the function, which is no argument, no, not second type of the function, but the third type of the function, which is argument and no return value. And the other types of the function are just similar to it. There is no rocket science included in studying the function, but it is very easy. So we would cover those type of function later in this course. Welcome back, guys, in this new section of this course, which is the fundamentals of Unity. So in this section we are going to learn the fundamentals of the Unity game engine. So to do that, there would be 3 videos created in this section. There are 3 videos which have been uploaded for this section, and those include create a sample project, intro to Unity interface, and the third one is basic understanding of physics used in Unity. So the first video is going to help you understand, or you can say it's going to guide you how to create a very first project in Unity game engine using the Unity Hub application, and the second video is going to just help you understand the UI of the Unity, guys. It is going to create a solid foundation for using the Unity, and the third video is going to be about the basic understanding of physics used in Unity. And physics includes everything about velocity, force, acceleration, and all that, guys. So see you soon. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to learn how to create a sample Unity project in Unity. So what you have to do is you need to open the application known as Unity Hub, which was installed into your system. So let's get started. So open up that application. Once the application starts, what you have to do is you are going to observe 2 buttons over the top right corner, which includes add and new. So to create a new project in Unity, you need to click on that new button. Once you click on that new button, you are going to see a pop-up menu which immediately is been displayed over your screen. So there are several templates in it, which includes 2D, 3D extras, high definition render pipeline, and low weight render pipeline template. So to create a project in Unity, it is very important you select any one of those templates, because this determines what type of project you are going to build. So since I want to create a 3D game, so I'm going to select this 3D template. If you want to create a 2D game, you can select this 2D template. And what are this 3D with extras, high definition render pipeline, low weight render pipeline? We are going to look at them later in this course, so don't worry. So since I want to create this 3D game, so I'm going to select this 3D template, and then I'm going to name my project as sample Unity 3D project. Once I name my project, I need to hit that create button. So once I hit that create button, Unity is going to build the project for me. So it might take some time depending upon your system, but don't worry, it will load soon. Okay, as you can see, Unity has built up the project name sample Unity 3D project. So now let's look at those functions which are included in the Unity. So these functions I will explain to you later in this course. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to look at the working of the Unity application. So as you can see, I have opened the previous project which we built in the previous lecture, which was sample Unity 3D project. So now I'm going to show you what it does. So as you can see, there are several tabs included in my Unity UI, or you can say the interface. So what you have to do is my interface and your interface wouldn't match with each other. So what you can do is, first and foremost thing which I wanted to tell you is, you can select any one of those tabs and you can drag it anywhere and place it anywhere wherever you like. So as you can see, I placed this hierarchy tab over here beside this scene tab. So you can do it with any of the tab over the present in the Unity interface. So now with that said, guys, what we are going to study about today is the scene. What is a scene in the Unity? What is a scene tab in a Unity? So a scene contains the environment and menus of your game. Okay, and think of each unique scene file as a unique level. In each scene, you place your environments, obstacle, and decoration, essentially designing and building your game in pieces. So basically you do all the editing work in this scene. So now let's take a look over the game objects. So what are the game objects? In the hierarchy, you can see there are some objects known as main camera, directional light. These are the game objects which are present in the hierarchy, or you can say which are present in the current level. So if you want to create another object, what you have to do is just right click on that hierarchy and then go to the 3D object and select any one of those 3D object. So I want to select a cube. So as you can see, cube has been generated over the scene, inside the scene, and if you transform it means move it from one place to another, it can move. You have to just drag any of the axes. So as you can see, I can move my cube forward and backward. So what is a game object? Essentially, a game object is the most important concept in the Unity editor. Every object in your game is a game object, from character and collectible items to lights, cameras, and special effects. So however, a game object can't do anything on its own. You need to give it properties before it can become a character, an environment, or a special effect. So what is the properties? These properties is nothing but the scripts, the properties which include these components which are present on the inspector. These all are the properties of a game object. So with that said, guys, now we are going to take a look at the components. What are the components? A game object always contains a component, and this component relationship works using the most common component, the transform component. So if you select the cube, which is on the hierarchy menu, so if I select that cube, we are going to see some kind of components present over the inspector tab. As you can see, this is the inspector tab, and you are going to see the information about the cube. So here what kind of information does we have about the cube is the name of the cube. Since the name is cube, we have got it as cube. Now what is that? The second component is the transform component. What is a transform component? It is impossible to create a game object in the editor without a transform component, and this component defines the game object's position, rotation, and scale in the game world and the scene. So this is nothing but, this transform is nothing but the position of the object in this scene, or you can say in the game world, or you can say the level. So this is the position. As you can see, the x is on the -3.67. It is located on the x-axis at -3.67, on the y at 0.93, and on the z as -3.38. And this is the rotation over the each of those individual axes. So suppose I want to change the rotation of the object at x-axis. So what I'm going to do is just simply type in any angle. So I want to make it 90, or not 90, I want to make it 45. So as you can see, the cube has been rotated over the x-axis to a certain angle, which is a 45. So if you don't want to do it manually, you can do it using some shortcut keys or buttons. So there is a rotate tool button over the top left corner of the editor. So as you can see, we have selected first this move tool, and if you want to rotate, move tool helps you to move the object over the scene, in entire scene. You can move this object in the entire scene anywhere, wherever you like. So if you want to rotate this tool, what you have to simply do is just click on that rotate tool, and you can rotate it individually on the any axis. So if you don't click on that particular axis and you just try to do randomly click over that circle and then just rotate, as you can see, the cube has been rotating over all of the axes. So this was all about the rotate tool. And if you want to scaling means increasing the size of the cube. So if you want to increase the size of this cube, you can do it manually in the inspector, in the transform component, or you can do it using the shortcut buttons, which include scale tool also. So beside rotate tool, there is a scale tool. So if you click on that, you can scale it individually, as I can individually in different axes, or you can scale it if you just click on that center, if you click on that center cube, which is a white cube, if you click it and drag it, you are going to scale it over the entire axis in entire 3D system, that is in all the direction X, Y, and Z. So that this is it about the scale tool, and there are also shortcut keys for these tools. If you use Q, you are going to go for this going to go for the hand tool. If you select W, if you click the W button over the keyboard, then you are going to immediately transform to a move tool. If you press E of your keyboard, if keyboard button, then you are immediately going to transform to the you are immediately going to get a control over the rotate tool, and if you press the R key, you are going to immediately get a control over the scale tool. So that's it guys about the transform in the Unity. Now since my cube is totally messed up, what I have to do now is I want to reset the transform component of this cube. So what you have to do is just select the cube in the hierarchy menu, or you can say the tab, and then just go to the inspector and select the transform component, or you can manually just make it 0, or what you have to do is just you can see a question mark button, and beside that there is a small handle button, and at the last you have got a settings icon. So what you have to do is that there is a small gear, right? So what you have to do is just click on that gear and just set to reset. So now the transform of the cube is going to reset it. So now what we are going to do is we are going to study about the activation and deactivation of a game object in a scene. So if you want to activate, what does activation and deactivation actually mean? So activation means the game object is present and is active and can be seen actively over the game scene. So what is a game scene? A game scene is a view where you can't do any kind of editing, or which is or you can say is a format of a game where you actually test the game. So if I press the play button, which is over the hierarchy in my Unity editor, if I press that play button, the Unity is going to start play. And as you can see, I can do nothing because there is nothing included in the game, or you can say in the level. So this is the play. This is the game view, what a user is going to observe while playing the game. This is nothing. That is nothing but a game view. So what you have to do right now is I want to activate and deactivate this object. So if you want to activate this object, the basic thing which you need to do is you are going to observe, once you click on that cube in the which is present in the hierarchy, what you have to do is you click on that cube and go to the inspector and decide where is the name of the cube present, the cube where the cube is written. Beside that there is a check mark. So if you just uncheck it, the cube is going to be deactivated and it is not present in the game view anymore. And now once again, if I check that checkbox, then the cube is going to be activated. So this is nothing but the activation and deactivation of the game object in the game scene. So with that said guys, now we are going to look at the another important functionality of this Unity game engine, which is the prefab system, which allows you to create, configure, store a game object complete with all its component property values and child game object as a reusable asset. The prefab asset acts as a template for you from which you can create a new prefab instance in the scene. So what a prefab does, it creates a copy of the object or of the game object which is present on the hierarchy. As you can see, the game object which is present currently in the hierarchy, or you can say the scenes, are main camera, directional light, and a cube. So if you want to save this cube, and want to use this same cube, let's change the transform of the cube. So if I make 10 on the x-axis and 4 on the z-axis, now you can see this cube is not same, right? So if you want to reuse this same cube, what you can actually do is you have to just store it as, or you can say you have to make a prefab of it. What you have to do basically is just click on that cube, and hold that cube and then just drag it over the project panel, or you can see the project tab, and just leave it right there. So as you can see, a prefab has been set. So now once you drag that prefab over the scene, you can see that the same transform of the cube is being generated again. And there is one more option which you can do, is you can just duplicate the cube which is present in the hierarchy using the Ctrl D shortcut key. So as you can see, I have created another cube, and now I am pressing Ctrl D again, and I have created another cube of the same transform, but the position of that transform has been different. So there is nothing to worry about it. So once you create a prefab of an object, you can see a change between these objects, right? Since the camera has got no prefab, the icon which is present over here is not blue, it is just a simple white, or you can see a transparent cube. So once you create a prefab, it changes into blue. So if I want to unpack, so whatever changes you make here, so let's change the transform of this cube again. As you can see, I have just scaled it to 1 on the x-axis, and I want to scale it to 5 on the y-axis. So as you can see, the change has been made. So once the change has been made and I drag the prefab, you can see there is no change occurred on the cube which is present in the project panel, or you can see the prefab of that cube. So if you want to apply those changes to that cube also which is present in the prefab, what you have to do is just click on that cube, and once you click on that, you are going to get those information, or you can get all of these components present in this cube in the inspector tab. What you have to do is you have to go to the override key, or you can see the override button, or you can see a drop down menu. So just click on that override which is present here, and then use the apply all key. Once you press the apply all key, that prefab's transform is going to be applied to the prefab also. So now if you drag that prefab, you are going to observe the same transform of the scale which was present in that cube, which is currently in the hierarchy, or you can say the game scene. So that's it of the prefab. Now let's take a look over the physics system. So in the next lecture, we are going to study about the physics used in Unity. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to learn about the physics system present in the Unity game engine. So what is a physics? So physics is generally the physics which is there in our science subject. So physics is nothing but adding a force, adding the velocity to a game object, adding an acceleration to a game object. A physics in the game, in this Unity, you can add it using the rigid body component. So first of all, what I have to do is just drag this prefab over this scene, and what I have to do is go into the inspector and click on that add component button. Now what you have to do is search for rigid body. So this is the rigid body component which we need to use. You don't have to click on that rigid body 2D, because then those rigid bodies are for this component is for the 2D game object. So for the 3D, you have to click on this rigid body. So once you click on that rigid body, the game is going to create a physics related to it. So the object is now going to be influenced by a gravity, because the use gravity checkbox has been checked. So if I press the play button, what I am going to observe is this cube is going to fall down. So as you can see, I have pressed the play button, and as you can see, the cube has been fallen down in the scene, in the game view. So now if I pause the game, or you can say I just come back to my scene, you can observe those physics. So what I have to do right now is, I don't want it to be influenced by gravity, so I would just uncheck that, and I want it to be kinetic. Kinetic means I want it to be stay on a specific point, on that point only. So I would check on that is kinematic. So now if I play the game, it is not going to get influenced by the gravity. So this was all about the rigid body, and the later part and all of those other functionality, we are going to look at them later in this course, so don't worry. So now with a rigid body set, what we have to do is we are going to look at the colliders. So what are the colliders? So colliders are nothing but a kind of a box, or you can say a kind of a boundary of the created over the surface of the game object. So as you can see, there is a green border present over the game object. So as you can see, once I have done the clipping of that object, you can see those green lines. These lines are nothing but the collider. So what this does, so let's take a look at them practically. So I would just drag this not okay, drag this game object up in the sky, or you can say I would transform it over the y-axis at 7.91, or let's make it a whole number, like make it 10. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a plane, so 3D, and create a plane. So now as you can see, I have created a plane in the Unity game engine, and now as you can see, I'm dragging this plane down to a specific point, and then, or let's make it -1 on the y-axis. As you can see, the plane has been there, right there, and as you can see, plane has got a mesh collider. What is mesh collider? It is just similar to box collider, but the name is different because mesh takes the sign, makes this shape similar to the game object, whereas the box collider just remains a square or rectangle. So this is it, guys. And the mesh collider, the calculation time for the mesh colliders is more, because it has got more vertex over the object, because it has got more vertices, which those green lines, it has got more of them, so the calculation is more. So as you can see, I have placed the plane, and I have placed this cube at the plus 10 on the y-axis. So what I have to do right now is I want the cube to be get influenced by the gravity. So I'm just going to check that gravity on, and I'm going to uncheck this is kinematic. So once I do that, now if I play the button, the cube will fall down on the plane and is not going to fall in or going to get falling in the infinite loop. So let's press the play button and see what happens. So as I told you guys, this is what I wanted to see as a result, because what we did was we added the colliders over the object. So now if we uncheck this collider, what you are going to observe is the cube is going to pass through that plane. So as you can see, guys, the cube just directly passed through that plane. So now you would have got the rough idea of what a collider is, or what is a rigid body in the Unity game engine. So these two components are the very important components in any kind of a game engine. So whether it be an Unreal Engine or be a CryEngine, all of these engines uses the collider and rigid body functionalities. Welcome back, guys, in this another section of this course, which is the first game, Endless Arcade game Dimension X. So Dimension X basically is the name of our game. You can have your name. This is my game's name. So yeah, there are no restriction to it. So this would be an Endless Arcade game, which is probably created for the Android OS. So next thing which we are going to take a look is we are going to just let's take a look over the content of this section. So in this section we are going to understand several important things while using Unity. So this is what we are going to learn while creating this game, which is the first thing which we are going to learn is the basic level setup and working on the controls of the spaceship. Of course, we are going to just take a look over this because we want to create a specific type of game, right? So the next thing which we are going to learn, and which is universal, is the create an algorithm for endless world, guys. So the algorithm which you would be learning over here, you could apply somewhere else in another game as well, guys. So this is what this thing is what new, guys. So this is what you are going to learn in Unity. And then we are going to write a code to create random obstacle, guys. So we are going to write another code to create random obstacle. This is also a universal code you could use anywhere while creating such type of games. And the fourth thing which we are going to understand, or you can say learn, is the VFX. And this VFX we are going to design it using a particle system of the Unity. So this VFX won't be that good, but yeah, it would be for the understanding purpose. We would be creating a very simple starter levels VFX. So the next thing which we are going to study in this section is we are going to create our own UI for the game, which is going to include game over menus and the main menus. So the next thing which we are going to add into this game is going to be the sound effects, guys. So yeah, so the sound effects actually make your game look very cool, because the sound effects engage the player in playing the game, guys. So the next and the last thing which we are going to do is build up the final Android version of the game. An Android version would be, of course, the APK file. So the once you have completed this section, your game would look something like this. This would be your main menu, this would be your start game scene, and this is where the obstacles get generated while playing the game. And this, as you can see, this is the very small exhaust exhaust of the spaceship. This is what your VFX, guys. And then at last we are going to have our game over menu. So this is what you are going to study in this lecture, so stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to work on a new section, which is the first game, Dimension X. It is an endless arcade game which we are going to develop in Unity. So to do that, in this video I'm going to show you where to collect your resources, or you can say the assets. So I have provided you all of the assets which I am going to use in my game. It is provided in the folder of resources, which is below the video, or you can collect the asset from the Unity Asset Store. So if you want to collect the asset from the Unity Asset Store, what you have to do is just open a browser and search for Unity Asset Store, and then just click on that Unity Asset Store link, the best assets for game making. After clicking on that, you can search for any kind of asset which you need, or you can say you can even have the paid ones, or you can have the free ones also. And you can have 2D 3D assets and essentials, templates, audio. Also you can also get VFX from the asset store. You can get actually all kinds of assets which can be used to develop games. So in our game we are just going to need one rocket, or you can say the spaceship, as a main asset, or you can say a 3D asset, and rest all of the assets would be used from the Unity, or you can say we are going to use some basic models and we are going to create a cool game using them. So let's get started. So with that said, guys, in the next lecture we are going to study about the how to import the assets which are provided you in the asset folder, or you can say the resources folder, how to import those assets into your game. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to learn how to import those assets which were provided to you by me in the resource folder. So let's take a look. So to do that, what you have to do is create an empty project name as Dimension X. So open up the Unity Hub application and create a new project. So click on that new button. Since we want to build up a 3D game, you need to click on that 3D and name the project as Dimension X, or you can have any kind of the name. There is no restriction to that, of course. So I would like my game to be named as Dimension X. After naming it, just hit the create button and Unity is going to start building the project for us. So guys, once the project is completely built by the Unity editor, what you have to do is just go to the folder which includes our asset, which is spaceship, and the other textures. So what you have to do is just drag that spaceship folder inside the Unity, and the Unity is going to import it into the project. So once it is ready, or you can say once it is imported, what you have to do next is you have to import all those 5 textures, which includes binary 1, 2, 3 and grid 1, 2. So just drag it again in the project panel and see what happens. Unity is going to just import those textures for us. So now let's create a folder, name it as textures. Okay, and just drag it inside of it. All those textures just drag inside the texture folder, so it looks quite good. So in the next lecture, guys, we are going to develop a level for our game, and we are going to work on the controls of this spaceship. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture, I am going to show you how to create a basic level for our game and how to work on the controls of the spaceship. So let's get started. So to create a basic level in our game, what we are going to do is we need what is the concept of the game actually is. The concept of the game is a ship is going to fly endlessly over the track, and it has to avoid all the obstacles which are coming on its way. So what you have to do for that is just create a cube on the hierarchy. So create a sample cube inside of it, and let's increase the width of our cube. So let's first make it to the origin. Let's bring it to the origin. Let's bring our cube to the origin, and what you have to do is now just increase the width over the x-axis. So let's make it 10, or you guess let's make it let's increase the size of the cube with respect to our spaceship. So let's first drag a spaceship into our this scene and see what is the size of our spaceship. So as you can see, the spaceship is too huge, and what you have to do is, since the color of the spaceship is pure white, what you have to do is we need to create a material for it. What is a material? Actually, a material is a color which is given to any kind of a model, a 3D object. So let's create a material first. So just right click on the project panel and just create, and go inside and find the material which is right here, and just click on that material and name it as spaceship matte, or you can have any kind of name, so no need to worry about it. There are no hard rules to just name that. So once the material has been created, what you have to do is just select this albedo. The albedo is going to be our low dose diffuse, so click on that low dose diffuse, and just it's fine, and just now just drag that material over the spaceship. So as you can see, the spaceship has got its color right now, and what we have to do is just use those other textures as well. So this is a specular texture, so what you have to do is just find a specular inside of it. Since we don't have any kind of specular, we need to replace the shader. So let's make it standard specular setup. So once we click on that, we are going to get a specular texture as well. So what we have to do is now just drag that specular texture over there, and as you can see, now a looks changes. The looks of the spaceship changes it with it. So now what you have to do is, there is one more texture which is a glow one, right? So as you can see, if it is a glow texture, actually there is no space for glow texture, or you can say there are no options for the glow map. So what you have to do is just click on that animation checkbox, and you have to just go inside there. What is the animation? Animation is nothing but, in short, a glow. In other words, it is a glow, right? So what you have to do is, in the animation, under the animation, we have got a color texture, right? So what you have to do is just drag that glow texture inside of it. So as you can see, our spaceship has got a bit of glow on itself, right? So now our spaceship is ready with the material. What you have to do is just create a prefab for it, so that we can save it. So let's create a prefab folder also. So create a folder, name it as prefabs, and then just drag this Ludo. Let's first rename our Ludos as spaceship, right? And then just drag that spaceship right inside that prefab folder, and yes, you need to click on that original prefab button, not a prefab variant. So click on that original prefab button, and we are ready to go. So our spaceship is ready. So first what you have to do is just delete this cube, and instead of cube, let's try to use plane, right guys? So bring out the plane and just bring it to the origin. So to do that, just follow me, and you have brought this plane to the origin, guys. So what you have to do right now is just decrease the size of the spaceship because it's too big, right? So what you have to do is just scale it manually. So make it 0.2, 0.2 and 0.2 in all of the three axes. So now our spaceship looks a bit standard, a bit of a standard size, right? So what you have to do right now is just bring it to the center again. So manually bring it to the center, and as you can see, our spaceship is now in the center. So since at the y-axis it's not properly working, right? So what you have to do is just drag it on the y-axis, and as you can see, just make it proper. Okay, so just make it look proper. So now we are ready with our spaceship, and let's create a track, right guys? So with to create a track, what we have to do is just increase the size of the plane over the x-axis and the z-axis. So to increase the size of the plane over the x-axis, just manually scale it on the x-axis. So I would like to scale it to 10. I guess 10 would be a good one, or let's make it less, to 8, right? So it is just far more better, right? It is good, not 8. Okay, make it 10 only, it's fine. And let's increase the length of the plane as well. With the width, we need to increase the length of the plane as well. So increase the size, so scale the plane over the z-axis. So let's scale it to almost 10, or you can say let's scale it to 20. Okay guys, so now our plane has been scaled to 10 and 20 respectively. So now what you have to do is, we are ready with our first track, right? So what you have to do right now is just add a texture to it. add a texture to our plane. So what you have to do for that, guys, is just create another material. So go inside the texture folder and just add or create a material, guys. So this would be our basic material, so name it as track matte. And now add a color. Since we don't have any kind of texture for our track, what we can do actually is, instead of white, what you need to do is get it to black, right guys? So now just drag the texture over the plane, and as you can see, the color of the plane has been changed from white to black. So what you have to do right now is, since it is a bit matty, so what you can do is just increase the smoothness of the plane of the material. So as you can see, guys, when I click on the plane which is present on the hierarchy, what you can do is go inside that inspector panel and go at the last, you are going to find a track matte material components. Then just click on that small arrow and you are going to visit all of these functions of the material, or you can say all of those values of the materials, right? So now in that, just increase the smoothness of the plane of the material. So as you can see, it is getting shiner and shiner, it is getting smoother and smoother, guys, right? So if you want to change its metallic look, if you want the track to look more like metal, what you can do is increase the value of the metallic, right? So as you can see, if we increase the value of metallic, the surface of the plane is going to look more like a metal, guys. So as you can see, if I increase or decrease the value of metallics, so goes the material. So materials looks also changes. It makes the plane more look more metallic, guys. So I would like to have my metallic value to 0.2, and I want to have my smoothness to around 0.8. So with that, guys, our first track is been ready to use, right guys? So with that, guys, we need to create a border for our this track. So let's get started with it. So with that said, guys, now we are going to create a border for our track, right? So if you want to know which way is the forward, so you just need to look at this X, Y and Z1, this logo. So what you have to do is, if you want to look at the forward direction, you should have your Z axis over that side in the front, right guys? It should be always here, and Y should be always up, and X should be on the right side. So generally it is also known as, instead of X, you can also know it by right axis, or you can say this one, Y as the up axis and Z axis as the forward axis. So with that said, guys, now let's create the border for our track. So to create that border for our track, you have to do you need to create a simple cube over the hierarchy. So click on that 3D object and create that cube. So bring its transform to the center, bring it to the origin, and then just drag that cube right in the x-axis on the right side, in the positive direction of x-axis, and after bringing it to the positive direction of the x-axis, just bring it slightly more in, just increase these direction, just increase that transform, so make it 50.5. and now what you have to do is we need to increase the length in the forward direction of that cube, right? So it would cover all of our tracks. So what you can do is you can make it 100 and try what it does. So as you can see, some of the space is been remaining, so let's make it 200. So after making it 200, it is going to completely fill our track, right guys? So as you can see, it is properly fitting our track. So what you can do is you need to just drag it up a bit. Okay, it's not working. So what you can do is just increase the scale of this cube over the y-axis also. So let's make it 2.5, and as you can see, now the border looks quite good, right guys? So just drag that a bit up in the y-axis. Okay, just make it 1 on the y-axis manually, and as you can see, we have created our right border of the track. So what you have to do is now is just rename it as border underscore right, so that we know it is the right border of the game. So after renaming it as a border right, we need to create another border which is the border left. So what you have to do is just click on that border right and just press Ctrl D, so you can duplicate that object and then just name it as border underscore left. So it becomes a left border, right guys? So just okay, instead of just manually dragging it, what you can do is just manually change the position, right guys? So instead of plus 50.5, you can do minus 50.5. So as you can see, the object directly snapped to minus 50.5 on the x-axis. So now our border is ready for the track, and let's create a child and parent relationship between them. So as you can see, this is our track. What we have to do is we need to create a child and parent relationship between them. So what you can do is just click on those press control key and then click on that border right and border left and just drag these two over the track. So what you can see now is the track, this border right and left are the parent of this track. So if you drag the track, the border as well are going to transform with them, right guys? So as you can see, it is transforming with that. So again, bring them to the center, to the origin, and now we are ready to go. So let's create a prefab for this track. So we can save our objects, right guys? So go inside the prefab folder and just drag that track over the prefab folder. So now we have got a prefab of our track done, guys. So with that, let's take a look over the controls of this shape. So now guys, we are going to take a look on the work control, or you can say the controls of the ship, the player controls of this ship, right guys? So if you want to create this kind of a game, there are basically two ways to create this game, because in this game the player you have two concepts. You can create two types of algorithm for it. You can either make the track moving backward, or you can either make the place the track as a static rigid body, or you can transform the shape on the z-axis in the positive direction of z-axis, or you can do just opposite. You can just make a rigid you just constrain the movements of the ship and just move the track in the negative direction of the z-axis. So basically we are going to apply that second one. We are because it is more easy and it is more understandable. And so basically what we are going to do is this. Suppose this is our player, right? So let's first make it face in the positive direction of the z-axis. So just rotate it on the y-axis to 180 degree directly, and as you can see now it is facing in the positive direction of the z-axis. So with that said guys, what we are going to do is we are going to create a control where a ship is only moving in the x-axis if it is in the negative direction of the x-axis and the positive direction of the x-axis. So as you can see guys, this would be the player control, and if you want to see what would be the control of the track, you can see it is going to go backward. So as you can see, if you take a close look in the game, so let's take a look on the game manually. So what you have to do is just click on that camera, and if you want to set the view of the camera as you want, so what you have to do is just click on that camera and just press Ctrl Shift F. So it is going to now snap the camera's position to that of the scene position. So now as you can see, the camera has been snapped to the position of the scene. So what we have to do right now is just see what happens. So as you can see, the controls of the player is going to be this way, working this way in the direction of x-axis and y, in positive x and negative x-axis, and the track is going to go backward. So as you can see, if you just imagine the concept, it is going to look same, right guys? Whether it be ship moving forward or whether it be track going backward, it's all just same guys. So let's do the second one. So with that said guys, to create the controls, to create some of the controls for our spaceship to move on the positive and negative x-axis, what you have to do is you have to create a C# script, right guys? So go inside that asset, go inside that project tab, and just go inside that folder, come outside of the folders, other folders, click on that asset folder and just create a new folder, name it as scripts. So inside the scripts folder, we are going to place all our scripts of the game. So let's create our very first script in C#. So go inside of that script folder and right click there, and then just hit that create tab and just go inside and click on that C# script guys. So just name our C# script as player controller, or you can have any kind of a name. This is going to be a player controller script. So now just press enter and double click on that script. But before that guys, we need to set up our editor to edit the script guys. So what you have to do is just go inside that edit and go to the preferences tab, just click on the preferences tab and go and click on that external tools. In that external tools, your external script editor should be Visual Studio, guys. Instead, if it is not Visual Studio, then you can have any other like other editors as well. But in my laptop, in my PC, my system, I have installed Visual Studio 2019, so I am going to use Visual Studio 2019 as my text editor, or you can say the script editor. So with that said, guys, so let's go and edit the script. If we double click on that script, the editor is going to open up. So guys, with that said, now if you look in this script, we have got one class name as player controller. So when we create a C# script, our script is going to create a class inside of it, which is going to be name same as our script name. So our script name, if we suppose by chance change our script name to player C, or you can say the player controller system, so then you have to change the name as well, in the class name as well, or else it is going to throw error over the console. So if you do that, what you have to do is just rename this player controller as well and name it as same as the script name, guys. So what now let's take a look over these two functions which are already created. So this both functions are just called when Unity starts, right? So when the game starts, so when game begins, the start function is going to run for the one time, and then after running that start function, it is going to go inside of the update function, and it is going to be called every frame, guys. So it is not going to stop, it is called in every frame, guys, so that it is a kind of an update. You can think of it as an update, and it is going to run non-stoply inside the game, guys. And this is our main player in the script. So now with that said, guys, our logic was to transform our shape from the positive and negative x-axis. So guys, to create the controls of the shape, what you have to do is you need to add a transform speed for our spaceship, right, guys? So the speed would determine with how much amount of speed would be required for the spaceship to transform in the positive and negative x direction after pressing the directional keys, right, guys? So what you have to do is just create a variable. First, what you have to do, since you are creating a variable in a class, directly in a class, you are not creating a variable in a function, which we used to create like this, right? Integer x equals to 10. Since we are creating it in a class, you need to have a specifier, access specifier, or you can say the access modifier beside that. If you don't just give a access modifier name, it is by default going to be a private, so that this variable is not going to be inherited in other classes which you create, guys. So if I don't give any kind of access specifier name, it is by default going to be a private. So let's add a float, because a speed can be in the float, that is 2.5, 3.1, 3. There is a no exact value, guys. All right, so let's not make it integer and rather make it a float, and name the variable name as a move speed, and just get a default value to 0f semicolon. Let's end it with a semicolon. So with that, guys, the variable has been specified, has been created, guys, right? So once the variable has been created, come back to the Unity editor and see what happens. So as you can see, guys, what you have to do is to make this to make the script have any kind of an effect over the shape, what you have to do is you need to add that script inside of that. So click on that add component button and then search for. So guys, after you hit on that add component button, you need to search for the script name, which is player controller, guys. So just you are going to get the result and just press enter. After pressing enter, as you can see, you can't edit the move speed of the spaceship. If you can't edit the speed of the spaceship, you have to hard code it, but it won't be good if it won't be that flexible if you make it hard coded, right, guys? So to make it appear those variables right inside that what you can say inspector, so what you have to do is you have to go to the script again and add a public, beside it, beside the float, beside the variable name. And public is also a type of access specifier, which makes it publicly access to all of the inherited class, all of the classes which are inherited from the player controller, guys. So what you have to do right now is, as you just go back to the Unity editor, and you are going to see a move speed which could be editable, guys. So yeah, it is not working because I have not saved the script. So you have to press Ctrl S to save the script and go back to the Unity editor. And if you see that now the move speed is ready to edit, and if you want to create this variable a private one, so what you have to do is just directly add a serialized field keyword. So if you add this serialized keyword, what it is going to do is, it is not going to make the variable public, but rather it is going to stay private, and it wouldn't be able to access, you wouldn't be able to access it from the another class, but it is still going to stay private, and you are still going to you would be able to edit that value in the inspector tab, guys. So as you can see, we can still change the value to 12, or you can say let's make it 12.5. so now the move speed variable is been editable over the inspector, guys. So with that said, guys, we are ready to use our move speed variable. So to first use the move speed variable, what you have to do is, we need to set up a control, guys. So what you can do is, if you want so what, guys, we have to do right now is, if a player presses D key, the ship should go to the right side, guys, right side. It should follow the, it should transform towards the positive X direction. And if the player presses the key A over the keyboard, then the shape should transform to the negative direction of the X axis. So to do that, what you have to do is, you need to give a specific command, guys. So we are going to use an if else loop inside conditional statement inside of the update function, guys. So what you have to do right now is, guys, just print so type in the if statement, if keyword, and then inside of that parenthesis you have to add a boolean conditional statement, guys. So what you have to do is, if so to access the input system of the player of the keyboard, what you have to do is type in input keyword input dot get button down, or you can say the get button. And get button would be a best function to use. And if you now you have to just click on that dot get button, and within the parenthesis you have to type in double inverted commas A, or you can say D, since we want to transform it in the positive X direction. So with that said, guys, create a scope for that. And now if you see, if the player presses this D, if the player presses this D key, the shape is going to transform in the positive X direction. So we are going to write the code to transform it in the positive X direction. So to do that, what you have to do inside the script is, you need to access this inspector transform component inside of it, right, guys? So if you want to access, so that you can change the value of the position using the script, guys. So to access that, what you have to do is type in game object. If you type game object, then what the player controller script is going to do is, it is going to create a reference to the game object to which the player controller script has been attached to, guys. And then it is going to get component, or you can say directly add a transform. It is going to get the component name transform, and then let's not make it transform, but rather make it translate. So what a translate function going to do is translate transform.translate. Okay, transform, guys, just access the transform, and then add the translate function. And inside of that scope parenthesis, what you have to do is, we need to move it in the positive X direction, guys, right? So since it is a vector, guys, right? In the game development, in the entire game development industry, vectors has got a very much importance. The position is been identified using the vector system, guys. So in this, the vector would be we need to transform our shape over the positive X direction. So what we are going to do is vector c dot right. As I told you earlier, guys, you can also say the X axis as the right axis, guys, in the Unity game development engine, in the Unity engine, guys. So what you have to do right now is just writing the keyword vector3.right, and then multiply the value with the move speed. So now it is going to increase the speed with respect to our move speed variable, guys. And to do that smoothly, guys, what you have to do is, we need to translate this object, this spaceship, using the current time, guys, using the frame rate. So to use the frame rate, guys, what you have to do is type in the function, type in the keyword time dot delta time. So this is going to multiply it using the current seconds. Yeah, it is going to multiply it using the frame rate, guys. So delta time is nothing but a frame rate inside the Unity, and then if you multiply that with this, then it is going to translate, or you can say transform to the positive x direction smoothly, guys. So with that said, guys, let's print Control S and go inside the Unity and editor, and let's see what happens. So once I hit on that play button and I press the D key, nothing happens because input button D is not set up. So we have got something wrong, guys. So what you have to do right now is we need to set up those buttons, right, guys? So what you have to do is go into the edit, project settings, go inside of the input tab. Okay, here is the input manager, and as you can see, the manager has got some kind of the buttons, right, guys? So what you have to do is we need to add a button for the moment, guys. So what you have to do right now is increase the size to 19, guys, and if I make it 18 to 19, it is going to create one more space for our button. So it is going to duplicate this cancel, guys, and so what we have to do is just click on that cancel and make it as move right, guys. So we are going to make it move right, and going to positive button would be our D key, right, guys? So D would be our positive button. So now with that said, guys, what you have to do is alt positive button would be joystick button 1. So we don't have to set up any other keys, guys, and now we are ready to, we have set up our input manager, guys. So now go back to the script, and instead of D here, write move right, guys, because this is the key to access that input functionality, right? So now with that said, guys, go to the Unity editor, just close this tab and just hit the play button, and if you would see right now, we have got no error, guys, in the console. So if you press the D key, it is moving in the right direction, guys. Since our camera is not facing, okay, it is facing in the proper direction. So what's the problem, guys? Yeah, okay, as you can see, guys, our ship, instead of moving in the positive direction, it is moving in the negative direction, because it is not moving globally, guys, it is moving locally. If you remember, we just rotated our spaceship to 180 over the x-axis. So as you can see, according to the shape, the x-axis is in the negative direction, right, guys? Negative direction of the, where the negative direction starts for the track, where the axis is negative for the x-axis for the track, that is the positive, that starts the positive axis for the x of the spaceship, guys. So what you have to do for that is just, instead of making it plus vector 3 dot right, just add a minus to it, add a minus before it, and then with that said, guys, it is going to work as we imagined, guys. So if we just hit that play button, and if we press the D key, it is going to move, it is going to translate over the x-axis, guys. So as you can see, the controls are working. So now we have to set up the same kind of controller for the another button. So to do that, what you have to do is go to the edit and go to the project settings and go to the input manager, and need to add one more input, guys. So what you have to do is, instead of 19, increase the size to 20, and the move right is going to be duplicated, guys. So as you can see, guys, a move right is duplicated. Just rename it to move left, and instead of this positive button D, what you have to do is enter A. So now our setup for the left movement is been ready. So what you have to do is go back in the script and create an else if ladder. So else if, we are going to type in the word else if, and if input dot get button move left, then what you have to do is game object dot transform dot translate in the positive direction, because it is working opposite, guys, as we saw earlier. So just multiply it with the move speed and multiply it again with the time dot delta time, guys. So as you can see, our ship is going to move over the positive and negative x-axis, guys. So with that said, guys, the control of the ships are ready to use. So you can make some adjustment to increase the speed of the ship, guys. So what I'm going to do right now is just increase the speed to 18 guys, and now if we see the controls, it is going to work more smoothly guys. So as you can see, the speed has been increased to 18 from 12.5, and the shape is more flexible and it is more easy to move the ship over the positive and negative direction of the x-axis guys. So in the next lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to take a look over to create an endless world for our game guys, to create this endless track guys. So as you can see, if the ship is going to translate over the positive direction of the z-axis, it is going to end at certain point guys, right? So now what we are going to do is we are going to develop an algorithm in the next lecture so that the track never ends guys. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to create an algorithm called the endless world, which I told you in the previous lecture. So let's get started. So to create that algorithm to create an endless world, let's understand the basic concept behind the behind this logic, or you can say behind this algorithm, basic concept of the algorithm. Let's understand this algorithm, what we are going to build. So as I told you earlier, we are not going to transform our spaceship in the forward direction, but rather what we are going to do is we are going to transform our track in the backward direction guys. So what you have to do for that is just now what we have to do is when a certain track is reaches the certain distance, then we are going to just delete this track which is in the scene guys. So what you have to do for that is just bring back this transform to the 0, and just let's create a duplicate track for it, and then let's make a transform to 200 guys. Okay, so let's create one more track for a better understanding. After creating this track, let's create an empty game object. So hit on that create empty and name it as track handler. So we name it as a track handler, and then just make the transform to 0. So click on that reset button. So now what you have to do is create a parent child relationship. So just bring all this track inside of this track handler and just sort this all in an ascending order guys. And then after doing this, what you are going to observe is we are going to move this track handler backside in the negative forward in the negative direction of x-axis. So once it reaches to minus 200, we are going to delete our first track, which is this one. We are going to delete this from the game editor. We are going to delete it, and we are going to add another track in the forward direction of the x-axis in this last position guys. So as you can see, we are going to add one more track. Once we are going to delete the previous one, and we are going to add a new one track guys. So this is how our mechanism is going to work inside of the Unity. So to do that, just follow me guys, and we are ready to go. So let's just activate this game object again. Now we have created this track handler game object. What you have to do is create a script for that track handler guys. So what you have to do is go inside of that script folder and create a C# script. So create a C# script and name it as track handler guys. Okay, track handler. Our script name will be track handler, and just double click and open it up. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a variable to determine to assign a speed of the track, how fast the track is going to move in the negative x direction guys. So what you have to do is just create a serialized field. We are not going to we are not going to make it public. We are not going to make our move speed variable public. So let's add a serialized field keyword and make our speed and assign it a default value as 0 guys. So what we are going to do is, as the update functions work, as the game starts, we are going to transform dot translate guys our game object, our track handler in the negative direction of x-axis. So to do that guys, okay guys, so to transform it in the negative x direction, what we are going to write a keyword is game object or transform dot translate, and then just add a parenthesis and enter vector 3 dot forward, because for the x-axis we just see it a forward direction, or you can say the forward axis, right? So what you have to do is just multiply time dot delta with the time dot delta time and a move speed, And after doing that, what you have to do is, since we don't want to translate it in the positive direction of the z-axis, we need to translate in the backward direction, that is forward direction, negative, in the negative side of the forward direction. What you have to do is just add a minus sign in front of the vector3.forward. So just save the script and let's take a look what is going to happen with the track handler. So now what we are going to do is we need to add the script to the track handler. So add component, and the script name is the track handler, guys. So after adding the track handler script, we need to add it our move speed from 0 to, let's make it to around 18, guys. So once we do it to 18, what we are going to observe is, as we play this play button, what we are going to observe is the track is going to start moving. As you can see, we can think of the we can observe that, or you can even say that the track is moving in the backward direction, or you can even say that the shape is going in the forward direction. So with that said, guys, as you can see, the script has been working properly, is working fine. But one thing which we need to do is we need to place our camera properly, because the camera is not centerized. So what you have to do is what you have to do is just create a parent-child relationship between spaceship and camera. So let the spaceship be parent of the camera, guys. So what you have to do right now is just unpack the prefab completely, so we can make some changes and we can just sort things up. So now what you have to do is spaceship mesh. This is not required to do, but I do it for the better understanding purpose. So there is no need, there is no restriction for you to do that or not, but I don't like messy things, so I just do it. So this is how we do it. And now the spaceship has got no prefab. So what we are going to do is we are going to go into the prefab folder, and we are going to delete this current spaceship prefab, and then just again drag that spaceship and into the prefab. So now with that said, guys, the spaceship is working fine, and you are going to transform. As you can see, the camera, the spaceship game object is the camera, is the parent of the camera. So what you have to do is just bring it back to the center, guys. So from -17 we have to make it 0 in the x-axis, and as you can see, guys, it is now in the center. The camera is in the center. So now if we observe the movement of the track, it is going to work fine, guys. So if we move our shape in the left and right direction, you can see it is moving fine, guys. It is working properly. So with our script working fine, what you have to do is now just create a delete and add prefab functionality in our script, which is the track handler. So what you have to do is just right now create some duplicate tracks over the hierarchy. Let's make 3 duplicate tracks and just transform it to I guess first track is only 200, guys. So let's first make it to the 0. Second one should be the 200, and the third one should be at the 400, guys, because the distance of one track, length of the one track is around 200, guys. So the direction would be plus 200, so make it 600. So now as you can see, our track has been created fine, guys. So just make it 600 again. I just made a mistake. Okay, now as you can see, our track is ready, our track handler is ready, and the shape is not ready right now, but because we need to get it back, as you can see, it's working fine. It is on the -200 direction, so make it in the 0, make it come to the 0, and now as you can see, the track is working fine. So what we have to do in the current algorithm is once this track handler reaches to the -200, it is going to delete the first track, which is this one, and it is going to add a new track into to the here after 3, right? So what you have to do for that is you need to create so to add a track, what you have to do is to add a track, you need to create you need to add a prefab variable, right? So before that, let's first work on the delete functionality of the track. So once it reaches 200, it is going to delete it. So for that the logic would be, let's go to the script, open the editor, and just go inside that editor, and if go and access the transform of the z-axis, so transform position of the z-axis. So game object dot transform dot position dot z modulus 200, equals 0, then just destroy function is actually used to destroy the game object. So we are going to destroy the first child of the track handler. So first child, to delete the first child of the track handler, you have to type in the word key game object, then go to the transform dot get child 0, because we need to delete the child 0 dot game object. Since we want to delete the game object, you have to write again the game object. So what it is going to basically do is it is going to access the track handler game object, and it is going to get the first child which is at the 0th index. It is going to take on the first child and bring that, and going to get a reference to its game object, that is the track, and then it is going to destroy it. So while playing, and if it reaches, or you can say, let's not make it modulus 200, let's make it less than minus 200, it is going to delete the track for us, right guys? So now with that said, if we just go and play, or you can say less than or equal to minus 200, it is going to delete the first child, guys. So if we play the script now, if we play the editor game now, we are going to, okay, it is maximize screen, so we are not going to observe the changes. So what you can do is get back, just click on this maximize on play to off, and just play the game again. So if you see, the track is moving in the negative direction of the z-axis, and as you can see, the transform here is changing again and again. So it is now minus in the minus hundreds range. Now it is going to soon going to, okay, as you can see, every track has been deleted, because what we did was we didn't increase it to minus 200 to minus 400, because what was happening was, once it reaches the minus 200, it is again going to move forward and forward and forward in the negative direction. It is not going to stay minus 200, because it is going continuously in the backward direction. So what it does is it is going to delete this first track as it is, if it reaches the minus 200 or not. If it reaches the minus 200, it is going to delete this track, and then since other track since the direction is increasing, going on increasing, it is going to delete track 1, track 2 and track 3 also, because our logic here, the distance here is not changing, guys. So what you have to do for that is just create a private variable and let it be a float, guys, and just add it a distance of deletion. Make a variable, type in the variable name as distance of deletion. So with that said, guys, let's hardcode the value to minus 200f, and now our distance of deletion has been set to minus 200, guys. So what you have to do, instead of minus 200 in the if condition statement, what you have to do is just type in this variable name, which is distance of deletion, and then once we delete the object, we need to decrease the distance of deletion with again minus 200. So to do that, what you have to do is type in the distance of deletion key, that variable name, and then press an equal to sign over here, and then again type in the distance of deletion and minus 200. And if we minus and minus two values, because this is already minus, and if we again add a minus, it is going to add up and add a negative sign, so it will become minus 400, guys. So now if we check that logic work, it is going to work fine, guys. So if we now play the game and observe what changes have been made here, so as you can see, okay, let me do it again, because the track was not in the origin. So now let's get started with it. Let's hit the play button and see what happens. So as you can see, track is moving in the negative direction of the z-axis slowly, and once it reaches the minus 200, this track is going to be deleted. As you can see, track is deleted. Now we have got only 3 tracks, and once it reaches 400, it's going to delete this track also, which is first track. So with that said, guys, it also again deletes the track 1, and now it is going to delete track 2 at the 600 minus 600. So as you can see, guys, it is moving slowly, and it is going to delete the track 2. As you can see, guys, the track 2 is also deleted. So our functionality for deletion of the track is working fine, guys. So now what you have to do is, we need a functionality to add a track after deleting it, right, guys? So what you have to do for that is, you need to go for the script, go inside the script and create a reference to the track, because we want to spawn a track which is similar to this, guys. So what you have to do is, we need to take a reference, guys, of the track from the prefab, guys. So to do that, what you have to do is create a variable of type game object, guys. So as you can see, we need to create a variable of type game object. So guys, let's name our variable as track prefab. So after naming a variable as track prefab, we are going to take a look over this hierarchy. What changes we are going to observe over the hierarchy. So as we can see, if I click on that track handler game object, we are going to see that we are getting one more of variable's name, which is track prefab, which is of type game object. So what you have to do, guys, is you need to go to the prefab folder and need to just drag that track prefab over that. So now as you can see, we have assigned the value to the track prefab variable. So now with that done, guys, what we have to do is we are going to add a logic for the addition of the new track. So to do that, what we need to do is we need to get a reference of the last track, guys. So we need to take a reference of the last track in which is inside the track handler. So for to do that, what we have to do is we need to go inside of it. We get a game object or transform dot position. We need to get the transform and then get the last child of it, right, guys? So what you have to do is just go to the dot get child function, and then inside of that function type in game object or transform dot child count, guys. So with using the child count, we are going to get the total number of child the game object is going to have -1. So suppose it is going to have three it is going to have it if it is having this 4 game objects, right? So the length would be 4 childs because it has got track 0, track 1, track 2 and track 3 as the child of it. So what it is going to give us if we press the get child is it is going to get the total number of count, but the indexing starts from the 0. So we are going to we are going to decrement it by 1. So with that said, guys, what we are going to do is we got the reference of the last child, guys. So what we have to do is we need to create one more game object, guys. So to do that, guys, what you have to do is type in the function name instantiate, and inside of that function, first parameter says we need a prefab reference. So we are going to create a track prefab reference variables reference. We got the variables reference, and for the position, second parameter is for the transform, which is position. So the position of the track is going to be let's make it to vector 0. So vector 3.0, if we type in vector 3.0, it is going to get to 0 position, it is going to get to the origin. So with that said, guys, we are going to we should also add the quaternion, which is the angle, which is the rotation. What would be the rotation of the track? So let's make it identity, let's make it 0. So quaternion dot identity would be the rotation values of that particular track. So with that said, guys, we are going to create one more reference to the instantiate. So we are going to give since it is instantiating a prefab, the return type of this instantiate function is a game object. So we are going to create a variable name as variable type of game object and name it as temp, because this would be a temporary variable which is just inside this function, which is inside this conditional statement. So what we are going to do right now is we got the reference of the temp variable, so we need to transform its z position to the final position of the last track plus 200, guys. So what we are basically going to do is we are going to change the transform position of this temporary object which is a new track. So what we have to do is we need to access the position. So transform dot position equals to, because the transform of position is of type vector, what we have to do is we need to create a new variable vector 3, and then we have to assign it a value. So that's because it is on the x for the x-axis its value is 0, for the y is 0, for the z it is going to change because we need to add a track over the position of the last prefab over the position of the last track. So what we are going to do is we are going to reference that last track, which is game object dot transform dot get child. So which is going to be game object dot transform dot get child count. So it is going to be child count -1, guys. So with that said, guys, we are going to get a reference to the game object, which we are going to get the reference to the last track, which is inside the track handler, and then we are going to get a transform position of the z. So transform dot position dot z plus 200. So with that said guys, let's see what happens with this set of codes, with this set of instructions. So with that, we are going to save the script and go inside the Unity editor and see, and let's see what happens. So now if we play, if we put on we hit the play button and observe what the changes, as you can see, the track is moving backward in the slowly, and the transform is decreasing, and once it reaches 200 minus 200, it is going to delete and add a new track. So as you can see, a clone track has been added guys. So but it is not moving with the track, because what is happening, what has happened is it did spawn the new track, but it is not moving because it is not the parent, not the child. It has got no relationship. So suppose if I make a child of that track handler, it is going to move. So that's it guys, this is the only thing which is remaining. So to do this update, what you have to do inside the script is we need to take a reference of this temporary transform, which is a new track transform.parent. We need to set its parent as game object, because our track handler is the game object, current game object. So this game object is going to get the reference. So this game object keyword is going to get the reference of this current game object the track handler has been attached to. And with that said guys, we are going to get a transform, because the transform is the only thing which it is attached. So the temporary variable, or you can say the new tracks transform, is the child of this current track handler game object guys. So with that said, let's save the thing, let's save the script and go to the editor and see what are the changes made, that if the changes made are working successfully. So if we hit the play button and observe the changes, then we are going to see that track is again moving in the negative direction of the z-axis, and the value is decreasing slowly, not slowly, but it's pretty good. Okay, the new track has been added, and as you can see, the track is again the child, now is the child of the track handler, and it is again moving guys, and this loop is going to be going on and on. It has got no end guys. So as you can see, the track is moving properly. It has been attached to the other track, to the track handler properly, and our script is working fine. So with that said guys, we have created an endless world algorithm. This is your own algorithm, this is your own algorithm which you created right now. So the world is never going to end. So guys, in the next lecture we are going to create some random obstacles over the track. So stay tuned guys. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this course we are going to create an algorithm for generating some random obstacles over the track. So to do that, you need to create a simple script known as obstacle handler, or name it anything you like. So after creating the script, just open that by double clicking on that script, and once you double click, you are going to open up the .cs file. So now let's get started with our coding part. So what you have to do at general, so let's understand the basic concept behind the algorithm of the of creating some obstacles over the track. So what you have to do is, first of all, since we want to create some obstacles within this track, what you have to do is, since we want to randomly generate the positions of randomly generate some obstacles while playing the game, while the runtime of the editor, what you have to do is we need some basic coordinates, or you can say some values in which we have to generate those obstacles. So what you have to do is, at first just create one single obstacle. So let's create an obstacle using cube. Reset the position of the cube which is created in the hierarchy. Now let's scale the size of the obstacle, or you can say the cube. So first let's name it as obstacle. After naming it as obstacle, what you have to do is just scale it. So I would like to scale it manually. So in the x-axis I would like to have my value as 5, and in the y-axis I would like to have it a value of 15. I guess it looks more standard. Then at the z-axis I would like to have 5 again. So now as you can see, we have generated an obstacle just right there. What we have to do right now is just make a color to it. So let's try to add a different color, since the default material can't be edited. So what you have to do is we need to create another material. So let's go outside in the asset folder and create another folder name as material. Okay, so with that done, guys, what you have to do is just go to the create tab and just create that material. Click on that material button. So after you click on that material button, a material is going to be generated. Name it as obstacle underscore one, because we are going to create some different kinds of obstacle. So, or you can say, let's not try to create some other obstacles, but yeah, let's create a single obstacle. So name it as obstacle. So obstacle, so now we have to color it as, I guess, whatever color you like, but it should be seen by the player. When player is playing the game, he should feel comfortable while to see those obstacles coming on his way. So what you have to do is you can add any of the color to it. So I would like to have my obstacle as orange, so I'm just setting my albedo color to orange, and then I would just drag that color over the object. So as you can see, the material has been changed to orange, or you can see the obstacle. Now what you have to do is we need to create that prefab of the obstacle. So what you have to do is just go to the prefab folder and create an obstacle prefab. So just drag it over the folder, and as you can see, the prefab has been generated of the obstacle game object. So now what you have to do is, now let's measure the width of the track. So we can measure it using this obstacle. As you can see, on x-axis it is standing at 0, on y on z also it's standing at 0. So what you have to do is just drag on the x and see what is the width of the track. So as you can see, guys, it is around, it's actually around 50, right? Minus 52 plus 50. So what we can do is we can generate till here, we can generate a random obstacle till here on the x-axis. So as you can see, I would take minus 45 to 45 as a border, and then let's try to take the length of the track. So as you can see, the size of the track was around 200. So as you can see, it is going to be 100 and minus 100. So our range on the z-axis is going to be minus 100 to 100, and on x it is going to be minus 45 to 45. So now we have got the range. What you have to do is, now let's go to the script of the name as script obstacle handler. So now what you have to do is create a variable game object of type game object and name it as obstacle prefab. So now this prefab, this game object is going to get a value of that obstacle which we created earlier of the orange color. So what we are going to do is just we would go into the editor and then just drag the prefab over the script. So now with that said, guys, what I have to do is now the logic is simple. We have to generate some random obstacles over the range, right, guys? In the x it is the range should be minus 45 to 45, and on the z-axis it should be minus 100 to 100, guys. So what you have to do is just to do that, we should have a certain amount of range for number of obstacles also. Like we would generate some in one track it should be around 20, in other track it should be around 25, and again in the one track it should be around 10. So what you have to do is just create a for loop, basic for loop. I'm going to define this integer 0, I as 0, and then I should be less than random dot range. So guys, random dot range is a function which helps you to create or generate some random integer between the range. So range is a function, random is a class. After calling the random, random is a class. We are going to call the static function which is range, and in that range we are going to assign two variables to it. So it is going to be the first lower limit and the upper limit. So lower limit should be 10. So in every track the minimum amount of obstacles which it should consist is around 10. It should be 10, and it should be greater than or equal to 10, and then maximum amount should be 30. So as you can see, the obstacles would be generated around the number of the obstacles would be in the range 10 to 30. So with that said, guys, let's complete our for loop by incrementing the value of I, and then create the scope of the for loop. So to generate an obstacle during the runtime, what you have to do is just type in the game object, because let's create a variable which is going to be game object j, and then let's name it as temp, which stands for temporary, and then set an equal to sign. Now let's call a function known as instantiate. So instantiate functions help you to generate the obstacles while in the runtime of the editor, or you can say while playing the game, it generates the game object. So what you have to do is For to instantiate function work perfectly fine during the game, what you have to do is we need to call assign some or what we can say that parameters, or you can say the arguments, because instantiate is a function with an argument which it requires argument known which are first argument which is required is a game object or the obstacle which has to be generated during the runtime. So our obstacle prefab would come here, and then we need to give it some transform, or you can say the position. So let's create a vector 3 variable, and then new class a vector 3 and transform. So let's create it for a position. So what you can do is just transform, because we know the range of the range on the x-axis. What we are going to do, because since vector 3 is comprises of three values x, y, and z, what you have to do is you need to create that range, right? So random dot range, on the x-axis it should be around 45 to minus 45 to 45, right guys? Because we just checked our marked our range of the x-axis of the track, right? So it was around minus 45 to 45, and for the y-axis let's make it I guess 4. So it would be placed on the 4 on the y-axis. The value of the obstacle over the y-axis would be 4, and then again let's set a range for the z-axis also. So as you can see guys, we have generated the range for the x-axis. We are similarly going to set the range for the y-axis, sorry, z-axis. So what you have to do is just transform dot position dot z minus 100 and comma transform dot position dot z plus 100. So now what it is going to do guys is that it is going to suppose a track, it is of a length 200, right guys? So minus 100 to 100 is going to be our range. In that range it is going to instantiate some obstacles, right guys? So why did I use transform dot position dot z? So because track is not on the origin of the time, track is moving, right guys? So track's position is not same. So what we are actually doing is we are just normalizing the values of those position of that position on the z-axis. So with that done guys, what we have to do at last is we need to set some angle, right guys? So angle should be quaternion dot identity for now, and in later I would help you to generate some random rotation of those obstacles. So with that said guys, we are done with our main logic, or you can say the main algorithm for creating for generating those obstacles while playing the game. With that said guys, what we have to do right now is that temporary game object, right? So if this temporary game object is going to be instantiated directly over the hierarchy guys. So you won't understand it like this, so let's do it practically. Now we are done with our main logic. What we have to do is just save the script and go to the editor, and after I go to the editor, script is going to get compiled. After it gets compiled, let's first delete this obstacle which is right here. And as you know guys, we have created a prefab of our obstacle, so no need to worry about it. So go to the track and add the script known as obstacle handler. So with that said guys, we need to assign a variable, or you can say a value for the obstacle prefab variable. So our value would be this game object right there, which is a prefab. I drag that value on the four of the tracks, and then what you have to do is just take this one track and just override it to apply the changes to the prefab of the track. So with that said guys, let's save the what we can say the progress, and then let's hit the play button. After I hit the play button, you can observe the obstacles have been generated randomly over the track, but there are some issues with the game because the game is not working. So as you can see over the console, we have got some errors. So what are these errors guys? So as you can see, has not been assigned the variable obstacle prefab of obstacle handler has not been assigned. You probably need to assign the obstacle prefab variable of the obstacles handler script in the inspector. Okay guys, so the track is moving, by the way. Now the track is moving. So as you can see guys, the problem which we were getting is the obstacles, as you can see, obstacles are not moving with the track, but the track is still moving, guys. As you can see, the track is moving because I have selected one of the track. It seems to be moving, but if I don't select any track, it doesn't look like it is moving, right guys, because of the colors and the symmetricity. So if you go back and look at if you go far away from the track and look in the scene, you can see the track is moving, but the obstacles are not moving, right? So what you have to do for this is you need to create a parent child relationship. Uh, you need a parent for this obstacle, and the parent would be our track, guys, because track is only moving, guys. So what you can do is just go back, stop the editor playing the game, and then go to the script, and then again let's create a parent child relationship. So to create such parent child relationship, what you have to do is just take this temporary variable and call a transform. So temp.transform.parent, let's set this parents to game object.transform. So our game object, the current game object, which is a track, is going to be the parent of this temporary variable, or you can say the obstacle, which we are generating during the runtime of the editor, right guys? So with that done, guys, let's save the script and then go back to the editor, and let's try to play the script and see what changes have been occurred while we change the script. So as you can see, obstacles are moving because they have been attached to the track. As you can see, guys, the obstacles have been the child of the parent track. So no need to worry, because since it is a parent, the track is a parent of those obstacles. The obstacles are going to move with those track, guys. So as you can see, the tracks are moving and the obstacles are also getting deleted with the parent deleted. So if a parent gets deleted in the scene or hierarchy, the obstacles, because those are the child of that parent, they are also going to get deleted, guys. So as you can see, the algorithm is working fine, no need to worry about it. But what is this error, guys? So what is this error? What is the error? Why is this error being caused, guys? So you probably need to assign the obstacle variable of the obstacle script in the inspector, guys. So the sin here is we are not assigning value to the obstacle prefab, guys. This is what the error has been generated for. So what you have to do, guys, is, yeah, since track 1, track 2 and track 3 has got no values, or you can say there are 3 scripts simultaneously attached to this tracks, guys. So this is where the problem has been caused, guys. So what you have to do is just remove the scripts. Okay, just remove components, and with that said, guys, as you can see, there were 3 same scripts attached to this game object, so the error was causing. And with that, guys, the main reason for causing of the error is that obstacle prefab was not assigned to this tracks, guys. So let's assign it again. So as you can see, all of this track has got obstacle handler script once, and all of those script has got the obstacle prefabs value, or you can say the value, which is the obstacle prefab, guys. So as you can see, we are done with our error, and there won't be any error causing while the runtime of the editor. So as you can see, guys, console is not generating any error because there are no errors. So as you can see, there are 000 errors. So I forgot to tell you about the console. What is a console? Console actually helps you to create. It is actually used for the debugging purpose, and it helps you to see whether you have caused an error while writing a script or not. So the first one is a debug one. So you can create a debug for testification, or you can say for testifying things. And then the second is warning, which is actually generated by the editor itself. But the warnings are not essential to solve, but it is good if you have 0 warnings, because the game is more stable, guys. So warnings are not that problematic, but the errors are the problematic thing, because they stop the compilation of the code further. Error causes a code to not run further, because when an error occurs during the runtime, or you can say while executing a statement, or you can say a line of code, it stops that because it does not know where to go next, because error has been generated. So errors are essential to solve, and this warning is error, both of them are actually created, or you can say are being thrown by the editor itself. but you can also throw them by yourself if you want some restrictions while writing the scripts, guys. So as you can see, our game is running smooth. Our obstacles, this what we can say, logic, or you can say the algorithm is working fine. And since we are now able to create some random obstacles using that obstacle handler script, now we are ready to go to the next level, which is to design some VFX, or you can say the particle system for the ship exhaust, so that it looks like the ship is moving. So we are going to design that the exhaust of our ship in the next lecture. Welcome back, guys, in this another video of our tutorial. So in this video I'm going to explain you how to create a simple VFX. So as you could see, we have used this VFX into our spaceship and the game one, which is the dimension X. So let's see how we have to create it. So what you have to basically do is, first thing is, you can use a new scene to create a demo of that particle system, or you could say VFX, or you could start implementing that particle system inside of that game as well. So no need to worry about it. So let's get started. So first thing which I'm going to do is, I'm going to right click over to the hierarchy, and then I'm going to go over to the effects, and then I'm going to select this particle system. So now what you have to basically do is reset the transform of that particle system, and then just double click over it so that we could focus over that particle system inside of the screen. And then what we have to do now is, as you can see, there are several listing variables of those particle system. This particle system is again a component. So take a look over it. So we are exactly going to design the same particle effect which is present over in our spaceship video. So let's try to make it that way. So what we have to basically do is, uh, this is the duration. It would decide how much time it would be taking to complete the effect. So I will just make it 1 second, and then what we have to do is, as you can see, there is an option for looping. If you just turn off this looping, it is not going to loop, and it is going to stop after 1 second. So as you could see, it is only going to work for that particular amount of time. And then there is a start delay. So start delay basically determines what should be the delay time for to get the particle system activated. So if I make it 5, it is going to start after 5 seconds. So this is the playback time. As you could see, after 5 seconds we are going to observe the effects coming out. So as you could see, this is working fine. So I don't want any type of start delay, and I want to let my particle system loop. So I'm just going to check on this looping checkbox, and then we are going to take a look over the start lifetime. So start lifetime is basically the lifetime. It is the value which determines the lifetime of each and every particle over here, which is present over here. So as you can see, if I make it 1, every particle is going to survive for 1 second. So as you could see, after 1 second they are going to die. If I make it 5 seconds, it is going to take a long time. They are going to die after 5 seconds. So basically I want them to die within 1 second. And below that we have got start speed. Start speed is going to basically determine the speed of those particles. So if I am going to increase this to 10, they are going to run faster, and they are of course going to travel longer because the speed is increased, and they are going to survive for 1 second. So after increasing the speed, what I have to basically do is go inside. Okay, let's take a look over to the 3D stack size. So basically we are not using a mesh over here inside of the particle system, but rather we are using our simple lit material. So how to create a lit material? So to for if you are designing a VFX which is basically using texture, then what you have to do is come over to the project this thing, and just click over it. Okay, and for some reason I'm not able to make it. So what you have to basically do is uh, go over here and create, and then go over here and hit on this material. Then I'm going to make it name it as lit. Then just go over to the here, and then we are going to basically, because I'm using this universal render pack, and you don't have to basically use this, but this is my project. So what you have to do is, you have to go for the MoMA particles, and then you have to select any one of 4. Or you could basically do is, go to the particles directly and use surface, standard surface, or standard run rate. Okay, this is what you are going to do, and then just what you have to do is just drag on an image to it. So since I'm using universal render pipeline, I am going to use this one, lit. So what we have to do right now is just drag on an image over here, right there. Here we have this image, and what I am going to do is I am going to make it transparent so it cuts off those black parts. And then I am going to, okay, cool, I'm going to add some emission to the effect, and then I'm going to add an emission which is of orange color. Then what you have to do is just drag this let material over to this particle system. As you can see, the image has been changed to orange. So this is how you are going to change the renderer. Or if you want to just change it manually, what you could basically do is change the material from here directly. So now next thing which we are going to look at is the start size. Start size is going to determine what would be the size of that particle, single particle. So I'm going to make a randomization between two values. So first value would be zero point 0.2 and another would be zero point 0.5. So I want to randomize the size of the particle between these two values. We could do anything. We could use 0.1, 0.05. No, there are no any restrictions to it. So yeah, and 3D starts rotation. Start rotation is nothing but the rotation of at the start of the particle. Since our particle is not a 3D one, we are not going to use it. So what is the start rotation? Start rotation is going to basically start the rotation. So let's not waste time over these values. But yeah, you could understand them easily. No need to worry about it. You can understand all of these values if you just if you do try and error. Okay, this is what you have to do. So now basically what we are going to look is we want our start color to be orange. So I'm going to take the cursor to the orange color, and then what we are going to do is we are going to do the simulation of it to the world, or local is also fine, but I want it to be world. World is going to basically let it simulate over to the world, and you will observe this thing. As you could see, particles are following the path, but the local, it is going to be, there is no reality in it. As you could see, there is no reality in it, but in the world it is. The simulation has got some kind of reality to it, right? So I'm basically going to use the local. You could use this thing world, but yeah, right now I prefer to use this. Now what you have to do is basically it's promoting gravity modifier. Gravity modifier is going to pull down your particles. As you can see, now particles are going following the downward direction. Next thing is the emission rate. So I'm going to increase the emission to 20. Okay, let's not make it 20, but I'm going to make it 60. And now we are going to determine a shape. So shape, let it be cone. If I take sphere, as you could see, it is spreading all over the scene to us in a spherical manner. But I don't want the sphere, I want this cone only. So I'm just going to use cone, and I want the angle to be a bit narrow, and then I want the radius to be 0. Uh, Approximately 0. Okay, cool. So this is what I wanted, and then I'm just going to decrease the start lifetime to 0.12, so it would look like an exhaust. And then what we are going to do is we are going to make it much smoother than that. So let's go for the overlap. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. We are done with the color part. You could actually change the color here as well. I'm going to make the start color to orange, and then I'm going to just change the color at the end. I'm going to make it pet green. So it is going to have an effect over here. It's going to change the color from orange to green. If I make it over here, it is not changing. I don't know why. Okay, cool. It is changing, but you won't be able to see because of the screen, guys. So now what we are going to do is we are actually done with the effects. So the final thing which we need to do is just rename it as exhaust, and then let's create a prefab of it, and we are good to go. So as you can see, I have created a prefab of that effect, and now we are good to go. So see you in the next lecture, guys. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Proshil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this video I am going to show you how to create a game mode functionality of your game. So to do that, what you have to do is let's understand the basic concept behind the game over functionality. So what would be the game over functionality? Yeah, it is simple. What you have to do is when the spaceship ever touches the border, which is this white border, it is going to blast, or you can say the game is going to be over. Or if it touch if our spaceship even touches the obstacle which is coming on its way, then also it's going to burst, or you can say in short a game is going to be over. So now to do that, what you have to do is we need to create some trigger entries. So to do that, what you have to do is just go to the obstacle and mark the box collider as trigger. So what it is going to do is trigger help you to when a game object intersects the other object with a box collider or any kind of a collider, and the trigger is on, then what is going to happen is it is going to generate a trigger that a player, for example, suppose obstacles enters the box collider of the obstacle. So now what obstacle is going to do is that obstacle is going to generate a trigger, and it is going to say that a specific game object has entered my collider, or you can say enter this box, so that whatever you want to do you can do with it. So this is how the trigger works, and there is a special function used for to generate some triggers. So what you can do is just go back to the script of the player controller and just follow me. So after the editor opens, what you have to do is, yeah, you have to call on a trigger function. So it is an inbuilt mono behavior trigger function. So let's call it like typing it private void on trigger, and as you can see, the trigger enter function has been generated, or you can say the created. So what you have to do is this collider other is nothing but the obstacle which is which is triggering to the collider of the player. So what is going to happen is it is going to generate a message that a trigger that other object has been triggered. So to identify what type of object that has triggered to our spaceship, we have to set a tag for them. We have to create a tag for them. So what you have to do is just drag this obstacle right into the editor, or you can say the same. And what you have to do is just go to the tag tab and just click on that, and let's create a new tag. So add a tag and name it as obstacle. So now with that said guys, let's create one more tag and say it border. So with that said guys, what you have to do is go to the obstacle object and just click on the tag and make it obstacle. So now our obstacle, which is our game object, is going to get it is having a tag name as obstacle, which is going to be which would prove to be helpful while using those trigger functions, because that other object is going to get a reference that, or you can say it is going to check whether the object is of tag obstacle or not, and if it is of tag obstacle, the game is going to get over and the spaceship is going to burst. So with that said guys, and the similar functionality is going to run over the borders also. We are going to name it as borders, and if the object which is triggering, or you can say which is colliding, or you can say which is intercepting to a spaceship, if it is going to be of tag border, then also the spaceship is going to burst. So with that said guys, let's just write the script for it. So go to the editor, IDE Visual Studio. Now what you have to do is in the trigger function, what you have to do is type in an if statement, and then just go for it and take a reference to the other object. So other dot game object dot tag. So to call the tag, you have to reference the game object of that other other collider. So tag, if the tag equals obstacle. So at first let's disable the spaceship so that we can see that whether the code is working fine or not. So set active is false. So with that said guys, it is going to disable the, or you can say deactivate the game object during the runtime. So with that said guys, if the if our ship collides with any kind of obstacle, what it is going to do, it is going to disable itself. So now let's create one more else if statement and check whether other dot game object dot tag equals border, and if it is going to be of type border, or if the object is going to have a tag of border, then also it is going to just disable itself. The shape is going to disable itself. So with that said guys, our code is ready to run, and let's check the functionality whether it is working or not. So for to do that, what you have to do is just take on this prefab, which is obstacle, and let's override it, so that the changes we have made, that is we have added a tag to our prefab. So let's apply those changes to the prefab folder, you can say the prefab instance of our game object obstacle. So now with that said guys, we have applied our changes to that, and so we can delete this game object. And with that said guys, you need to also apply that trigger to the borders. So go to the first track and then go to the right and left border and change the trigger to border. And with that said guys, let's check for the colliders, and the collider is not a trigger, so check in the box trigger. And so with that said guys, just go there and just overwrite the prefab. So with that said guys, now changes would occur on the every game object name, every game object which has got a prefab, or you can say which has been derived from the track prefab. So as you can see, the trigger has been generated automatically when I overrided the game object. So now as you can see, so the save the changes, and let's try to see what happens when we play the game. So as you can see, game is running smoothly, but when I collide with any of the trigger, the game is not okay, it is not working, the trigger is not working. So let's see why it is not working. Okay, so we go to the spaceship. So the reason behind the trigger, the reason for trigger not to work is that we have not added any type of collider to our spaceship. So to do that, what you have to do is just add a box collider or any kind of a collider, because if we add a max collider, it would take huge amount of calculation, it would require huge amount of calculation. So it is better to have a box collider to it attached to it. So now let's edit the box collider, because it is not fitting perfectly to our game object. And with that said guys, let's just edit our box collider so that it can fit to the spaceship properly. Okay, what are this? Okay, so one thing which we can do is just type in here manually. Okay, this would be the height. Okay, just decrease the height to 15, and then width should be around 10, not 10, but let's make it 25. Okay, now our spaceship looks good. Okay, it should be 30, I guess. Okay, so now the spaceship looks good with the collider, and now don't forget to add a trigger check to our box collider of the spaceship. So now with that said guys, let's try to run this game and see what happens. As you can see, our spaceship is running, our game is running smoothly, and if I trigger over any kind of an object, it is not generating any kind of those effects which we put into picture, that when a collider is being hit into a game object, it should disable itself, right guys? So it is not working. So what would be the reason? What could be the reason for that to not work? So let's see. Have we made any kind of spelling mistakes in the script? No, it's fine, but there could be one possible reason. The box collider to run successfully, there should be a rigid body attached to it, guys. So let's try to add a rigid body to our game object, which is spaceship. And yeah, we should not make it kinematic, but we should constrain the positions of our spaceship. So let's try to constrain the position of our spaceship on all of the axes. So let's constrain the position and rotation in all of the axes, so it don't have any kind of effects of rotation and all if it collides with any kind of other objects. So now if we run the game and try to collide our spaceship, as you can see, the camera has been disabled. That means the game object has been disabled. As you can see in the hierarchy, the game object has been disabled because it just triggered an obstacle, guys. So why it is showing display no camera rendering? Because we have just attached our camera to this spaceship, and since the parent of the camera is been disabled, the camera itself is going to get disabled because it has got a parent-child relationship. So with that said guys, our code is running fine, but now what we have to do is we have to adjust that camera, guys. So to do that, what we can do is get a reference to the camera, in the player script. Okay, get a reference using the game object variable type and make it a cam variable name as cam. And what you have to do is we just need to deparent it, guys. So how we can deparent our camera? So to do that, what you have to do is just get a reference to the cam game object and dot transform dot parent, set it equal to null. So with that, guys, we are going to deparent our camera so that the rendering issue is not going to be caused again, so that error won't come again. So as you can see, we have nullified the parent of the camera in both of the state in both of the blocks. So with that said, guys, now we are good to go. And if I run the script now, it is going to work fine because it is going to deparent the okay, it's not working properly. Oh yeah, because we have not assigned the value to this variable, which is camera. So let's try to assign that value. It should not be null because it would cause an error in the console that since the object is been null, we have got no reference to this cam.transform.parent. It cannot be set as null, and if it is not going to execute this statement, the further execution of the code is going to get stopped, guys. So to avoid this type of errors, you need to make sure that you have assigned all of those variables. So with that said, guys, let's try to play the game and see if we are getting any kind of other errors. As you can see, it immediately disabled itself. Why? Because at start only the camera the spaceship got triggered with an obstacle. So let's try to run it again and take a close look to our spaceship. So if I hit the play button, as you can see, our spaceship is running good, it's working fine. And now if I collide with the border, as you can see, spaceship has gone, or you can say it has been deactivated. So after a spaceship has been deactivated, we need to stop the movement of the track so it doesn't look weird, guys. So to do that, what you have to do is, it's very simple. Just take a reference to a track handler, because the track handler game object has got the gear track handler script, guys. So what you have to do is just disable that script and the movement of the track is going to stop. So what you have to do is just take a reference of that game object, or you can directly take a reference of the track handler script, and then what you have to do is just name a variable. I will name a variable as th, and then with that said, guys, what you have to do is just go there down the script in that obstacle trigger conditional statement, go there, and what you have to do is just call in that th dot enable as false. Once I make it as false, if the enable is been false, it is not going to that script is going to be disabled or during the runtime of the game. So with that said, guys, the script has been disabled. And if I try to run this game again, but at first what you have to do is assign that trigger, or it is going to stop working, guys. So go there and just drag the track handler game object over the th, because track handler game object has got the script, so it is automatically going to get a reference to that script, guys. So as you can see, the reference has been generated. And with that said, guys, let's save the changes we have made and try to play the game. Now if we try to play the game, as you can see, at start only that obstacles have been generated and the spaceship directly collide to that obstacle. But as you can see, the movement of the track has been stopped. So to take a close look, what you have to do is just click on this first track and just disable this obstacle handler, so no other obstacles are being generated during the start of the game, and the player does not immediately get died, or you can say the burst of his own spaceship immediately. So now let's try to play the game and see what happens. As you can see, track 1 is not generating obstacle because we just disabled that script. So now the spaceship is running smooth, and if I try to collide with any of those obstacles, track handler is going to stop itself, because as you can see, go to the hierarchy and take a reference to the track handler. As you can see in the take a look over the inspector. As you can see, track handler is not activated right now. If I check this box again, the track is going to move on and on, and if I check this box again to false, as you can see, the track has been stopped. So with that said, guys, in the next lecture we are going to take a look over the main menu, how to create a main menu for our game. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this course, in this lecture, we are going to develop a basic main menu for our game. So let's get started. Open a browser and search for Unity Asset Store. And then after searching for the Unity Asset Store, what you have to do is search for a UI. UI elements or anything you can type in, but I would like to do it type in UI and just search for it. Then go down in the pricing and just click on the free assets. After clicking on that free asset, go scroll down, and you are going to find a Unity technology name, and the package name is Unity Sample UI. Just click on that and just try to open it into that Unity editor. As you can see, now the editor is not opening the UI, but no problem, no worries. We can just directly go to our asset store and just do the same procedure. Go to the asset store tab, maximize it, and if you have not got the asset store tab into your system, what you can basically do is go into the window tab, click on that and just go into the general, and no, not asset store, there is not okay, here is the asset store, it's outside below the layouts option. So click on that and the shortcut is Control 9. Press Control 9 and the asset store tab is going to be activated. So now what you have to do is, since I already earned my asset, just go to my assets tab, or you can see the button, click on that and search for UI. And now if I search for UI, I'm going to get several UI templates, and the package which I was looking for was this Unity Sample UI. Just click download to it, and once it finishes downloading, we are going to be able to use it. Just import that package entirely into your system. Okay, it's loading. Okay, so the things which we don't need right now is this main menu panel. Okay, we don't need any type of animation, we don't need any type of fonts, we don't need any type of material, we don't need any type of model, of course, no prefab, no scene, no scripts. The things which we only need is the structures and textures and sprites. So just just let them be checked, and or you can say let them be active, and just import those textures and sprite into your system. And once it is imported, once it completes importing, just go there and go to the project tab, and you are going to observe some structures and sprite folder. Go inside of that and you are going to see them. Okay, it's not here, it's not here. As you can see, I've got my buttons there. So we have the complete sprite right now. So what you can do is, just to create a main menu for our game, what you have to basically do is go to go to the scenes folder and create another scene. So let's create a new scene by hitting on the create tab and hitting that create the scene button. Try to name it okay, just name the scene as main menu, so that we can know this scene is the main menu of our game. And let's rename our sample scene as game scene. Okay, so with that said, guys, just hit the reload button, and with that said, guys, just go to the main menu. Okay, so now we are in the main menu. As you can see, the scene is entirely empty. So what you have to do is go to the main camera, and just instead of skybox, just go there and hit the solid color, and just below that we have got one more variable naming as background. So what you have to do is just change the background from blue to black, so it looks standard. So with that said, guys, what you have to do right now is just create a canvas. So just hit the canvas button, and as you can see, event system and canvas have already been generated. So what you have to do right now is just add some background image, guys, so that it looks good. So what you have to do for that is go into the SFUI, go to background, and just try to add that background image. So what you have to do for that is go into the canvas and create an image using the UI tab. Go to the UI tab and create an image, guys. So what you have to do right now is go to the 2D mode, so that we can edit our UI properly and more comfortably. Just double click on that image, and so that we can focus on that image. So now what we have to do is go to the canvas and just go inside that canvas scaler. Instead of constant pixel size in the UI scale mode, just click on that scale with screen size, because this would help our game UI, or you can say the screen, or you can say the canvas, to just scale it as per the screen size. So with that said, guys, what you have to do right now is just maximize the panel, or maximize the image size, or you can say the fit our image all over the screen. So what you have to do for that is go to the anchor, and then just press Shift Alt Shift Alt and then just hit this button which is in the bottom right corner of our anchor presets tab. So just hit that button, and as you can see, image has been spread all over the screen. So with that said guys, let's rename the image as background image. Okay, so with that background image, what you have to do right now is just drag this SF UI into the sprite, or you can say the image source image. And once I drag it right there, it is going to create a good background for our game, guys. So with that said guys, what you have to do right now is let's create a button for a play game, or you can say the start game. So let's go and go to the UI and create a text mesh pro. Okay, there's no need to use text mesh pro because we have not got any package of it. So just delete this and go to the canvas, and again go to the UI and hit the button. So with that, a button has been generated. What you have to do right now is just rename the button as start game btn, actually the short form for button. And with that said guys, our button is ready to use. But first and foremost thing which we need to do is just change the image of our button, because it is not looking quite good. So just change it to SF button, and as you can see now, button has been changed, the button image has been changed. So just adjust the size of the button, and then just click on that arrow which is beside the start game button, and then you are going to get a reference to the text. Now just select the text, and instead of button, just rename it as start game. So with that said guys, let's just adjust some values of the text. So just try to play with those values. I would like to have black color rather than the gray. So now the alignment is proper because it is centerized in both the sides. And now what I have to do is just increase the size of my font. So I am making my font size to 20, and you can have yours. So with that said guys, the button is looking quite good and it is quite attractive, guys. So with that guys, our start button has been ready. So now the next option which we need to do is the options button, options btn, or yeah, options btn. So now options btn has been ready to use. Just go over the text and just rename it as options, and we are ready to go. Okay, so just drag the start button to the top, select the start button instead of P, but make it center, and just drag that. Okay, it's not working. Yeah, I got a hold of the anchor point. So now just drag it to the top, and option should be in the middle. Okay, not in the middle, but okay, now it's looking fine. Great. So we created the start button as well. Now one last button which we need to create is this exit button, so that a player can exit the game. So with that said guys, we create this exit button and just drag it down there, and yeah, fine, looking great. So go to the text of the exit button and just rename it as exit, or you can even make it quit, guys. So with that said guys, now we have completely designed our UI for the main menu. But one thing which is remaining is a background for those buttons. So just try to create an image in the canvas. Now what you have to do is create a parent-child relationship, but before that, what we will do is just scale our image properly and fit it properly. Now next thing which we need to do is just rename this image as BG, or you can say the button BG. Full form stands button background. And with that said guys, just change the image of the background and make it something like SF window. It is working great, it is looking fine, great guys. So just rescale it again so it don't look awkward or don't look weird. And with that said guys, now button are looking good. So the last thing which we need to do is just create a parent-child relationship between that button background and our buttons. So just drag those buttons inside those BT and BG. And with that said guys, now we are ready to use our button. So to use our button, we need to create a script for them. So let's create a script name as UI handler. Okay, so we create a script named as UI handler. After creating the script, just double click on that script and we are ready to edit it. So with that said guys, now we need to add some functionality for our buttons, right guys? So when I hit the start button, we need to go to the other scene which is named as game scene, guys. So in the options, we are going to take a look over that options later on in this course, and for the quit, we are going to just create this functionality right now. So what you have to do right now is guys, just go there and take a reference to this namespace named as Unity engine.scene management. So with that said guys, now we have the reference to the scene management. We can access all of those functions which are created in the scene management by the mono behavior. So the next thing which we need to do is create a public function so that our button could take a reference over these functions. So what you have to do is just create a public void and name it as start game. So one thing which I want you to know is just go back to the editor and go back, just click on that file button and hit that build settings. Now in the build setting, as you can see, there are scenes in build. So what is scenes in build template used for, or you can say the space used for? It is a place where you can adjust on your scene. So I would add my current scene. So it has got an index of 0. Now I want to add one more scene which is a game scene. So it is going to have an index 1. So now with using those index, we are going to go from one scene to another. So to do that, just go back to the script and take a reference to the scene manager dot load scene 1, because when a start button is been hit, when a start button is hit, what we have to do is we need to transform from one scene to another. So we are going from the one scene, we are going to travel our player from one scene to the another scene, which is the game scene from the main menu scene. So with that said guys, now we have add our functionality for the start game button. Now the next functionality would be the quit. So yeah, so name it as quit btn. Okay, so scene manager, or not scene manager, application dot quit would be the functions used for this for the application to quit successfully. So once a user clicks that button, quit button, it is going to directly close the application, and this effect is only going to be seen while we build the final product of our game. So with that said guys, what we can do right now is just test our start button whether it is working fine or not. So just go into the button VG. So at first we need to add this script to any of the game objects. So I would like to add my script to the canvas game object. So just go there and add a component name as UI handler, which we created earlier, or you can say just right now. Just go to the start button and just scroll down, and after scrolling down you are going to get on click events. So just since the list is empty, you need to add one more and go during the it should run during the runtime, not the editor and runtime. So now what you have to do is just click on that canvas and drag it on the none object, and it is going to take a reference of the canvas because it has got the script which has got a desired function to use. So now just search for the script, or you can say the script which we need to use. So we don't need to use this game object, rect transform canvas scalar graphics ray caster. We need this UI handler. So after taking the reference to the UI handler, we need the function which is inside of it, and that is the start game function. So take a reference to that start game function and we are ready to go. So the similar functionality should be created for the exit button as well. So just add that event, click event, and just drag that game object which is canvas having the UI handler, and then go to the function, select the UI handler and click on that quit button function. So now we are ready to go, and let's hit the play button. Once we hit the play button, as you can see, we can click any of the button, and if I hit the start button, the game begins. So with that said guys, we have created a basic main menu for our game. So in the next lecture we are going to create a game over menu, so stay tuned. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to study how to create a game over menu for our game. So let's get it done. So open the game scene of our game. Now what you have to do right now is Let's okay, instead of creating the main the game over menu right here, what we can do is just create another scene and name it as game over. So with that said guys, just open that game over scene, and as you can see the scene is been empty, but it is right now in 2D, so you can switch on to 3D by just hitting that 2D button again. And since we want to work with the canvas and the 2D functionality, which is UI, so we need to just stay in this 2D mode. So what you have to do right now is just go to the camera and just instead of the skybox make it solid color and edit the color to black. Now again, with that said guys, we need to create one canvas image for the background guys. So what you can do is just go to the UI image and just scale the image all over the screen. So before that, what we need to do is just go to the canvas button and go to the canvas scaler, and from the constant pixel size make it scale with screen size. So with that said guys, now we have to just reset our position or transform for our image. So just reset the transform for our image and just make the anchor points stretched all over the corners, so all over the screen. So with that said guys, just rename the image as BG. BG stands for background, of course. So now what you have to do is just change the image for our background. So as you can see, we have got several images for our background. So the one which we need right now could be, yeah, okay, let's use this one again. There is no need to, there are no problems. So let's use the same background image which we used earlier, so no problem. Okay, if you want to change the background image, so we can change it too. So we have got several textures right there. So what you can do is just drag any of those texture. Okay, since the textures are not in the this sprite mode, what you have to do is just hit that sprite and 2D and UI, sprite 2D and UI, just hit the apply, and now our sprite are going to be a now our images are going to be a sprite. So just drag any of them, and as you can see, it is looking quite good. This okay, instead of that, which we can use this binary codes, or even this one is looking great. So this is looking perfect. So let's try to use this image, which is binary_2. So this would be our background, and similarly, as we created some of the buttons in our that came in this main menu, so what I have to do right now is just create one more button, and yeah, it should be not a text mesh pro, but instead which we need is simple text, right? So what you can do right now is just delete this button and just create another button and go to the UI and hit that button above the button text mesh pro. So what you have to do right now is just change the image of our button. So let the image be this one guys. So as you can see, our button image has been changed. So just scale the button properly so that it looks quite good, and then change the text of our button. So from text, okay, so right now we have to change the color to, let's make it white so it looks more visible, and make it retry. So rename it as retry, and then just scale the size of the text to 20, and as you can see now it is visible. So from normal, let's adjust the font style to bold, so it looks more bold, and as you can see our button is more visible right now. So rename the button to retry btn to recognize it as a retry button. And with that said guys, just drag the button top over the to 30.5 on the y-axis, and let's create one more button which says exit, yeah, exit button. So exit btn and rename the text as exit. So with that said guys, we have done the exit functionality. We have created the exit button. So just drag that exit button just below the retry button. Okay, we just need to reposition this retry button again, and as you can see the button is good to go. Now we have to create a title for our game, for our scene. So the title should be game over, of course, game over, because this is the scene when comes into picture when the game is over guys. So as you can see, we have created the game over title, and just adjust the color of our title, and the font size should be big enough to so that it is visible. So let's make it to 25, up to 25, not 25, but let's double the size to 50, and as you can see now it is looking good. So just go to the font style and make it bold, and as you can see now text is looking more good. So just anchor it to the top and click on that button, and now as you can see the title is good enough. So as you can see title is coming out of the picture, and you can see the title clearly as it suggests it is game over. So with that said guys, what you have to do right now is just create, okay, so just add a UI handler script right there to the canvas game object, and after adding this UI handler script to the canvas game object, what you have to do is just add a on click event to this retry button guys. So just do the same procedure which we did earlier in the main menu. Main menu buttons there, which included start game and quit. So just go to the UI handler and start game. Because why we are using the start game function, because when we hit the retry button we want the player to go back to the scene one where our actual game is being displayed. So we will go back to that scene and we are going to start playing that game again. So with that said guys, what you have to do right now is just create an exit functionality of our game. So what you have to do is just go to the UI handlers. If we don't have any kind of an exit function, what you have to do is create one. So go into the script UI handler and type in public void and create the function name as exit btn, and in that scene just go there and scene manager dot load scene 0, because exits help you to go back to the main menu. It doesn't close up the application guys. So with that said guys, we are good to go, and after we create the function successfully, go there and go to the on click event of the exit button and just drag on that canvas inside the game object space and go to the UI handler and click on that exit btn. So with that said guys, we are good to go, and once we hit the play button, and if I try to click on this exit button, as you can see we have directly jumped over to our main menu. And let's use this retry button as well, and if I click this retry button, as you can see game begins, or you can say game has been restarted guys. So with that said guys, let's add some more functionalities like high score and all. So to add a high score into our game system, what you have to do is first create a logic for the high score guys. So what you have to do for that is just go back to the scene, which is the game scene. Go back to the game scene and let's go. Yeah, right now we are in the 2D mode. So go into 3D space and go near the spaceship, and let's try to create a canvas known as where we can display our high score guys. So the canvas being created, what you have to do is just hit this 2D button. Just go to this canvas scaler, and from constant pixel size make it to scale with screen size. And with that said guys, we have to now add a high score text guys. So what you have to do right now is just add a simple text in the game, and let's make it more visible by coloring it to white and making the text bold. So by making the text bold, it is looking quite good, and let's do the alignment to the center. And with that said guys, let's increase the size of the font and go to the game view and see how font size is affecting our game scene. So as you can see, we have created a sample score 25, and just get it to the top right corner, and as you can see the high score is set to 25, and the player should know that it is a high score. So let's set a title for our high score and create another text and make it high score text as high score. So just again adjust the color to white, and alignment should be in the center, and the text should be bold guys. So what you have to do from normal, just go to bold, and as you can see our high score is looking quite good, and just again align it to the top. Okay, this one is on the top as well. Okay, just rename this text as the score guys. Okay, just rename this text as score txt. Txt stands for text, and this as the title txt. So with that said guys, just do some required changes and drag this 25 just below the high score title guys. So with that said guys, what you have to do right now is create a function to add on our high score. So at first the high score should be 0, so With that said, guys, what we are going to do right now is we are going to add score after a player deletes a track, after one track is being deleted, guys. So when a track is being deleted, we are going to add a score, to our screen, add a score. So what you have to do is just create a score. In this track handler, we need to create a variable name as score, private integer score equals to 0, because at start the score should be equal to 0. Okay, so with that said, guys, what you have to do is after we destroy one game object, after we destroy one track, we need to increment our scores value to +5, guys. So with that said, guys, now we are incrementing our score variable with +5, and what we have to do is we need to display the text on the game scene. So what you have to do is you need to get a reference to this Unity engine.ui, so that you can have an access over the UI elements of the game editor. So what engine editor, Unity editor. So go there and just serialize field and make the variable type as text. And with that said, guys, what you have to do right now is name a variable as score text. And now what you have to do is when you increment the text, or you can say after every update, we are going to update our score text, guys. So what you have to do, the score text dot text equals to score, of course, score dot to string. So what it's going to do basically is it is going to this toString function is going to just transform this score integer to a string format, guys. So with that said, guys, now if we play the game and check out our score system, it is going to work fine. But before we check out that, what we have to do is get a reference to that score text. So we are getting a reference to our score text, and now we are good to go. Now if we hit the play button in the editor, you are going to have get some serious changes in the game. So the score is going to get updated after every track has been deleted. After one track deletes, we are going to get a increment of 5. Now if one more track has been deleted, we are going to again get an increment of 5, and our score is going to get 10. So as you can see, our score is increasing with every track deleting. So our current score is 10. So with that score set, now we have to create a high score functionality in our game. So what you have to do for that is we need to display our score on the game over menu, and if our score is greater than, if our current score is greater than the high score, it is going to replace it to high score, guys. So the title text should be score, right? It shouldn't be high score. So with that said, guys, we are good to go and create a functionality for high score. So what we are going to do right now is, guys, we are going to create a player preferences. So what are player prefs? Player prefs helps you to store some integer and which can be accessed in every scene. It is a kind of a you can think of it as a place where you can save the values of the game after you play a game. Suppose I am playing this game, and after the scene is completed, after the game gets over, we are going to jump to the game over scene. And when we jump to the game over scene, whatever the values we had in the integer, whatever the values we had for the score, is going to get again defaulted to 0, and we are not going to get any saved things. So to save those variables, we need to create a player preferences, guys. So to do that, what you need to do is create a player preference. So when a player dies, so go back to the but first we need to make it internal. We can make this internal. So what you have to do right now is just from private, we need access modifier of this code to be internal, so that we can access it into the player's controller. So when the player dies, like if the obstacle or the border has been generated, so what you have to do right now is just let's compress the script, because both of these blocks are performing the same task, right, guys? So both of them have the same executional statement. So what you have to do is just create an OR here, and an OR statement, a logical statement. Let's use a logical statement and just go there and add this border right there, and just delete this else if statement. So what it is going to basically do is, if it is obstacle or border, the same execution line is going to get executed. So once it get executed, what we have to do is we need to create an invoke function. What an invoke does is, after it gets you a power of calling a function after a small period of time. So with that said, guys, let's create a game over function. game over function. So what you are going to do right now is, guys, create a game over, just call that function inside of the invoke, and in the second parameter you need to add a time after how much amount of time it is going to get executed. So I want it to execute after 2.5 seconds. So this invoke function would call this game over function after 2.5 seconds when the invoke statement is been executed. So in the game over function, I want to access the player preferences, player prefs dot set integer current score to our th dot score, because we have created this score integer inside that track handler script. So what we are going to basically do is we are creating an preference. If a preference is not already existing named as current score, it is going to create a current score preferences for us, and if it does exist, it is going to just modify the current value of the current score, guys. So what it is going to do is it is going to add a current score. It is going to add the score currently which we have achieved in our game, and it is going to add in that current score file, guys. So with that said, guys, we are good to go. Now we have got a reference to our current score. So let's hit the play button and see what happens. So as you can see, game is working fine. Let's increase the speed of the track to 50, I guess. And as you can see, the player dies and we have the score 5, guys. So now since we have a score 5, what we are going to do in the next scene is go to the game over scene, and what we have to do right now is display our score, display our current score and the high score. So what you have to do for that is just create a text. This should be named as current current score, and the other text should be named as high score. So what you have to do is just name it as current score, guys. And with that said, guys, what you have to do is, okay, instead of using it current score, just make it 0, and this is our current score, of course. So what you have to do is just just access the values of it and make it centralized, and increase the size of the font and just make it bold so it is visible, and make the color as white. So as you can see, the font is being visible. So now with that said, guys, what you have to do is just drag the value over the top and display it properly. So I would just drag it right there to -80 on the x-axis, and just duplicate this this game object and name it as high score. And after naming it as high score, we are just going to drag it to the positive 80 on the x-axis. So with that said, guys, we have got two texts which are current score and high score, where we are going to display our current game score and the high score which we achieved earlier in the game by playing the game. So go and take a reference over the script name as UI handler, because all of the UI stuffs are going to be handled by this UI handler script. So with that said, guys, let's take a reference to our current score text. So to create a type of variable text, so with that said, guys, let's create some two variables for our text. So what you have to do is just create a text, create a variable of type text and name it as current text, current score text txt, and then again create a variable of type text and name it as high score text. So with that said, guys, what you have to do right now is just we need to update our text using the player preferences. So what you have to do is just create this just edit this current score text equals to get a player prefs get integer of type get integer of current. Okay, so the key was, I guess, current score. And with that said, guys, just make it to go to string, so we can convert our integer to string. And with that said, guys, if the player prefs dot get integer, which is current score, greater than player prefs dot get int high score, then what we are going to do is we are going to replace the high score prefs player prefs to our current score. So what I have to do right now is just go to create a high score key and just again get an integer from the player prefs of the key current score. And with that said guys, now we have got okay, error has been generated because we are not calling any type of an data type from the current score. So the data type which we are going to extract from the current score is integer guys. So as so with that said guys, we are done creating a logic for the high score, and then again we are going to just add a texture to a high score text dot not texture, sorry, it's a text. We are going to edit the text of the high score text to player preferences dot get int the key which is our high score guys. So as you can see, we are good to go. Okay, first of all we need to convert it to string, otherwise it would cause an error. And with that said guys, let's add one more thing, because this thing is only going to add the text, only going to add the number to the current text. We are not we won't be able to identify it as a current score and the high score. So let's add current score in front of our text, in front of our score. So again here we are going to add high score. Okay, with that said guys, we are good to go. Now if we play the game and see, in the previous game we created a current score of 5. So if we hit play button, we are going to get a 5. Okay, so current score and this score are already 0, so we don't know the reason behind it, but yeah, the main reason behind it is we have not assigned those current score text and the high score text. So once we assign those values, we would be able to edit the text which is displayed over the screen. So as you can see, we are getting 5 because the current score was 5 during the previous game, during the previous scene while we were playing. And so with that said guys, let's play the entire game one more time to check the functionality of our game. So I go to the main menu and hit the start button. I hit the play button of the editor, and now I hit the start game button, and as you can see, I'm playing the game. So let's make our score from 5 to 10. So just keep playing until our score gets 10 or above. So as you can see, now our score has been edited to 10, it's been incremented to 10. Now game is over. And now since we have not invoked the function game over, that is, we are not calling the scene, the game scene of the game over scene. So the game over is not directly linked to the game scene after the game gets over. So just manually hit that game over, and if we see now, the current score and the high score would be 10 guys. So as you can see, current score and high score is 10. The current is displaying because the anchoring, because the scaling of the text is not proper. And now if we scale it to a proper amount, it is going to display the whole score guys. So with that said guys, just scale the high scores too. And with that said guys, we are good. We have created our game over menu. So with that, so let's for the last thing which we need to do is we need to link that game over scene to our game scene guys. So what you have to do is just go to the script, which is a player controller script, and okay guys, get a reference to the Unity scene management, Unity engine.scene management. Okay, scene manage. Okay, yeah, it's Unity engine, not Unity, and get a reference to scene management, and we are good to go. Now we can just call this game over scene using the scene manager dot load scene and enter the index of our scene, game over scene, which is 2. And with that guys, once the game overs, the game over function is going to get called after 2.5 seconds, and the game scene is going to be loaded guys. So game over scene is going to be loaded. So let's hit the play button and let's hit the border, and as you can see, after 2.5 seconds it is going to load the game over scene, but it is not loading because, yeah, the reason behind that is we are disabling our spaceship, right? So instead of disabling, since we are disabling our spaceship, the player controller cannot work because the game object to which it is attached is going to be disabled. So to let the game over function work properly, we need a player controller script to be functioning properly. So to do that, what we have to do is, instead of just ending up just disabling our entire spaceship game object, what you can do is just take this and disabled are just this, what we can say, yeah, the mesh of the spaceship. So if we disable the mesh of the spaceship is going to is as good as the spaceship has been destroyed. So what you can do guys right now is just unpack the prefab completely so we can edit and make some changes. And with the spaceship mesh being disabled, we are also going to disable our spaceship exhaust guys with it. So with that done guys, what we can as you can see, when I disable the spaceship mesh, the entire spaceship has been disabled, so it is working fine. So what you have to do right now is just edit a small bit of a small bit of code. So where we are disabling the entire game object, what I have to do is just get a reference to the player smash to go and create an object of type of game object and get and name it as spaceship mesh. So now we are going to get a reference to the spaceship mesh game object, and we are directly going to just disable that. So just instead of game object, just type in spaceship mesh, and now the spaceship is only going to be disabled. So once I hit the play button and start playing the game, okay, yeah, we just forgot to just take a reference of the spaceship in the script. So just take this spaceship mesh reference in the spaceship mesh variable. So with that done guys, what you have to do is just hit the play button of the editor and let's see what happens. So once I hit the border of the game, as you can see, the script is again not working. So the reason behind it might be that we have not added a game over scene on the build settings. Okay guys, so let's add this game over scene inside the build settings, and now there won't be any error caused in the game. So as you can see, we add the game over scene inside this build settings, and now if we just hit the play button for our game scene and see what happens. Now if we just crash to the border and see, after 2.5 seconds it is going to load the game over scene. As you can see, we have loaded our game over scene, and our current score was 0 because we didn't got any score in the previous game, and because we directly hit the border of the track, and the high score was 10 guys. So all of the functionalities are working good. It is great guys. Now we have just come to an end of our first game, which is this Dimension X. Now after so with that said guys, now in the next lecture we are going to do some polishing, a final polishing of this game, and we are good to go. So welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Rushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to polish our game. So as you can see in our game scene, the game scene is not looking quite good. It is not looking like the another dimension. So to make it feel like it is in another dimension, what you have to do is create a skybox guys. So we are going to replace the default skybox with our very own skybox. So let's create a skybox guys. So what you have to do is go back into the texture folder, and inside of that just create a material guys. Name it name it as skybox underscore binary. After naming it as skybox binary, what you have to do is go inside the inspector tab and go inside the shader and replace it with skybox, and then make it a six-sided one. So after that we have to drag some texture over the skybox. So what you have to do basically is just drag this binary 3 on every texture, and after dragging it on every texture, what you have to do next is just go to the lighting tab and just click on that. As you can see, skybox material is the default skybox. What you do is just drag our current skybox over there. So as you can see, now our skybox has been replaced with our binary. So now if we play this game, it is going to look more cool. So as you can see guys, it is looking more good and great guys. So as you can see, the skybox is just looking more attractive than the previous one. So now with that said guys, what we have to do right now is just create another material for our obstacle, because that obstacle is not looking good. So to do that, what you have to do is let's create another material, name it as obstacle, and go into the inspector tab, and inside of the albedo drag the grid texture, any of the grid texture will work fine, and then go to the emission tab and click check on that emission tab, and again drag that texture in the color, and as you can see now it is emitting color. You can preview the texture, you can preview the material over the in that inspector tab again. So as you can see it is emitting some light, and let's increase the intensity. So now it is going to emit more amount of light, and as you can see it is looking great, guys. So with that said, guys, what you have to do right now is just go inside of that obstacle tab, and okay, it's looking great. So drag a prefab obstacle, and then let's replace the material to our very own new material, guys. So this is the obstacle material. So drag that obstacle material over the track, and as you can see the tiling is not working fine because it is like a rectangular grid. It is not a cubical grid. So let's make it rectangular grid by tiling our texture. So go to the emission and just tile the texture to so not in the emission, but below the emission there is a tiling variable where x and y, you can tile the texture over the x and y. So let's tile it over the y and make it 3. So now it is looking a perfect cube, guys. So as you can see now texture is ready, and let's save the obstacle. Let's override the prefab, and so that by doing that we are going to apply the changes to our prefab. So now if we play the game, the obstacle is going to look more good. So as you can see obstacles are looking great, guys. Since the cube is more okay, grid is looking great. So if you want to increase the size of the cube, or you can say increase the size of the texture, tiling of the texture, you can play the values of the tiling, you can play with the values of the tiling, and with that, guys, we are good to go. So now let's create some effects over the border. So border is very simple, so let's make a material which is emissive. So duplicate this obstacle material, and after duplicating it, just rename it to border, and let's remove all of those texture and replace it with none. After removing those texture, just add a bit of red glowing color. So to glow the color, what you have to do is just go to the HDR and replace the color to almost orange. And then after doing that changes, what you have to do is just drag that border color over the track border, guys. So after dragging it over there, what you have to do next thing is you just need to override things up. So first, to override things up, what you have to do is just click on that, just check that obstacle handler to active, or enable the obstacle handler, and then just override the changes. Once the changes are done, what you have to do again is just uncheck that obstacle handler, and we are good to go. So as you can see, we have just created some of the polish, and our obstacle has also got a good color to it. Our obstacle is also looking shinier, and one last thing which we need to do with our obstacle is let's create some random scaling for our obstacle, random size of the obstacle plus a random rotation of our obstacle. So go to the obstacle handler script, and over there what you have to do is just take a reference to the temp. After making it a parent, or before making it a parent, what I have to do is just temp, okay, temp. So with that done, guys, we are good to go. We have finally polished our game. We are using the skybox, and we have just created this track of orange, the track border of orange color, and as you can see it is looking more attractive and good. So our game is at our final stage. Now the last thing which we need to add into our game is adding some sound effects, guys. So with this so in the next lecture we are going to add some sound effects to our game, guys, so stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to add some music and some sound effects in our game, so that our game looks more good and the gameplay would be great, guys. So to do that, what you have to do is just import all of those music folder which I have provided you in the resources folder. So import all of this music, and now what you have to do is go inside the player spaceship and add in component known as audio source. So let me do it again. So now what you have to do is add component known as audio source. After doing that, what you have to do is go back to the script known as player controller. So go there and just create a variable of type audio source, and name the variable as audio source. And now what you have to do is get a reference to the audio source which is attached to our game object. So get a reference to the audio source which is attached to the game object. Get a component audio source. After getting and what you can say, yeah, after getting the reference to of the audio source, we are going we are going to try to understand what is the audio source. So audio source is actually the reason behind the is the main thing where with the help of which we can generate music. We can with the help of which we put music, we input the music inside the game scene, guys. Input the music, sound effects, other sound effects like exhaust sound effects, burst sound effects. All those effects come are enabled inside the game using the audio source, guys. So now what you have to do is just create an array. So name that array as, the type of the array would be, okay, audio clip. So audio clip would be the type of the array, and the name of the array should be music package. So with that said, guys, what you have to do, so now let's try to understand what is an array. So an array is a data structure, or simply an array is a data structure consisting of collection of elements, each identified by at least one array index or key. So what is an array index? So if you want, so suppose this array consists of 10 elements. So now what you want to do is you want to access the fifth element of the array. So what you have to do is just type in music package, which is the array name, and after that just open and close the box bracket, and inside of that you need to type an index. Since you want to reference the fifth element of the array, what you have to do is type in 4, because the indexing in the array starts from 0, guys. So fourth would be your fifth element, 0 would be your first element, and so on, guys. So with that, guys, now we are done with the arrays. We understood what an array is. Let's try to generate some random music, guys. So let's check at first if audio source dot is playing. If it is not playing, what we are going to do is we are randomly going to get music playing inside the audio source, inside the audio source. So what you are going to do is audio source dot play music from the package, and let's generate some random number, random index. We are going to generate a random index like music package dot length. From 0 to, the index would be start from 0 to the length of the array. So this is how you are going to do it. So okay, what is this error? Ulong. Okay, audio clip to Ulong. Where is it? Audio clip to Ulong, audio clip to Ulong. Okay, yeah, so it won't be playing this for us because I don't know why. What's the problem? Okay, yeah, what you have to do right now is just change the clip of the audio source dot clip, which the clip should be equal to this music, the code which we wrote earlier, which is the music package, and we are going to randomly extract a clip from the music package. So the random range, so the index would be random. So let's create a random dot range function, and the minimum the minimum index would be 0, and the maximum would be the length of that music package. So let's add the length of the music package. And with that said, guys, now we can just create some random music playing while we are playing the game, random music play while we are playing the game. So with that said, guys, what you have to do is just type in the same code inside of this update function 2, and so the music goes on and on. The function runs on and on. So now go back to the editor and check if it is looping. So play on awake is on. It should be on because when game starts, the music should automatically be play, and loop should be off because if we click on that looping button, the clip is going to loop again and again. Same clip is going to loop again and again, so there is no use of it. So now what you have to do is just lock this once. So what this time basically does is, if you take a close look, if I go onto the other game object, like click on the canvas, the inspector changes. The values of the inspectors is changed with canvas information, guys. So now if you don't want to change the information when you click onto the other object, what you have to do is just click on this lock sign, guys. So if I go to the spaceship and I don't want to replace, I don't want to see any other information rather than spaceship, what I can do is just lock this up. And if I click now on the canvas, as you can see, the canvas information is not displayed over the inspector. So with that said, guys, what you have to do right now is drag some of the music inside of this array which we have created, this package, music package. So now go to the music folder and add some music to it, guys. So okay, so my system is just got my system is not working properly. It's lagging. I don't know why, but yeah, it might take some time. Just wait for a second. It would be ready to use soon. No need to worry about it. Okay, so it created some duplicate copies. I don't know why it created this duplicate copies. I must have dragged those things, right? So what I have to do right now is just delete these duplicate copies which have been generated in my game. So just select them and just delete it. And after deleting those duplicate copies, check whether there exist any more duplicate copies of the music, guys. So once you are done checking, what you have to do is just select this all music using control key and go there and just directly drag it over that music package array and just place it right there. So as you can see, we have placed 5 music inside this package, and now if I hit the play button, you are going to hear some audio. So as you can see guys, you were hearing some audio while playing the game, guys. So this is what audio source is all about, guys. This helps you to create some music inside the game. So with that said, guys, now we have to add some 2 more sound effect, which is the exhaust and the rocket burst effect. So let's get started with it. So after I stop my editor from playing the game, what I have to do is just go back to the player controller script, and over there what you have to do right now is just create 2 more variables, which includes private. Okay, it should be serialized field, by the way. So just create 2 more variables, name it as audio clip and name it as ship exhaust, or you can say the thruster, but okay, exhaust is fine, no problem. So ship exhaust, and the other audio would be named as, create another variable of type audio clip and name it as ship exhaust and ship, okay, it's not slip but clip, ship destroy SE stands for sound effects, of course, sound effects. So now with that said, guys, what you have to do is now you have to take another, you have to create another audio source, because this audio source has been full using this is occupied because we are playing some background music, guys. So what you can do right now is just create another game object. I will show you how to create this, and so get a reference to the audio source of the other game object. So type in audio source and get SE game, of course SE stands for sound effect game object. So with that said, guys, what you have to do is just play in the music, which is the exhaust, ship exhaust. So whew. So with that said, guys, what you have to do right now is okay, SE game object dot clip. Okay, no need to add a clip, just SE dot. Okay, I will show you how to add the exhaust because it's easy. So what you have to do is currently add the destruction function, destruction sound effect of the ship. So what you have to do is just go over just above the game over invoke function and just type in this SE game object dot clip equals to the clip. We are going to change the clip right now. So clip would be our ship destroy, and then we are going to give as the game object dot loop equals to false. We are going to set our looping to false, and as the dot game object dot looping is off, and now we are going to play it once. So we are going to play the audio source once. So now with that said guys, now let's go back to the editor and make some of the changes over there. So in the spaceship we need to create we need to add an audio source guys. So what you have to do right now is just remove this block, and as you can see there is an audio listener over there. So what you can do right now is just create an empty game object guys, and the empty game name the empty game object as audio. Okay, make it sound effects to make it simple. Now add a component known as audio source guys. Now I'm adding the component name as audio source, and now what I'm going to do is add this rocket thruster audio clip over there, and now I'm going to just click on the play on awake and loop it again and again. So when the game starts, it is going to play this music directly, play this sound effect directly, and it is going to loop it on and on until player dies. So with that said guys, just name the game object as sound effects. And with that said guys, what you have to do right now is just drag that sound effect game object over the inspector, no, over the script player controller. So I would just drag that sound effect over this SE game object, and now we need two clips, right, which is an exhaust clip and another clip is that explosion, right guys. So what you have to do, one thing which we need to change is just remove that ship exhaust. Okay, because we are not using it in the script. So after we remove that ship exhaust from the script, what you have to do is just save the changes and hit the play button. So as you can see, we are hearing, so as you were able to hear those exhaust sound and some background music. So let's decrease the background music to a bit low volume so that we could hear those exhaust sound effects. Okay, we were actually decreasing the exhaust sound volume. So what you have to do is go back to the ship and decrease the sound of the music to 0.7 guys. So with that said guys, let's hit the play button. Okay, it's working fine, and if I hit the collision, okay guys, so the explosion was good enough, and as you can see the game over functionality is working fine. So if I hit the start game button again, the game is being playing again. Okay, music is working great. As you can see, it is working fine. Since I mute the audio, you are unable to hear the audio, I guess. And now if I play this, you are going to hear some sound again. Okay, so with that we are done. Playing the game, and the game is pretty much good to go. So now we have completely polished our game guys. So the game has reached its final position, or you can say the final structure. So we have completely polished our game and it is ready for a build guys. So let's go and build our game's version in the Android in the next lecture. Welcome back guys in this new section, which is the second game, simple hyper casual game, which is named as Wall Change. Again, I am saying you could have your own name, there is no restriction to it, and this is going to be again a simple hyper casual game. So what is an hyper casual game guys? It is an endless game where a player just goes on and on in the endless world and has to score the highest guy. So this is what the hyper casual games are. So what are the contents of this section? So we are again going to understand the basic concept of the game. We are going to create some fundamental scripts like player controller and all, and then we are going to again take a look over the endless world algorithm. We are going to create one another, and then we are going to add a new functionality, which is the random falling obstacle. The fourth thing which we are going to study is we are going to again work on the UI, and the fifth thing is of course the VFX. VFX are must for any game, and then we are going to add a sound effects to the game. And the new thing which we are going to learn in this section, and what this section is all about, is this monetization of the game, guys. So in this we are going to, in this game we are actually going to add some ads into our game so that we could earn money, guys. And then we are again going to build an Android version of the game. And the second thing which we are going to understand in this in this section is we are going to learn how to upload a game over the Play Store, guys. So this is it about this section. And then once you have gone through all of the videos of this section, and then you have you just follow the tutorial, then you would be creating a game which is going to look like this. This is what it is going to be. This is the main menu. This is going to be your game, actual game. This is the game over menu, and this is how the ad is going to be displayed over the screen. This is just a sample Unity ad, but the original ad would be seen when you upload this game over the Play Store. And once the uploaded over the Play Store, once the game is uploaded over the Play Store, you could see some commercial ads playing while the when the game is being actually live over the store. So guys, as you can see, menu is not that good, but yeah, this is the thing which we wanted to learn was not the create menus, how cool menus we could create, but rather we are going to just focus over the fundamentals, or you can say the core functionalities of the game, what a game should consist of, what a game should have in it. And the thing which we are going to study here, the newest thing, the new and the most important thing, is going to be the monetization of our game, which is the Unity ads, guys. So stay tuned, go through all of the lecture which is included in this section. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to take a look over the basic concept of the game. But firstly, what we have to do is we need to build an empty project named as Wall Change. So let's get started. So open up the application known as Unity Hub, which is installed into your system. So just click on that. It is taking some time to load, but don't worry, it will load soon. And as you can see, it has been loaded. So what you have to do is now create a new project. So click on that new button. You are going to observe several templates. Since our game is going to be 3D, we need to select this 3D template and name our project as Wall Change, or you can have your name as well. There is no any there are no restrictions to that. And then just hit the create button. So with that, Unity is going to create our project named as Wall Change. So now for the understanding purpose, let's take a look over the basic concept of our game. So what the Wall Change does is, in this Wall Change game there would be two walls on the left side of the screen and the right side of the screen, as it is observed in the scene right before you. So now what would happen is the player would be a simple cube. This is the player. The white cube would be the player. And now what a player has to do is it has to stick onto either of the walls, either on the right side or on the left side. So now so how a game, what is the functionality, what would be the gameplay of our game? So when a player touches the blue the player has to keep touching this blue wall. If it doesn't touch the blue wall, then the countdown starts for the player. That is, it starts from the 5 4 3 2 1, and after reaching to 0, player bursts. So it has to make sure that player is touching the wall which is of blue color, and by chance if the player touches the red wall which is on the right side currently, which is on the right side, if it touches the red wall, then the player is going to get bursted. The player is going to burst, so the game gets over. And there would be a random generation of this color, like over here there would be a blue color again of the upper side of that this blue wall would be another blue color, and this side could also be a red color, or you can say this side could be now this side could be the blue color and this side could be the red color. This is how the player has to keep changing and has to make sure that he is touching the blue wall. So this would be our gameplay mechanic. This would be the basic concept of our game. And so in the next lecture we are going to create a player controller script, guys. So stay tuned. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Sushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to create a basic player controller script, and I have imported all of my assets which I showed you earlier in the previous video. So just import those assets into your game and let's get started guys. So with that said guys, I just forgot to import one more asset which was the early prototype. So let me just import that asset quickly. Okay, I don't want this demo and this texture. Okay, cool. Okay, what's inside the demo? Okay, cool. So my PC is being done importing this asset. So now let's create a basic, before creating a player controller script, let's create a basic level for our game so that we can have a clear idea, or we can have a clear vision how our game is going to look like. So with that said, let's get started guys. So yeah, at first we need two walls for the basic understanding. So let's create two cube. But before creating cube, what we have to do is just create a material. Okay, a base texture, it is green, cool. Okay, let's create two materials. I've created already. Okay, so now in the blue I'm going to add this texture. Okay, this will look great. So instead of blue, yeah, cool. So this texture is going to work fine. And then for the red, I'm going to again change the albedo to the red. Okay, this would look great, and changing the color to white. Now let's try this. Okay, cool. So it's looking great guys. So as you can see, texture is looking fine, and we need to create. Okay, I just by mistakenly just removed that texture. Okay, now one more texture which we need to import is let's create, just duplicate this red and rename it as white, and add a texture white base, and this would be the texture for our player. As you can see, I have just imported a texture for our player, and our player is going to look white. And then with that said guys, create okay, now let's create one more cube, and yeah, reset the position, reset it to the origin. And yeah, this is not at the origin, so bring our player also back to the origin. And with that said guys, bring this cube and rename the cube to wall. And okay, just increase the scale to 4 and 10. Okay, not 10, but I guess 6 would work great. And increase the length of the cube to 10. Okay, well, it's looking great. And just on the x-axis, just bring it to the position 4, or I guess 5 would work fine. And just take a look over the game view. Okay, not 5, I guess. Let's increase it up to 7. Yeah, great. So 7 is looking cool. And just duplicate this wall again, and okay, on the x-axis make it -7. So with that said guys, let's add a material to both of the walls. So first one would be red. On the left, let's give it a red color, and on the right, let's give it a blue color. So with that said guys, we are done to go. We are ready to go further. So with that said guys, let's create a basic player controller script. One more thing guys, just add a skybox to our game. So at first you can have any skybox. So I would like to have the simple skybox, which is cloudy ground 01 midday. So now we are good to go, and let's create a script. So create a script folder named as scripts, and then inside of the scripts folder, just create one more script and name it as player controller. And just double click to open that player controller script. And with that said guys, let's get started. After the scripts, after the editor opens up, what I have to do, the first thing which we need to do is we need to move our player right and left guys. We just need to move our player right and left. Okay, it should also transform to the upside. So yeah, the player should transform up it should keep moving upwards. So what we have to do is, there is a simple code which we need to do. So first we need to identify the speed of our player. So let's create a serialized field. Okay, it's not working properly. Okay, cool. So I have created a serialized field, and then access modifier should be private, and the speed should be the variable type float, and let's name our variable as move speed, guys. So with that move speed, what you have to do is just go back into the update function, and what you have to do is translate over the y-axis continuously so that the player keeps on moving in the upward direction, guys. So multiplied with the move speed. Okay, now the function is going to work. So let's attach our player script to this player and add component player controller. Okay, so now increase the speed from 0 to, I guess, 6, and just hit the play button of the editor and see what happens. So as you can see, player is moving, player starts to move in the upward direction, and it would keep moving. It won't stop, guys, because of the update function. So now let's stop the editor and then go back and add a functionality for left and right movement of the player, guys. So what we do for that is if input.get. Okay, I just by mistakenly opened that code down, no problem. Okay, so basically this is a mobile game, right? So let's just directly create a canvas for our game, and in that canvas create some go to the 2D mode first, and then create okay, just make this canvas scalar to from constant pixel size to scale with screen size, and then in that canvas just create 2 images, simple images. Okay, decrease the alpha of the image to 0.4, I guess. Okay, yeah, 4, and make it black so it looks more cooler. So now just anchor it to the right corner, guys, and then yeah, just bring it to the a bit up. Okay, cool. So with that said, guys, now just duplicate this image and name it as left BTN, and name the upper one image as right BTN. So just hold the left BTN and anchor it to the left side, and then just drag it to the upward direction, and yeah, place it right there, guys. So with that said, guys, now we have got 2 buttons. Okay, this should be 5. It is 5 already, so let's make it this one also 5. Okay, so now we have got 2 buttons in our game, but the view of our game should not be landscape this time. Let's make it this portrait. Let's make it in the portrait mode. So to do that, what you have to do is first switch on to the Android. So hit the switch platform. Okay, so switching between the platform has been done. So now what you have to do is just change the view aspect from the free view of the game from free aspect to portrait, I guess, because we need our game to be portrait. Okay, so with that said, guys, what you have to do is just go to the 3D mode and adjust those walls which we created earlier in the and yeah, select the wall 1 and get it to, I guess, 4, and select wall 2 and get it to -4, guys. So with that said, now we are good to go and our game is looking great. So now what I have to do is just go back to the player script. Okay, player controller script, and let's take a look over there. Okay, so script, what we did was just write a transform.translate function to let our player move continuously in the upward direction, guys. So now with that said, let's add a control buttons functionality. So to do that, what you have to do is just create another script, name it as left btn handler, and one more script, name it as, okay, just create another script, name it as right btn handler. So now with that said, guys, what you have to do is just open up that script which was left btn handler, and then inside of that script just remove all those both of the function which is start and update. Now what you have to do is just beside the okay, go to the go outside of the class and write using unity engine dot event system. This event system is nothing but the one which we used to create the controls for the left and right button in the previous game, which was the dimension I. So we have to do the similar. We have to create the similar functionality for these buttons also. So you can do it yourself. You can think of it as your challenge. And so let's get started with this. We are going to create the same functionality again in this game also as well. So just create a I pointer down handler and I pointer up handler. So with that said, guys, what you have to do is just create implement the interface of those uh, events, and I'm going to implement it using this IntelliSense. And then after we create this functions, what you have to do is in the player controller script, you need to create two static booleans, boolean variables. So create two static bool variable, first name it as left, and assign a value default value as false, and create another static variable of type bool and make it the variable into the right and assign the default value as false, and then go back to the left button handler, and over there if the pointer is down, then left equals to true. Okay, not left, I guess it's player controller dot left equals to true, guys. So with that said, guys, what you have to do next is, okay, there is a slight error. Okay, cool. So now, and when you are using the left button, you have to just make the right value as for right variable as false, set the right variable as false, and go back when you just take over your finger. What you have to do is just set the left again to false. So with that done, guys, you have to just write the similar functions over to the another script, which is a right btn handler. So just double click on that and just copy and paste all of those functions which we wrote earlier in the left btn handler. So I would just copy and paste them, and besides using unity engine dot events systems, I would use that namespace, and then inside of here I just want to write I would have to write I pointer down handler and I pointer up handler. So with that, guys, we have created our we have created two scripts. We have finished we have just design this event system for a left and right button, and just go back over to the unity editor and just assign those scripts to the left and right button respectively. So on the left btn, we are going to assign left btn handler script, and for the right button we are going to assign a right btn handler script. So with that said, guys, what we will do right now is just go back to the player controller script. Okay, it's just not okay. Yeah. And what you have to do is inside of the update function, what you have to do is type in if, and if left, then what you have to do is just transform dot translate translate vector 3 dot right multiply by, okay, it's left, right, so we need to translate it to the left side. Transform dot translate, okay, not left, let's make, okay, left, because left is nothing but the negative x-axis. Time dot delta time and multiply by move speed. So with that said, guys, we have done creating our left player movement, so player movement on the left side, and now let's create another movement which is on the right side. So just type in another if else statement and transform dot translate vector 3. Okay, I just forgot to add the parenthesis. We should be capital, and just type in vector 3 dot right multiply by star time dot delta time, and again add a star and move speed. Okay, great. So close up the bracket and save the script. So with that, guys, we are done creating our player movement on the left and right side of the screen. So let's see if it's working fine. So as you can see, our cube has just started moving, and we can move on the left side and we can move on the right side as well, I guess. Okay, it's not moving on the right side, it's just moving on the left side, so there might be some problem. There is an issue with our script. Okay, so let's take a look over it. Okay, so we are working good. Okay, let's do one thing. Just instead of vector 3 the right, what you have to do is just create vector 3 the right and get a minus sign before it. So let's see if it's if it functions fine, if it works fine. and just observe the cube which is running to the upward direction. If I hit the left button, it's going to the left side. If I hit the right button, it is again going on the left side. So what is the error? Let's try to find out the error. So okay, yeah, we just didn't edit the script of the right btn handler. So what you have to do here is just change left to right and right to left. So guys, to get rid of the error, what you have to do is just replace this right to left to right and this right to left in the right right btn handler script. So once you are done doing it, what you have to do is just save these changes and go back to the editor and just hit that play button, and there won't be any error this time. If you press the right button, it is going on the right side, and if you press the left button, it is going on the left side. But you have to restrict the player's movement if it reaches the wall, guys. So what you have to do is just restrict, because it goes on and on if I keep pressing the right button, and if it goes on and on if I keep pressing the left button, guys. So we need to restrict the movement of a player. So to do that, what you have to do is there are several ways in which you can do it. You can actually use the collider to let the collision stop, so let the collision happen and the player won't go any further. But instead of collider, what we can do is we can use another this ability, or you can say the another type of algorithm, another logic, which is if the player transform on the x-axis is less than is greater than 7, or you can say what is the transform right now. If it is greater than, I guess, 1.5, then it has to stop. And if it is less than minus 1.5, then it has to stop. So let's try to generate it over the script. So go over the player controller script, and in the if statement of the left side, what you have to do is and transform dot position greater than equal to 1.5 f, guys. So this is it. Okay, position dot x, we need our position dot x to be greater than minus 1.5 because it is moving on the left side, guys. So on the right side, you have to do the same thing, but on the the operation would be different. The relational operation would be different. So it would be greater than, okay, it should be less than equal to 1.5 f, guys. So with that, our condition is set and we are good to go. And now if we just check our movement, our player movement, it is going to restrict it. So let's try and see what happens. Now if I go to the left side, it is not going further from the minus 1.5, and if I go to the right side, it is not going further from the 1.5 side. So now that we are done with our script, player controller script, in the next lecture we are going to just create an algorithm for the endless world, guys. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushan, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to create our endless world algorithm. So to do that, what you have to do is just create the both of the cube. Just get ready with both of the cubes, which is red and white, and red and blue, I guess. Yeah, red and blue. So red would be our enemy cube and the blue would be our friendly cube. So what if I do is sorry to pronounce it cube, but it is wall rather than a cube. So yeah, just make it of size 4, 4 and 4. Okay, it should be 4 and 4, and make another cube which is blue 2, 4, 4 and 4 as well. So with that said, guys, what you have to do is just create a prefab of both of the walls. So okay, just increase the size over the z-axis, I guess, to bit 8, and wall this also to 8. Okay, so name it as blue wall and name this red wall as red, of course. Okay, so with that said, guys, what you have to do is just create a prefab. So go back in the asset folder and create another folder, name it as prefabs. Now go inside that prefab folder and just drag that red wall and blue wall inside of the prefab so that we create the prefab of those game object, guys. So with that said, what you have to do right now is just create, okay, just check out the size over the of this cube, of this wall, or you can say the cube, on the x and y scale. So what is the scale? It is 4 on the x and 4 on the y. Okay, so this scale, which we need to remember this scale. And now let's create two empty game object. Create an empty game object, name it as wall left, and just reset the position of the wall, and just create another game object, name it as wall right, guys. So just reset the position of the wall right as well, and now just check out the positioning of the left blue wall and the red wall. It is 4 on the x-axis and -4 on the y-axis. So the left wall is on the -4 of the, and the wall right is on the 4, which is the blue wall. So now if we just create if we just child a blue wall to the right wall, wall right game object, then you can see that it is fitting perfect. So what you can do is just now delete this blue wall and delete this red wall, and now with that two game object, we are just going to create we are going to just create this objects, these walls again and again when a player reaches a certain height, guys. So let's make it, if a player crosses 40 distance of 40 over the y, or you can say a distance of, I guess the wall is of 4 on the scale of the wall is 4 on the y-axis. So let's take it, if this player crosses the distance of 4, or you can say the multiple of 4 on the y-axis, then we are going to generate a left wall and the right wall randomly, guys. So now what you have to do is just create a script, a single script, name it as wall handler, and go inside of the script and create a prefab list, or you can say the array, of course. So just serialize a field. Okay, it's not working properly. Okay, now serialize the field, access modifier as private, and since it is an array, make a game object array, and now name it as wall prefabs, and just put a semicolon at the end. So with that, guys, we have created a wall prefab, and now what you have to do is get a player reference, guys. So private, serialize field private, and player is a game object, so the type of the variable would be game object, and then the variable name should be player or anything you like. And after that, what you have to do is just create a logic. If player dot transform dot position dot y modulus 4 equals 0, then what I have to do is, if it is modulus 0, then okay, just let's convert it into an int. So this is a typecasting. It is going to convert the float value to integer, and it is going to just modulus 4. It is going to find the remainder if it is divisible by 4 or not. It is going to check if it is divisible by 4, and if it is divisible by 4, then the answer would be 0, and so it is going to create a wall. So let's instantiate a wall within the object, and so x equals to, let's name the variable as x, and instantiate. Okay, so the instantiation process of the prefab would be random, so any wall can be just swan, it can be either blue or it can be either red, and then random range, it should be between 0 to the length of the array, which is 2, guys. So with that said, guys, now we have to add a transform. So at first let's add a transform, which is transform that position, and then we need to add a quaternion identity, which is the rotation, of course. So we don't want any special rotation for our wall, so let's make it simple. And now if our player crosses the if the player is moving on the y-axis, suppose, and if it crosses the if it reaches the any multiple of 4, like 4, 16, 28, then the wall is going to create, and then a wall is going to be generated over left and right side. So now if we now that we are ready, so let's go inside the editor and see what is going to happen when we do this. So go just click on that wall left and wall right and add a component name as wall handler. And with that said, guys, what you have to do is just drag in the player game object, which is in the scene and in the hierarchy, and you can go to the prefab folder and just drag those two prefabs over this. Okay, we can do it one by one. So just what you have to do is just lock this up and then go back and just drag those prefab in the prefab folder, and again just go there and open the lock and close the lock, and now just go again and drag it right there. So now if we just start the game, what would happen is it is going to generate walls on and on. It is going to keep generating our wall. It is going to keep generating our wall, and as you can see, it is just generating the walls. So one thing which we need to do right now is, since we are typecasting it, so it would again become 0. So suppose the player is at 0.8, it is just going to round off it to 1, and it is again going to generate the wall. So to stop this process, what you have to do is just remove this typecast and see what happens now. So if we go back to the editor and hit play button, now as you can see, player is not generating any kind of wall. So a wall is not getting generated, guys. So as you can see, the transform of the player is just increasing and increasing, but there is no sign of the wall. So what you can do is just check, go back and just again create the typecast and see what happens. And yeah, after spawning, after instantiating this game object, what we do is just create a parent child relationship between the game object and that instantiated object. So just do that, game object dot transform, and with that, when an object has been instantiated, it is immediately going to be child of this parent game object, which is the wall handler. So which is this wall left and wall left right, guys. So just hit the play button, and as you can see, wall has been generating again and again. So it is random. So wall is generating, but the position of the wall is not perfect because it is just spawning it on the origin, guys, and on the positive and negative x-axis when the value is 4 and -4 respectively. So what you have to do is just stop the editor from playing the game and then go back inside the script, and what you have to do is just get the reference of the position of the final transform and just add 4 to it. So new vector 3 dot, okay, new vector 3, so it is going to be transform dot position. Okay, we need to access the child, the last child, guys. So what you have to do is game object dot transform dot get child, so that you can access the child, and again inside of it just type transform dot child count, so that we can access the last child of the game, so -1. And then after accessing the last child, what we do is game object dot transform dot position. So you are going to access the position over the y-axis, guys. So that, let's make it y plus 4, so it is going to spawn over the 4. So on the left side, on the right side, what you have to do is just just make it 0 on the z-axis, since we don't want to move our object over the z-axis. And on the x-axis, what you have to do is just transform dot position dot x. So with that said, guys, what we are done editing our script, and go back to the editor and hit the play button and see what happens when we hit the play button. As you can see, there has been error generated. We don't know what is this error, but let's double click on the error so that we can take a close look over the error. So as you can see, there is no child at start of the game. So what you have to do is, guys, just go back and enter, okay, go back inside the script and just add 2 walls to it. So on the left side I'm adding 1 wall, and on the right side I'm adding 1 more wall. So now if we hit the play button, and as you can see, the wall is keeping generating, it keeps on generating again and again. So as you can see, it is going on and on and on and on and on. It never stops, guys. So the endless algorithm is working fine, guys. So with that said, what you have to do is just go back and add some changes, guys. So the transform of this is not to the origin. What you have to do is just get it to the origin, guys. So just hit on this, okay, so just get it to the origin, and again get this to the origin as well. And what we have to do right now is just check if it is working fine. So as you can see, guys, it is working great. And yeah, but one more thing, after it reaches a multiple of 4, what it is doing is generating 5, 6, 7, 8 cubes at the same time. So we need to stop this, because this could affect our performance of the mobile seriously. So what you have to do is just go back into the editor and just create a variable name as integer and name it as float, okay, yeah, sorry, integer, and current pos equals to 0. So what you have to do is just go back inside of it and just hit enter the current pos equals to player dot transform dot position dot y, and make it as an integer. So typecast it with integer in front of it. So with that, guys, what you are doing is you are storing a current position of the at the position at which the player is currently standing at. And what you have to do is just type in and current pos not equal to this integer player transform player dot transform dot position dot y-axis. So if it is not equal to each other, then it is not going to generate another cube, and if it is if it is equal to not equal to, then it is not going to go inside of it. So with that said, guys, if it is yeah, okay, so if this position changes, then only it is going to go inside the scope, and this script is going to work fine. So let's save the script and go back to the editor and see what happens. So now we are back to the editor, and as you can see, the cube is generating slowly with the player. As you can see, guys, it is working fine, and there are no n number of cubes generating back to back again. So our endless world script is working fine. But what you have to do at after just after while you create the game object, you need to delete the game object as well. So what you have to do is just go on and keep on deleting those objects. So what you have to do is we just need to destroy the first game object of the first child of this game object. So what you have to do is game object dot transform dot get child at 0 and dot game object. So you are going to delete the first child of this game object. So with that done, guys, just hit the play button, and as you can see, it is going to keep on deleting the object. So our script is working fine. Okay, great. So now one more thing which we need to do is just add one more wall, and add one more wall, add one more wall, one more wall over here, and just increase the increase the value over the y-axis so that it is positioned properly. Okay, so great. Now if we run the script, it is going to look much better, guys. So now if we go to the game view, it is as you can see, the game is looking much better, and it is keeping on generating the this. Great, so game is working fine. And now what we need to do is we need to attach the we need our camera to run along with our player. So what you have to do for that is just go back inside of the editor. Okay, go back to the editor and create one more script for our camera, guys. So what you have to do is just hit on the create and create a C# script, name it as camera follower. So what you are going to do is once the game starts, the camera follower is again going to follow the player, guys. So what you have to do is just transform dot translate and what you have to do is just let our camera move on the upward direction with the cube with our player, and the move speed multiplied by move speed. Since we don't have any kind of a move speed, what you have to do is just get a reference to the script of the player so that the get a reference to the player controller so that the speed of the player controller and the camera is same. So we got a reference to the player controller script. What you have to do now is just pc dot move speed. So pc.move speed, guys. So just type in pc.move speed, and with that we are going to reference the camera follow okay, we are going to reference the speed of the player controller script. So what you have to do is to access this move speed of the player controller, you need to go over the player controller, and from the private you need to change the access modifier to internal or public. So I would like to have internal as our specifier, and go back to the camera follower, and as you can see, now you can access the move speed variable of the player controller script. So now go back to the editor and just click on the main camera and add component, and add a camera follower script to it. So our PC would be just drag the player, and so that we can have a reference to our player controller script. And now if we hit the play button, as you can see, the camera is moving along with our player. So it's working fine and great, guys. So now just go back, just stop the editor from playing, and just go back inside of it and just create one more cube and add it to the size of 12, and again create one more duplicate wall over the right side and add it to 12 again. So what I'm going to do right now is just hit the play button again and see if the cubes are just deleting on and on. So as you can see, the scripts is working great, and as you can see, it is not moving further than this, and yeah, our script is working great. So what you have to do right now is just go back inside of it, and what you can actually do is, instead of deleting the stuff, instead of deleting it, you can make it fall down, guys, so it would look much better. So let's not delete the script, but rather add a rigid body to that script. Add a rigid body so that it falls down due to the influence of the gravity. So game object dot add component, and add a rigid body to the component, to the game object, and now if we see, the object is going to fall down. So if we hit the play button and see, as you can see, the wall, as you can see, the object is falling down. Okay, it's not falling down properly. So what happened is, yeah, we didn't delete it, right? So what you have to do is just, okay, deparent it again. So game object dot transform dot parent equal to null. So now I'm going to deparent this game object so that we so that our script looks run fine, and go back to the editor and hit the play button. And as you can see, the cube is falling down, down, down. Okay, it's not falling down. I don't know why, but there is a serious issue with the script, guys. So go back. Okay, so okay, this is not working good. Okay, so just remove it. There are certain errors which we need to solve before it works fine. If you find any of those things working fine, then you can just go on with that pattern. Yeah, I would rather feel comfortable using this pattern as well. So there is no problem in using the destroy pattern. So go back to the editor and hit the play button again. Okay, yeah, hit the play button again, and as you can see, the game is working fine. But the just one problem is, just you need to add one more cube in the downside. So what you can do is just go back and just duplicate this cube as well. And now if you go hit this, just change the transform of both of this to, okay, just go back here and just make it -4, and again just go over here and, oh my god, okay, it's 12, so make it -4, guys. So now if we just hit the play button and see what happens, as you can see, it is not looking like we are snapping the game object anymore. So now our game is working more good and more now it is in a better shape, guys. So with that said, now what we have to do is, we have completed our logic for the endless world, and in the next lecture we are going to add a functionality of the random falling obstacles over the space, guys. So what we are going to do is, we are going to just spawn some cubes over the empty space on the screen, and that those cubes are going to fall over the player. So player has to dodge it by jumping over to the next wall, guys. So this would be our next functionality, so stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to create a random obstacle falling over the player functionality. So to do that, what you have to do is, in the hierarchy you have to create an empty game object, name it as obstacle spawner, and after naming it as obstacle spawner, just reset the position of that and add a camera follower script so it can follow up with the player. So add this camera follower script and add that variable players controller. So now what you have to do is just create an empty game object inside of it, but let's try to, yeah, just create empty game object and increase the size to 10, and on the x-axis just make it 1, or you can guess of it as 1.5, no, 1.5, yeah, 1.5, and then just make it as s_1. Okay, it is not a one, yeah, s_1, and what you have to do is just duplicate that object, and what you have to do again, just rename it to s_2, and the position of this object is going to be 1, I guess, yeah, 1. And then what you have to do is just duplicate this object again and make it 0.5 on the x-axis and name it as 3, guys. So now what you have to do is just spawn it again and make it -0.5 and name it as s_4. Spawn it again and name it as 5, and yeah, it should be 1. So again, let's create the 6th object, empty game object, and name it as s underscore 6, and the x on the position of the x should be minus 1.5, guys. So with that said, what we could do is just spawn a cube inside of it, and rescale the size of the cube. So make it to 0.5, 0.5 and 0.5. So as you can see, our cube is now of 0.5 and it is going to fall over the player, and yeah, then it is going to work fine. Now what I have to do is just inside of the tag, just add one more tag, name it add one more tag and name it as wall, add another tag and name it as enemy, and just go back to the player, and yeah, no need to assign this, but go inside of the prefab folder, and to the prefabs, just on the blue wall you add a wall, and on the red wall you need to add a tag as enemy, because when the player touches the enemy it is going to burst. So similarly, this cube which is right here, it should be enemy because it is just falling over the player. So name just tag it as enemy, and the position over the y-axis should be 0, guys. So with that said, guys, what you have to do is just rename it to obstacle, and inside of the prefab folder just drag that obstacle. But before dragging that obstacle, what you have to do is just add a material to it, guys. So let's create another material for the obstacle. So let's make it of the color green, I guess. Yeah, green would work great. So add a texture green, and as you can see, we have got a texture of it. So now what you have to do is just drag in that to over the obstacle, and as you can see, our obstacle is going to look green right now. So what you have to do is just take this obstacle and create a prefab of that obstacle game object. So just create the prefab of the obstacle and just delete this obstacle from the s_1. Now what you have to do is just go back, and we need to do some scripting. Okay, so just go inside the scripts folder and create a script for random ops and name it as random ops. So what I have to do is just go double click on that script, and let's get started with the coding. So what I have to do is just write a similar script, the similar execution lines as that of the camera follower, so that we don't need this camera follower anymore. So what I have to do is just create a variable name of the type player controller and name it as PC, and what we do is go inside of the update function and transform.translate. Okay, translate it is, and vector3 dot up, because we want our player to translate to the upward direction, and multiply it with pc dot move speed, guys. So with that typed, what I have to do right now is just spawn some random obstacles over the player, guys. So what I have to do is just let's first identify the frequency of an obstacle falling down over the player. So what I have to do is let's create another private variable, name it as the type of the variable should be float, and name it as time. So timer, and it should have a default value of 10 fps. Okay, not 10, but make it 6, I guess. 6 would work great. So what I have to do is go inside the start function and go to the timer and equal to random dot range. So our timer is going to set its value between 3,8, guys. So it is going to set its value from 3,8, and now what you have to do is just create another variable of type game object, which would be work as a prefab for the obstacle. So name it as ops prefab, guys. So name it as ops prefab. After naming it as ops prefab, what you have to do is just spawn it. So if timer is less than equal to 0, then what we are going to do is we are going to spawn that obstacle, guys. So what you have to do is instantiate ops prefab comma transform dot position. So what would be, so for the transform, guys, what you have to do is just create an array of the transform of this spawn point position. So transform, this would be an array, and name it as spawn points. Okay, so we are good to go. So now for on the board, it is going to do, it is going to decrease it every frame. It is going to decrease the timer every frame. So you can think of the timer as a second. So after 6 seconds, suppose it randomly generates a number 4. So after 4 seconds, it is going to spawn an object, and it is going to again going to perform this line of code which is right inside the update start function. So just go back and type in that, and now so it is again going to set the timer to anything like suppose it takes 5. So now it is going to wait for the 5 seconds, and then again it is going to choose the random number. It is going to instantiate and choose the random number between 3 to 8, and it would go on and on until the player dies. So as you can see, Swanner has sworn an object after the 8 seconds, guys. So the player just need to avoid those objects which is getting sworn over the players, and player can't see those objects falling over himself. So as you can see, those objects are being swanning over the player. So our script is working fine. So now the last thing which we need to do over here is just go back to the player and decrease the size of the player, decrease the height of the player over the y-axis. So decrease it to -4, I guess. Yeah, so if we make it to -4, okay, yeah, we didn't make it -4 to this because we have just applied a lock over there. So go to the player, select the player, and add -4 to its height. So now we are adding a -4. -4 is too much, so make it -3. Okay, so that we can view those obstacles falling over the player. So just hit the play button again, and if we are playing the game, what we are going to observe is the obstacle is going to fall, and we are going to observe those obstacles falling over the player so that we can dodge those obstacles, guys. So as you can see, we are able to dodge those obstacles and our game is running fine. So in the next lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to create a particle effect for our player, so that so we can have an effect when a player gets burst. So a player burst. So stay tuned, guys. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture, we are going to create a game mode functionality for our game. So to do that, what you have to do is just go back to the player controller screen and add an on trigger function to that, and now just add this statements, guys. So if other.gameMotion.write equals enemy, then we are going to just turn off the match renderer of the player, and then we are going to set our move speed to 0 so that our player starts running, so starts from moving upwards in the upward direction. So now what you have to do is go back to the editor and apply those changes. The changes have been applied, and now what you have to do is just click on this. Okay, go to the blue wall and just hit on this is trigger and just override the, okay, just cancel it and select a single blue wall and just override the prefab. And now if you just select on any of the prefab, it has got is trigger over the box collider. Now we have to do the same thing for the red wall as well. So go inside the prefab folder and select the red wall and just check on this is trigger in the box collider. And with that set, guys, we are done with our wall. And now go to this obstacle and just check in the box for the box collider as well. Again, is going to be its trigger. So now if we play the game and if we hit red wall, or even you can say if we just trigger off the, okay, we are not triggering it, so we need to increase the trigger size. Yeah, as you can see, the obstacle collided with us and we just stopped going upwards. So what you have to do is just increase the trigger size. Okay, so increase the box collider size so that our player can just trigger it. So just press the alt so that we can just bring it on the both of the sides. So go back to this and yeah, save the changes. Okay, now double click over the red wall and just do the same thing just right there, and click alt and just drag it a bit outwards. And as you can see, we just have edited our box collider, and just go back inside the game and hit the play button. And if we now just hit it, okay, it's not working, I don't know why. Okay, just stop the game and take a close look to the player, and as you can see, it is triggering the player, it is triggering this enemy, but there is no effect. Okay, so to take an effect, take on an effect, what you have to do is add a rigid body to our player and make it constraints freeze on positions and rotations as well. So with that said, guys, what we do is just uncheck this use gravity, and now if we hit the play button and just trigger over those red wall, then we are going to observe that our player gets invisible. and the game starts, guys. So with that said, guys, what you have to do is add one more functionality to this game, which is that is okay, just go back to the player, and as you can see, player is when the player collides with the red wall, it is not it is going to die, and when the player collides with the obstacle, it is again going to die. Now one thing which remains is when the player remains in the space between those two walls, then also it has to die, but after a bit, after some seconds, after a few seconds, it is going to burst. So what you have to do is just go back here and private void on collider, okay, not on collider, on trigger exit, make it on trigger exit function. So what this function is going to do is when an object exists something a trigger, then it is going to perform this set of code, or you can say this function, then it is going to call this function. So when the object player.gameObject.tag equals wall, then the timer is going to start. So we need to create a private pool of variable name, make it start timer. So start timer should be false initially, and then what we have to do is just set the start timer. So okay guys, sorry for the interruption, but the problem is I just got an error between, so I just skipped those part and I came back again after editing my script. So what we were doing was we were creating a start timer which we set by default to false, and then we are going to create another variable name as timer, which is of type float, and we are going to assign it a value 5. So now go back to the update function, and if we go there, we are going to create a conditional statement, two conditional statement, which includes if start timer minus equals to delta time dot delta time, and again in the next time we are going to type in timer txt parent dot transform dot get child 0 game object dot get component text dot text, and set that text to timer. So now with that said, guys, this is a variable which we created up before outside of the function, which is this variable right there, which is serialized field game object timer text txt parent. So what it is going to do is it is going to take on the text from the canvas. It is going to get the text game object which is present over the canvas, which I will show you after I am done explaining the code to you. So now with that said, guys, what you are going to do is go on the on trigger exit function, and you are going to observe a start timer is equal to true when we are exiting those walls. So now the timer should be by default 5, and timer txt parent dot set active to true. So now what you have to do is just go back to the editor and let it take some time to compile. And if we go back to the editor, what I have done is I have added a timer text here right there. So as you can see, there is a timer text, and there are two texts, which is this and this. So I just created a parent-child relationship between them by dragging this text to over inside of this. So now as you can see, these both are having a parent-child relationship. Now what we are going to do is go back to the player, and inside of the player controller script, we need to drag this text game object right there inside of the timer text parent. So after doing that, what you are going to observe is when we hit the play button, you are going to observe the timer is going to scale down if we are not triggering the blue wall. So as you can see, it is just going down and down, and by mistake we just hit the red wall. So let's try to play the game again, and if we stay on the space without hitting those blue wall, we are going to die after 0 seconds. So as you can see, we die because we were not touching the blue wall, and the timer goes on and on. So after the player dies, we need to stop the timer. So yeah, so set this start timer to false. Yeah, great. So as you can see, we are done doing with our script. We are done writing our script for the game over functionality. So now in the next lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to create a particle system for our game. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture, we are going to add a particle system in our game. So just to create a particle system, just go into the hierarchy and go to the effects panel, and then just hit on the particle system and name it as player burst. So after we name it as player burst, what you have to do is just go inside of it yeah, just focus on that burst and just take a close look over it. So it is just emitting those this irrelevant shit, that is that glow point. So what you have to do is go into the emission, just decrease the rate over time to 0 and add a burst. So it would be a burst of 30s. So now what you have to do is, inside of the duration, just decrease the duration to 1, and then the start life should be of 3, I guess, and the start speed should be 4, and with and we are going to have a gravity modifier to zero point 0.4 so that it falls down. So, and we need to close off the looping so it looks like a burst, a real burst, and as you can see it is looking like a real burst. And let the shape be sphere, so it throws the particles off over every side, on each side. So now go down in the renderer, and instead of the billboard you need to select this mesh, and the cube would be our mesh. So now with that said guys, the material should be, I guess, white, because our player is white, guys. So just select that material, yeah, just select that white material and just restart this. So the size is too big at the start, so what you have to do is just get it to the center, or you can say to the transform its position where the player is currently. So just go back to and focus over there and just restart this particle system to see the size. So now let's decrease the size by going on to the particle system and decreasing the size, and make it random between two constants by setting it from 0.2 to 0.4, I guess it should be 0.1. So now let's see, yeah, the burst is good, and yeah, it is looking great, guys. So just increase the size, increase the amount of burst, so make it 40, so it would be it would look a bit saturated. So as you can see, the burst is looking great and it is falling downward. So yeah, it's great. So now let's try to add a collision. So go over to their collision, hit on that collision tab, and inside of that collision, what you need to do is, from the type plane you need to make it world, and from world you need to just, yeah, collides with everything. So yeah, it is colliding. It is not colliding because these walls are triggered. It has now got no box collider with them, so it is not colliding. So let's just remove this collision checkbox from our particle system, and now we are good to go. So just name this particle system as, yeah, we have already named our particle system as player burst, and just make it a parent, make it a child of our parent game object, and we are good to go. So just reset the position to the 0, and yeah, just make it 0, and now if we burst it, yeah, it is bursting gray. So with that said guys, what you have to do is just yeah, just uncheck display on awake and go inside the player controller script, and over there what you have to do is, when we die, what you have to do is just trigger that particle system to play. So what you have to do is just type in serialized field. Okay, it should be serialized field, by the way, not selection, serialized field particle system, and the name should be player burst effect. So with that said guys, what you have to do is just go scroll down, and in the less than equal to timer equal to 0 timer, you have to do is player burst effect dot play, and again go down in the trigger enter of the enemy. Now just type in the same set of code, same line, burst player burst effect dot play. And with that said guys, what you have to do is just save the script and go back to the editor and hit the play button. Now if we hit the play button and see if our player touches red, it is okay. Yeah, we have not assigned this player burst effect to the player controller script, so just go there and assign the value to the variable player burst effect, and now if we play the game, you are going to observe a burst. Yeah, as you can see, the burst is working fine. So that now we are done with it. So we have created our very own particle system, and let's check it once by hitting our obstacle. So as you can see, it just boomed. So there is certain error causing it to yeah, this is a huge number. I don't know what is happening right there, but there is an error, a big error. So what you have to do is just go right there, and okay, let's check our console what the error is all about. So go inside of the script, And okay, once we play it, what you have to do is just take on this player burst effect and make it null, so that we just remove our null, so that we could just remove that burst effect. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to create a main menu for our game. So to do that, what you have to do is just go inside the folder name as scene, and then just create another scene. Okay, where is it? Yeah, and name it as main menu, and just click on this sample scene and just rename it as game. Okay, reload it, and now just go inside of the main menu, select the camera, and the skybox should be replaced with the solid color and make it black, guys. So now what you have to do is, okay, don't make it black, but rather let's make it somewhat a different color. It should actually look good, guys. So go inside of it and just try to adjust any color which suits, which suits you. And yeah, I think this would be fine. And then just create another canvas, go into the UI and create canvas. And after creating this canvas, what you have to do is just create a simple button. Okay, now just go into the 2D mode and double click on that button to focus it, to get a focus. Now rename it to, I guess, yeah, the start game BTN, which stands for button, and just click on this arrow and replace the text from button to start game. Okay, so increase the font size to 20, and yeah, make it bold and change the color to black. And as you can see, our button is looking quite good, so no need to worry about it. So just select this button and scale it. Okay, great. So as you can see, our button is looking just fine, and just drag it a bit in the upward direction. And yeah, just duplicate this button again and rename it as exit btn, and just drag that button down just below the start game. Now yeah, with that done, guys, what you have to do is just rename the text inside of that exit button and just name it as text exit, and just okay, just save the changes which you have made and go inside the this project panel, and then go to the script folder and create another script, name it as UI handler. After naming it as UI handler, double click on that script and the Visual Studio will open up that script for us. Now what you have to do is just edit the script. Okay, remove all of these functions which have already been created for us by Unity. Now what you have to do is just create two different functions for start game and exit button functions. So what you have to do is we have created the start game function. Now inside of this, welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to create a game over menu. So to do that, what you have to do is just create another scene inside of the scene folder. Just create a scene and name it as game over scene. So just double click on that game over scene. Similarly, what we did in the previous lecture was we replace our camera to solid colors, the clear flags to solid color, and just make a background to the similar type of color so that it looks good. So as you can see, I've changed my color to this. It's kind of a yellow and orange mixture. So what you have to do is just click on this, create a new canvas in the hierarchy. Just go over there and just create one button. First of all, just create a box where you are going to write game over in a huge bolded font style. What I have to do is just change the font style to bold, and then bring it to the center. And what to do is just increase the font size to 40, I guess. Okay, 40 is too huge, but let's scale our. Okay, now it's looking fine. Just change the color to black, and then just increase the font style even more. And yeah, 60 would work fine. And just drag this, or you can say anchor it to the top, middle top, and yeah, it looks like a game over scene. And just change the canvas to, I guess, from constant pixel size to scale with screen size, guys. So now again, just increase the font size to 80 and just scale our text and just bring it to the bring it just below and make it fit perfect. So yeah, bring it to more so bring it on the y axis. What we'll do is just get it to -200 or -200. Increase the font size to 100, or you can say 120. Now it's looking good. Now create two button. So over the UI, just select this button and rename the name of this button to, I guess, yeah, retry VTN. Okay, I just wrote it through. Okay, retry VTN. Now rename the text to retry. And after renaming it as retry, what you have to do is just change the color of the font and just increase the font style to, I guess, 20. And yeah, scale this button a bit. Okay, from 20 it should be, I guess, 40. Okay, make it bold. Now you would be able to see our button text. So just increase the size of our text, and now we are good to go. Now create one more button. Just duplicate this, rename the button as exit VTN, and inside of that just add a text name as type in exit, and just click on this button and just drag it just below the retry button. And now what you have to do is over the canvas just add a script, which is UI handler. Now you need to edit our UI handler. So on the retry, what you can do, yeah, we just need to create one more function, which is going to be public void exit btn. And inside of it, what you have to do is just type in scene manager dot scene. Okay, it's load scene, and type in here the number index, which is 0. So what we are basically going to do is we are going to, if a player hits the exit button after the player has been displayed game over scene, what you have to do is just go back to the main menu. So this is what we are doing right now in this function. So just save the script and go back to the Unity editor and just let it take its time to compile. And now just go want to click on that exit button and click on and just add an on click event and just add this canvas, and here you are going to get an exit button function. And on the retry button, what you have to do is just add an on click event and just drag our canvas over there and add this start game, so that we are going to restart our game. Okay, so with that said, guys, we are done creating our main menu game over scene. But what you have to do is just go back onto the scene, which is main menu, and just change our canvas scaler from constant pixel size to scale with screen size. Increase the size of the button. So I am going to increase my size of these buttons so that it looks great. Okay, I guess these are visible now. Okay, so now what you have to do is just increase the font size, guys, to, I guess, 60. Great. So now what we have to do is just add a game title at the top. So yeah, just bring it to the center and get it to 120. Increase the size of this text, scale it, make it black, and drag it to the top. Okay, yeah, drag it to the top and name it as, okay, let me anchor it to the middle top, and just change the text from text. Okay, yeah, just make it bold, the style should be bold, and name it as wall change. So this is our name of so this is the name of our game. So just scale this text so that it fits perfectly fine. It looks perfectly fine. Now what you have to do is just save the changes we have made and just go back to the game and click on this player controller. Go to the screen, this editor, Visual Studio Editor. Go over the player controller, add a namespace using Unity engine.scene management semicolon and a semicolon. And now what you have to do is when game overs, what you have to do is just load the game over scene. So add an invoke function game over, and after 2.5 seconds, I guess we are going to just load that up. So what you have to do is, after 2.5 seconds, what you have to do is just load this function, execute this function, which states scene manager dot load scene, which is going to be 2. So with that done, guys, what you have to do is, as you can see, it is here also, and what you have to do is just type, just copy this set of code and paste it right there. Okay, so with that said, guys, what you have to do is go back to the editor and click on this main menu scene and just hit the play button. So now I'm going to now what I'm going to do is just maximize this game scene, game view, and what I have to do is just hit the start game. As you can see, our game has been started. So now I hit the play. After 2.5 seconds, we are going to load that game over scene. Okay, why we are not loading that scene is because we have not added in the scenes in build. So what you have to do is just drag this game over scene over there and just now hit the play over the editor and hit the start button. Okay, just maximize it. Yeah, so yeah, as you can see, I touched the wall, and as you can see, game over scene has been displayed. So now if I hit the exit button, you are going to go back to the wall change, and now if I again hit the start game, as you can see, we are able to control our player. But after 2.5 seconds, again game over scene is going to be loaded, and if I press the retry button, it again restart the game. So as you can see, our game has been restarted, guys. So with that said, we have completed our game. So now what you have to do is, in the next lecture, we are going to add some sound effects in our game, guys. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture, we are going to add some sound effects and a music inside of our game. So what you have to do is just go into the game scene, and in the game scene, click on the player and add an audio source to our player. So as you can see, I have added an audio source to my player, and then what you have to do is, inside of the audio clip, you have to drag this video play back to sound. So just drag over the audio clip that sound, and then in the just below the play on awake, you are going to get a loop. So just check those both of the boxes, which is play on awake and loop. Now what you have to do is just go on to the player controller script, just double click on it, and now as you can see, our editor has opened this script which is named as player controller. You have to create two variable name as audio of type audio source and audio clip. So now the variable name is audio source and pop se stands for sound effect. So what you have to do is just go inside of the start function and just type in this name, type in this instantiation of the audio source. The value we are going to assign it is the default is the audio source component, which is being attached to our game object, which is the player game object. So what we do is just go inside of this if statement, the last if statement which is inside of our update function, which is timer less than equal to 0. What we do is just type in those function, which is audio dot clip. You have to type in this executional line. What you have to do is just audio source dot clip, which are going to change the clip to pop se, because when the player dies, we are going to change our pop, we are going to replace our current music to this pop se, which is sound effect, and then we are just going to turn off the loop, and then we are going to play the clip. So after this, what you have to do is just go on to the on trigger enter function, and you have to do the same process here as well. So now going back to the editor, and if you hit the play button, you are going to observe some changes. So our game, you are going to hear a music, and then when you die, a pop sound is going to come. So with that said, guys, we are good to go. And so in the next lecture, I'm going to show you how to monetize your game. That is how to add ads into your game so that you can earn revenue. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture, I'm going to show you how to monetize your game, or you can say how to add your ads into your game. So let's get started. So first of all, what you need to do is open up the service tab, which you can find it right inside of this window panel. And over there you go to general, and then just you are going to get a services. So with that, when you click on that, you are going to open up the service panel, and inside of the service panel, what you have to do is just go back once and just click on this ads to on instead of off, and just go inside of it, and then just enable this enable test mode, guys, so that you would be able to see whether the ad is working or not. So now what you have to do is just hit on this button, go to dashboard, then Unity is going to get you to the dashboard. Now what you have to do is just go over, click on the project, Inside of that project, what you have to do is you have to find your game which is wall change. Just click on that. After you click on that wall change, what you have to do is just click on this monetization tab, and after you click on that monetization tab, what you need to do is just click on this placements. So after you click on this placement, you are going to get an ID for the Play Store, and you are going to get the second ID for our App Store. So we need the ID for our Play Store. Just click on this because we are just going to publish our application over the Android, which is the for the Android over the Google Play Store. So what you have to do is just copy this ID and then go back into the editor, and yeah, now you have to create a script, guys. So a script name it as ads controller, and just double click on it and to open it. Now you are going to type in this namespace which is using Unity Engine monetization, otherwise you won't be able to display ads. So now what you have to do is just follow me, guys. Private string, it is going to be our store ID, which is of course with the one which we copied. Now type in the static string video add video. So with that, guys, what you have to do is, why did we do this? This is another ID for our video ad. So you are going to get that ID, just go inside of this placements, and then you have to just go and click on this video, guys. So we are not going to add any reward video, but we are rather going to add a video, so a simple video. So you are going to get this placement ID right beside of it, which is video, and just go over to the editor and just type in video. And now what you have to do is just add another parameter. Okay, no need to do this. Now what you have to do is just create a function which is start, guys. Okay, so in the start you are going to initialize this ad. So let's get started. Just type in the code. We are going to initialize our store ID. We are going to enter our store ID so that it verifies it, and here we are going to name it as in the test mode we are going to false. So if this is true, then commercial ads are going to be displayed, and if this is false, then only that Unity sample ad is going to be displayed. So for now, if you are testing any kind of things, what you have to do is just go and type in false, because this would help you to, because it is illegal, guys. You cannot directly display the ad until the application is over the Play Store, guys. So what you have to do is just type in false. But yeah, since we are in the editor, you can type in true. There is no problem, I guess. So just do it and create another function, name it as video ad, guys. So with that said, what you have to do is just if monetization dot is ready. So this line here is going to check whether the video is been ready to play over the screen, and if it is ready, then it is going to show us the ad. So type in show ad placement content, and then ad equals to null, guys. And if okay, now just we need to add monetization dot get. Okay, I just didn't type it properly. Okay, get placement, which is going to be, we are going to provide it a video ID. Okay, so with that, as show placement content, guys. So now what you have to do is, if ad is not equal to null, then we are just going to display our ad by typing in ad dot show, guys. So with this said, guys, now you have created your very own ads controller script. So to test it, what you can do is just type in private void update, and inside of it just type in if input dot key code. Okay, input dot key down, it is, I guess, get key down, and type in key code dot space. This is just for testing purpose, guys. Now you have to just call in this function which is video add, and just save the script, go back to the editor, and just add a component to this canvas, which is going to be our ads controller, and just hit the play button. Now what you have to do is just press the space, and you are going to get a Unity ad, which is the default ad which you are going to see in the editor. and then just close it again, press the space, and you are going to get this ad again, guys. So with that done, we have monetized our game, but you now have to correctly monetize it because this won't work. So what you have to do is, this would work, but yeah, this is not the correct way to monetize a game. So when we are going to monetize is when a player dies. So what you have to do is just inside of this game over function, or you can say, I guess, yeah, when the player is directed to the new scene, which is the game over scene, you have to first of all just play in that ad, guys. So what you have to do is to just go over to the game over scene, and okay, yeah, here. So what you have to do is, inside of the view UI handler, you have to type in the function which is private void start, and you are going to play a video ad. So go into the ads controller dot add, guys. So show, I guess, what was the function. Okay guys, just go to the unity UI handler and just type in, I guess it's ads. Okay, it's video ads. Okay, so just, okay, it's, I guess it's ad only. Okay, it's video ad, just video ad, it's not ads. Okay, so why is this error causing? It's ads controller, yep. Okay, this is private. You need to change the access modifier to public so that you would be able to access this function over here, another script. So as you can see, I am able to access the script. Now if we just go back to the editor, and inside of the game over scene, if I hit the play button, it's not going to work. I guess it should work, by the way. It's not showing us the ad because the ad won't, I guess it's not ready to display, guys. So what you have to do is, what you can do is actually, inside of the update function, invoke show ad after every 2.5 seconds. I guess this would work. So type in here another function, name it as show ad, and what you have to do is just cut this line off over here, Control X, and paste it right there. And with that, guys, what you're going to do is, okay, after every 2.5 seconds you are going to display the ad. And one more thing, guys, I just forgot that you also need to add one more component, which is the ads controller, which we didn't add it, right, guys? So now with that said, what I have to do is, let's check in the invoke function name and the function which we created name matches with each other. So now if we hit the play button, after every 2.5 seconds we are going to show we are going to get an ad. So as you can see, we got the ad. If I cut this ad, it's not working. Okay, it's maybe because, okay, so let's just remove this logic. It's not working fine. Remove this update function and just type in here show ad. This would work, guys. Okay, still it's not working. Let's do one thing, invoke the function show ad after 2.5 seconds. So now if you go back to the editor and hit the play, I guess now we should be able to see the ad after 2.5 seconds, I guess. Yeah, as you can see, the ad has been displayed. Now if you close, it's working fine. Go to the exit, start the game, and if the game overs, we are going to load up to the game over scene, and as you can see, after 2.5 seconds we are going to get an ad. So as you can see, our monetization has been working. So just close it. So today in this lecture we just have monetized our game properly. So in the next lecture we are going to just polish our game, and we are going to be getting ready to just upload our game over the Play Store. So stay tuned. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to polish our game. So I don't think so we need to polish our game because there is everything up to date. We have created all good. The code is working fine. The game mechanics are working fine. So there is no need to just change anything. So just let's try to build our final product. So let's build our final product. What you have to do is just go to the player settings, and inside of the player setting just change the company from your default to the company to your company's name. So my company's name is United Game Developers, and yeah, we are good to go. So you can add your game icon over here. So what you have to do is just click on this and just texture. So my game icon, I don't currently have any game icon, so I'm going to just okay, give this, not this, but yeah, okay, this would be great. So this would be my game icon. So now with that said, what you have to do is just build the final product. So now Google Play Store has made an update that you can only pass on the build app bundle, guys. So what you have to do is just check on this mark and go back to the editor again, go back to the player setting again, and just scroll down and down. You are going to find in other settings type of a thing. So what you have to do is just click on that other setting and just scroll down, and yeah, package name is this, version name is this. Okay, good. Scroll down, scroll down. Okay, go to the publishing settings. What you have to do is just create a key store. So what you have to do is just create a key store. So let's create new in the dedicated location. So I'm going to store my key over inside of my project. So just go over there, a commercial. Okay, it's not commercial, I guess it's okay, where have I store my game? Okay, is it in graphic intense? Yeah, it is. So just store your key over here. This would be my name for the user key. Now setting a password. So password won't be displayed. Okay, so yeah, alias would be this. Again type in the password, and 50 years, last name, first name, just type in your name, organizational unit, it is wall change. Okay, just don't do it. City would be Thane, state would be Maharashtra, and country code is IN because I'm from India. So add the key. Okay, user created and user, do you want to, yeah, yes. So now we have added our key. Now what you have to do is just close this up. So what this key does is it makes sure that when you are updating your game in future, then you have to just type in the password, then only you are able to access this project, guys. So this is for the security purpose, of course. So now what you have to do is just click on this build button, and we are going to store this app bundle over here. So just name it as wall change and just hit it, and now the application Unity is going to just build this up for us. So let's skip this part. Okay, so with that said, what you have to do now is just go to the Google console. Okay, it's developer console, I guess. Yeah, I am just okay, developers console. Now click on this Google developers console, Google API console. I don't know what it is. Okay, this is an API console, so not this, Google app. Okay, it is, I guess, Google developer. Okay, it's Google Play console. Sorry, yeah, it's Play console finally. So where it is. Okay, yeah, this is it. So Google Play console, click on that. What you have to do is just sign in, guys. So you need to create an account. So to create an account, you need to just pay So after you pay, after you have completed your payment, Google is going to get your this Google Play Console account ready to use. So now you can then just sign in inside of it. So yeah, I have to do sign in with different account, so I won't be able to let you see all of this detail. So as you can see guys, we have just entered our Play Console. So these are all of my games which have been uploaded over the Play Store. So as you can see, I have got Crazy Ring, which is currently published, status is published, Dimension X, which I have unpublished it, Spike Dodge, Tank Arena. Okay, this Tank Arena is an online multiplayer game which I used, which took me around, I guess, 1.5 months to create this game. And this is my wall through another endless game. So guys, with that said, what you have to do is just hit on this create application, just hit this button, and then what you have to do is type in the title for your game, which is going to be, in our case, is wall change, and just create it. Hit the create button, and then what you have to do is just complete all of this task guys. So I'm not going to show you what I'm doing because for the privacy purpose. So what you have to do is just complete all of this task. So after you complete this and this, you have to complete this task which has got this great tick mark, guys. So when you complete the task, what you are going to observe is this tick mark is going to get green, guys. So after you are done completing all these 4 tasks, what you have to do is finally go to the app release, and inside of the app release, what you have to do is for the production management, you have to go inside of the product and hit this manage key, or you can see the button, and then just create release. And what you have to do is just continue, guys. So yeah, with that said, you have to do all this stuff, and then you have to just drag your API or that Android app bundles right here, and then just save it, and then move forward, guys. So after that, your status is going to be it won't be published, so it would be under review, I guess. Yeah, for at first stage it is going to be under review, and after within 24 hours it is going to get published over the Play Store, guys. So after Google reviews your application, then it is going to just upload it over the Play Store, and the game is going to get live, guys. So with that said, we have completed our second section, which is create a simple hyper casual game named Wall Change, guys. So in the next section, we are going to create a cool simple RPG game. Welcome back, guys, in this another section of this course, which is the third game, simple RPG game, Day After Dead. So in this section we are going to learn some new things like understanding the concept of the game. Of course, understanding the concept of the game is going to be since this game is an RPG game, we are going to understand some few fundamentals of the RPG type of game. The next thing which we are going to learn is the create an enemy AI, and AI we are going to use for that is the navigational tool. So navigational mesh, we are going to take a hands on the navigational mesh, nav mesh agents, and all of these components. So the next thing which we are going to do is we are going to create some controller scripts like prayer controller script, and then we are also going to create another script for the enemy as well, but I have not listed it in this content. But yeah, we are going to do that, and there are several things which we are going to do that but since those things are not new, I have not included in the content of this course. But yeah, these are being included in the videos, so don't need to worry about it. The next thing which we are going to do again is we are going to develop a simple UI, and the second new thing which we are going to learn here is the post processing, guys. So post processing helps you to generate some cool graphics of the game, create some cool graphics in the game, which helps the game view look different, guys. So this could make a very cool looking game. And the last thing which we are going to do is we are going to build a version of the game in PC, guys. So at last, once you have gone through all of this videos of this section, you are going to create a game which looks something like this. So this is where our game is, this is how our game is going to look. This is going to be your start menu, or you can say the main menu, and this is going to be the game, the actual game. These two images shows you the actual game. Here, as you can see, an enemy is coming towards the player. Enemy is not being observed clearly, is not being seen clearly, but yeah, there is an enemy right there, but you are going to see it. Since we are going to create a game, you would be able to see that as well. So this is what we are going to do in this section, and so good luck. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kaushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture, I am going to tell you where we need to collect the asset for our third game, which is the simple RPG game, Day of the Dead guys. So just open your browser, and inside of that, just open an Unity asset store, and you are going to find out that RPG Footman PBR HP Poly Yacht would be our one of the asset, and this asset is going to be our this character is going to be our main character. And then the next one would be, yeah, this one, which is a fancy monster skeleton guys. So this two would be our main characters, and this would be the enemy, and this would be our yeah, hero, or you can say the player of our game. So the next thing which we need to find is we need environment guys. So what you have to do is just type in the keyword environment and search for the most suitable, most appropriate environment for our game guys. So I think the most appropriate environment would be a crypt guys. So let's search for any crypt. Yeah, first of all, let's make it the free asset, and then let's search for the dungeons. Yeah, we got one. So this would be the best one which we can get out of all these assets. This would be the best one, the most suited. So as you can see, this is looking more like a crypt where the deads would be on the rise and going to attack our player character, which is this swordsman guys. So just add it to your asset. Okay, so with that guys, we have decided, we have collected all of our assets which we are going to need in this game. So what you have to do right now is just click create a new project in the Unity. So open that Unity Hub application. Okay, it might take some time to load. Okay, here we go. Unity Hub has been loaded. So now what you have to do is create a new project, and this time we are going to work with this universal project template. So just click on that universal project template and rename the project as Day of the Dead. So I want to change my path of the project, so I don't want it to go inside of this multiplayer folder, but rather I want to go it here in the, I guess, graphic intense game. Don't worry, these are just my way of sorting things up. So now just hit the create button and we are ready to go. So with that, Unity is going to just start to build up the project for us so that we can work over there. So I would just skip this part. So as you can see guys, our project has been built. So now as you can see, we have got a sample scene where we have got some example assets, and if you are going to take a close look over the game view, you are going to observe that the graphics are cool guys. So this lightweight render pipeline, or you can say the universal render pipeline, is basically the thing where the post processing happens guys. So this render pipeline is actually built for the low processing system, or the system which has got a low graphical processing unit. For example, mobile. Let's take an example of mobile. Mobile cannot have a very graphic intense game, so this type of render pipelines are actually used for mobiles. If you want to achieve the graphic level, or you can say the, if you want to achieve the graphics which looks more cooler than the regular one. So with that said guys, in the next lecture we are going to just understand the basic concept of our game, so stay tuned. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kaushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to understand the basic concept of our game. So what is going to be the basic concept of our game? So let me create a simple scene which is empty. Okay, so here we click the scene and name it as testing guys. Okay, yeah, cool. So double click on the scene so that you can go over inside of that scene and then just create a simple plane. Okay, transform it to the center. Okay, go to the lighting and just auto generate it. Okay, cool guys. So just double click on the plane to focus, or to get it focused. So now as you can see, what we are going to do is, yeah, let's create one more pawn which should be this. Yeah, just reset the position of it, and on the y-axis just make it, I guess, 4 3. Okay, cool. So increase the size of this file. Yeah, actually there is no need for you to just create all this, because this is just for the understanding purpose. I want to just explain you the basic concept of our game. So just I would just name this cube as our player, and yeah, I would again create another. Okay, instead of cube, let's create a cylinder. Okay, yeah, I would just bring it to the center and we are ready to go. So now what we are going to do is go inside of the material and create the material, name it as enemy, and make it red for the enemy, and material which is going to be for the player is blue, guys. So yep, okay, this would be great. Just drag it, and we are going to create another material, name it as ground, which is ground, and yeah, make it white, no problem. Okay, cool. So let me show you the power of the post processing, guys. So yeah, with that said, the red one is going to be the enemy, of course, and the blue one is going to be our player, or you can say the main character of this game. So if you want to take a look over the game scene, as you can see, this all is going to work great. And but I want to show you one more thing, which is the post processing into the play. I would like to show you the post processing, how post processing works, so stay tuned. So guys, to get started with the post processing, the single thing which you need to do is just go over to the hierarchy and go inside of the volume and click any one of those volumes. So I would like to have a global volume so that our post processing would have an effect all over the scene. And if you select this box volume, it is going to only have the effect within that box. So, or you can say sphere or convex mesh volume. So I want to have it globally, so just click on that and you are going to create another yeah, you are going to create the Unity is going to create a global volume for you. So as you can see, we have got a volume script right there, and we have got several modes in it, several variables in it. So the mode has got a global and a local. So let's select over the global, and the weight determines what should be the weight of the effects of the post processing, and the priority determines, suppose we are having 3 to 4 post processing effects, or you can say the volumes inside of the same scene, then you are going to set off the priorities for those. And the profile is the actual thing where all of our effects takes place. So I'm going to select my sample scene profile, which was for the sample scene. And then what you have to do is to take, as you can see, the scene has got an effect in it. And so let's check it out by just enabling it and disabling it, the global volumes. As you can see, you would just see the changes which are coming into the picture. So this are so if you just go take a look over the game scene, you are not going to observe similar changes. So if you want the changes to be happen inside of the game view as well, what you have to do is just click over the camera, and inside of the rendering tab, what you have to do is just check in that post processing effect. So as you can see, once I checked in the post processing effect, you can view those similar effects which are being seen inside of the scene. And yeah, it's working fine. Now if I just again uncheck it, as you can see, the effect goes off. So to make the effect work perfectly fine, what you have to do is just check in, guys. So now as you can see, our post processing is working fine. Now let's make some changes and make it a bit smoother. And of course, yeah, into the post processing you can add several overrides, guys. So there are several effects on the post processing. What you have to do is, if you want to just understand all these effects, you can just play with these values and just get started, guys. So yeah, the more you practice, the more you try out the new things inside of the Unity or any of the game engine, the more you are going to learn, guys. So it is on the basis of trial and error, but it works on the trial and error. So you just have to try out new things, guys, so that you can learn new things, guys. So yeah, that's it. So now the concept, let's take a look over the concept of our game. So what we are going to do is we are going to spawn this red enemies all over the map, and what we are going to do is this, once they are spawned, and they are going to get a radius around them, a radius around which if a player enters that radius. Now suppose the player enters this radius, then the enemy is going to follow and is going to kill our player, guys. So yeah, this is it, and the enemy is going to kill our player. But there is one more sudden change, guys, in the game concept. So if the player is hit by the enemy, or you can say if the player's health reaches zero, from 100 it reaches zero, what it is going to do is the game is going to get you 25, you can say 5 to 10 seconds for you to heal. And how are we going to heal is you need to find an antidote, guys. That antidote is going to be spawned once the player's health is to zero. Once the player's health reaches zero, the antidote is going to spawn anywhere in this place, or you can say not the antidote, it is more like a sci-fi word, and which is a more word which it is a kind of a word which feels like modern, guys. So this the game which we are currently creating is a kind of yeah, that old medieval age game. So what you have to do is we can think of it as a life. Yes guys, it would be the life, it could be the spell where the player heals himself completely, guys. So if the player reaches over that spell, the spell where the spell has been cast, so then the player can heal itself himself to the full extent, to the full health, that is from 0 to 100, and that's it, guys. Now this character would just won't stop, this enemy won't stop, they would just spawn again and again, and would try to kill the player. So this is all about our game, so let's get started. So in the next lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to create a basic player controller script for our player character. So just import all of those three assets which I showed you in the earlier lecture, and get ready, guys. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to create a basic player controller script. So let's get started. So after I just imported all of the assets, so this is our player character and this would be our enemy, guys. So just take the enemy back and let's focus over our player, so which is this Footman Blue HP. So just rename it to Swordsman. Okay, yeah, Swordsman. Or to make it simple, let's name it as player, no problem. So now what you have to do is just click on that player and add a character controller, guys. So what basically this character controller does is it has got all of the functionalities which are required for any character to be any character requires, which is jumping, or you can say moving forward, backward, rotating, and that all, guys. So what you have to do is just type in character controller, and as you can see I just found the character controller and just add it inside of it. The next thing which we need to do is just go to the asset folder, and inside of the script folder just create another script and name it as player controller, guys. So yeah, now just double click it to open it up, and once the player controller is ready, we are ready to go, guys. Okay, guys, so now the editor is ready to use. So what you have to do is, first of all, we need to create a script, or you can say we need to access that player controller character controller. So to do that, what you have to do is just type in the variable name as character controller and name our variable to cc, and inside of the start function what you have to do is, okay, after typing cc, what you have to do is just set an equal to sign, and inside of that, after that, what you have to do is just type in game object. Yeah, this is, and this get type in game component, get component, sorry, and inside of that angle bracket, what to do is just type in that character controller, and yeah, okay, and then just create the parenthesis, open and close the one brackets, and then we are ready to use the cc, guys. So now we have no need to use this serialized field, because what this get component is going to do is, the once the game begins, it is going to run the inside of the start function. What it is going to do is the script is going to get that components reference, guys. So with that, we don't need, require any of it. So now let's get started with the coding part for our player movement, guys. So just type in just create a float variable within that, or you can say inside of the update function, and just type in let the float be of name x, and just type in input dot get access horizontal. So what it is going to do basically is it is going to get the access to the all of the horizontal key which has been assigned to the project settings, guys. Yeah, one thing which I forgot to tell you guys is once you import any asset inside of this which is the universal render pipeline package, or you can say the game, what you have to do is just go to the edit, and inside of the render pipeline you have to click on the universal render pipeline and upgrade project materials to universal render pipeline materials, guys. So what basically this would do is, suppose you have imported a thing, then it is going to be using the standard shader, guys. So the standard shaders are not supported in this universal render pipeline because we have changed our render pipeline. If you want to take a look over that, what you have to do is just go to the project setting and click on the graphics panel, graphics button, and you are going to observe that setting. So since you can see scriptable render pipeline setting is going to be this, and if you are using a normal 3D game, or if you are creating a normal 3D game, you are not going to observe any kind of this. Yeah, this would be actually none, or you can say it won't have any package here. So to do that, you have to just convert all of your materials to the universal render pipeline, or else it would just give you a pink, yeah, glowing pink color, which is just irritating, guys. So right now we created our input. We were getting an input of the horizontal key. So as you can see, inside of the horizontal key we have got left, right, and A and D. So with the A and D you are going to move left and right, and with the left and right buttons also you are going to move with left and right. And similarly we are also going to use the vertical key. Vertical, we are going to access this vertical buttons. So as you can see, down, up, SW. So with that said, guys, just open up the script. Yeah, day of the dead player controller. Okay, great. So yeah, create another float, name it as y, and get access to it as vertical. Okay, so with that said, guys, what you have to do is just go down and okay, create a vector 3 and name it as movement vector, and let's assign it a value, transform.x. okay, it's not x dot right, it's going to be multiply x plus transform.position. Okay, not transform.position, sorry, transform.forward, multiply it by y. So now what we are basically going to do is we have created a vector 3 which is going to have three values, x, y, and z. So what we are going to do is we are taking the player transform right, which is the x-axis, and we are multiplying it with the float variable x, and we are again referencing the transform.forward, which is our z-axis, and we are going to take that reference and going to multiply it with our y-axis, this y float variable, guys. So with that, what you have to do is just type in cc.move, and basically cc is our character controller reference variable, and .move is the inbuilt function which is inside of the character controller. What we are going to do is just type in movement vector, multiply it with time dot delta time, and multiply that with movement vector. So this is basically going to allow us to use the movement, guys. So okay, it's not movement vector, of course. Again, we are just multiplying. We need to multiply it with the movement speed, and this variable has not been yet created. What you have to do is just type in, yeah, okay, so sorry to interrupt, but yeah, what we were doing was just typing, yeah, we were creating the variable name as movement speed. So just make it of type float, and yeah, of course you need to take in that serialized field into an account. You need to write that serialized field so that we would be able to change the speed of the movement while we are in the editor, guys. So there won't be any need to come back to this. Okay, yeah, there won't be any need to come back to the script and just edit it. So I'm just sorting things up, and we are ready to go, guys. So now with that said, what you have to do is just save the script and go back to the editor, and let's see if the things work fine. So what you have to do is just click on that player and add a component, name it, and we named as player controller. We need to add a script. So now just type in 6, and what you have to do is just take a look over the camera, and let me focus our camera over the player. So just control shift F and hit the play button. And if you see, take a look, we are able to control our player, guys. So yes, of course we are able to control our player, but why is he flying over the, yeah, why he is in the space, guys? So what you have to do for that is just click, just get back to the player and just press on this gizmos key. If you press on this gizmos key and select our player, you are going to observe that our player controller has not been fitted properly to our player. So what you have to do is, over the y-axis we need to get it to appropriate height so that it won't fly again in the sky. And yeah, it's, let's make it 1 so it won't be flying in the air. And yeah, while we played the button, the player was actually playing some animation. So what you have to do is just, yeah, click on this animator or just turn off this animator for the, yeah, for the training purpose, so that we could test our player perfectly. So just hit the play button again, and you are not going to see the player is swinging his sword or running. And as you can see, our game is looking great. Our player controller script is working fine. Now one thing which we need to do is we need to create a rotation script so that our player rotates wherever we just go, guys. So to do that, what you have to do is, but at first let's set up our camera, guys. So to set up our camera, what you have to do is you need to download an extra package which is named as Cinemachine, guys. It is a very good tool created by the Unity technology. It is basically the tool used for, yeah, camera, guys. It is, what it does is those tools handle your camera in such a way that it makes your game looks more fantastic, guys. So with that, what you have to do is go inside of the package manager, and of course go and search for the Cinemachine, guys. Okay, yeah, Cinemachine. I'm searching for the Cinemachine. Okay, they didn't find any Cinemachine, but what you have to do is go inside and click on this all packages. Then let it take some time to load, and now if you find it over here, you are going to get the Cinemachine. It would be probably in the C. As you can see, I got the Cinemachine. Just hit this install key button. Sorry for that. Okay, it's installing. It might take some time, guys. Okay, why is this just showing me? Okay, cool. Oh god, it's taking too much time. Okay, come on, man, just do it already. So as you can see, they have written here the smart camera tool for passionate creators, guys. So this is extremely good and a handy package, guys, which is created by the Unity technology. So you need to use it, guys. So while it is loading, what we can do, yeah, we can actually create, we can actually write a rotational script. So what you have to do is just, since we are done with our this script, which is our player movement script, what you have to do is just control exit, and it's just below the void sorry, update function, just create another function. Okay, yeah, I think Cinemachine has been loaded. So just private void, uh, type in player movement as the function name. Okay, great, cool. So with that, we have created the function, and inside of the scope just paste the script, guys. So control asset, and don't forget to call this function inside of this update function, so our functions run, so our code runs perfectly fine. So it is not player controller, actually it is player movement. Okay, with that said guys, we need to write another set of code, but let's directly create a function of it and name it as player rotation. Okay, great guys. So now let's start to write our function. Create a float variable, name it as mouse x, because we are totally going to rotate our player using our mouse, and get axis. This is again the player input guys, which we saw earlier. I saw you the horizontal and vertical axis. So this is just similar, this is just the same input functional, the same input, yeah, format you can say. And yeah, I just forgot to enter one variable, which would be our mouse sensitivity. So with this we are going to determine what should be the speed of the player rotation guys. So let's enter the variable name as sensitivity. Okay, I just made it wrong, and it's sensitivity, right guys. Okay, cool. So just now what you have to do is go back to our player rotation script, and inside of this you need to just continue editing your code, multiply it using mouse sensitivity, and multiply it using time dot delta time guys. So now create another variable and name it as mouse y, and we are going to do the same thing and get the input axis of mouse at the y, and again multiply it mouse sensitivity, multiply it by time dot delta time guys. So with that said guys, what you have to do is just type x rotation. Okay, so yeah, what we need to do is we need to add a rotation variable, rotation x I guess. Yeah, so let's do it. So type in private float x rotation and assign a default value as 0 guys. So now just go down and scroll to the end, or you can say to the function, which is this, yeah, the player rotation functionality. Yeah, or sorry, we just name it as player rotation guys, sorry for that. And just type in here x rotation minus equals to mouse y. Okay, so now type in again the x rotation function, this variable name, and math f dot clamp and x rotation comma minus 20f comma 20f. I would just explain you the meaning of the clamp. Just give me a minute and let's type in the full code. So okay, yeah, and transform dot rotate our vector 3 dot up multiply by mouse x. So with that guys, what we are trying to do is we are getting this x rotation and just removing, or you can say decrementing it using the mouse y value. And after we decrement it, what we are doing is we are clamping the value of x rotation between minus 20 to 20, because we don't want our player to look just take a 180 degrees look over from top to bottom. So this won't work appropriate guys. So we are restricting the camera's movement between minus 20 to 20 in terms of rotation transformation. So now we are going to apply that inside of this, right, by writing transform dot rotate vector 3 or vector 3 dot up and multiply it by mouse x guys. So with that said, what we are going to do is we also need a transforms for our camera. We need a transform for our camera, but to do that, what we are going to do is just type in private, yeah, create a variable, name it as, okay, the object should be game object, and name it as camera. So now we are going to come back down again, and what we are going to do is we are going to use this x rotation clamp value using this. So what basically we are going to do is reference our camera transform dot local rotation. We are going to get an access to the local rotation equals to, and I guess, yeah, it's quaternion. Again, we are going to take a look over the quaternion Euler x rotation comma 0 comma 0. So with that said, guys, what we are going to do is go back to our Unity editor, and okay, we are done importing the Cine machine. Just click on that cross, close that package manager, and yeah, let's create a virtual Cine machine camera. So create a virtual camera, and with that, our camera is not going to be used anymore. We won't be able to just transform it from here to back, and because we can only transform this CM, which is Cine machine. So as you can see, this is exactly our camera. So what we are going to do is, inside of the player, we are going to create an empty game object and name it as camera pivot. Okay guys, so what we are going to basically do is just go back of the player, go over here and Control Shift F and bring it to the center. Okay, so let's round off the values. It should be 25, make it 5, and yeah, make this one as 0. So okay guys, what you have to do is just get this CM, which is in a machine, and create a parent child relationship between them. And yeah, now reset the transform of our Cine machine, guys. So as you can see, it is now currently focusing over the player. Now what you have to do is basically, inside of this, what you have to do is, okay, there is no need to do anything, but now what you have to do is, inside of the player, now just get the mouse sensitivity to, I guess, 40, and our camera would be this camera pivot. So now hit the play button and let's see if our effects come to play. So okay, we are able to play the game but unable to, yeah, actually we are not able to use it, guys. So what might be the problem, guys? So yeah, of course, we just forgot to call off that function inside of the update function. So what you have to do is just call on this player rotation function so that it works perfectly fine. And one thing which we need to do is, while playing the game, we don't want our camera, we don't want our cursor to be rotating anywhere into the screen. So what you can do is show cursor. I guess that might be the correct appropriate function, or type in cursor dot cursor, set cursor to lock. Okay, let's try that. I don't know exactly what function was that, but type in cursor lock mode dot locked. Okay, let's see if this works. All right, we are just getting errors upon errors. So what you can basically do is, we can get a reference to it. There is no restriction. So what you have to do is just type in cursor, okay, Unity cursor lock. So what I'm trying to say is, you can get all of your doubts over this Unity documents. You can get solved by the Unity documents, or you can just post your error over the Unity forum. So this might be helpful sometime when you are creating a very unique game and an unknown error just jumps into it. It might be possible that someone else all over the world would have solved that error, so you can get a reference to that. You can get the answer of your error. So yeah, it is basically good to just search for the answers if you don't know any. Okay, there is no any hard restriction that you should write your code on. If you, even though you are getting errors, it is fine to solve it by someone else, that is solved by someone else. So as you can see, cursor.lock state equals to cursor lock mode dot none. So what you have to basically do is, we need to go back to our script and type in cursor.lock state equals to cursor lock mode dot lock. So we are going to lock our cursor and go back to the editor. Okay, it's taking some time to compile. Okay, it compiled completely, and just hit the play button, and as you can see, our cursor is not out at the anymore. So what I was trying to say was, I was trying to get you to this, we are clamping our rotation and we are restricting it on the y-axis. As you can see, it is only rotating to a certain angle, which is 22 minus 20. So this might come handy. And as you can see, our player controller script is working fine. I think we need to increase the mouse sensitivity. So what you have to do is just go inside of this mouse sensitivity and make it to around 80, and go back here. And now as you can see, our sensitivity is working great, and yeah, it feels good, guys. So with that all of this done, we have created a basic player controller script for our player, and now we are ready to move on to our next target, which is going to be, we need to add some animation effects into our player. So in the next lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to add an animation using a mechanism system of Unity editor, guys. So stay tuned. With that said, guys, what you have to do is go inside of the project and let's create another folder and name it as animator controller and animations, of course. Okay, just remove animations, no need to just add it. So name it as animator controller, and inside of that folder, what you have to do is just create one animator controller, name it as player animator, or you can say just underscore AC. AC stands for animator controller. Double click on that animator controller, and what you have to do is need to add a state, so that just name that state as idle. And now let's take a look what basically is an animator controller. Animator controller is basically a system where you control all of your animations, where you want to just type in some, create a transition condition. If the player is not playing, is not running, it is not going to play the run animation, but rather it is going to play the idle animation, and so on, guys. So what you have to do is just click over this in the motion and get this idle animation, I guess. Yeah, of course, idle. But let's not forget, we also have got one more player, which is that monster, or you can say that yeah, our enemy. So we need to just add the animations which have been came with our player. So let's find, it has got idle 1, idle 2, and okay. So let's play this ideal. Which ideal would be better for our player? Let's just find out. Okay, this is ideal 2. Okay, this is looking much cooler, guys. So you can have any of this. So yeah, this is not working that good. This is not that good. And let's take a look over this. Okay, it's a jump animation. So we were just looking for our animations. So with that, we need, I think the ideal 2 was looking great. So yeah, here in the motion, just get the idle 2, and we have set our idle animation. So next thing which we need to do is we need an run animation. So create another state and make it run, and what you have to do is just right click over this idle animation and make transition to, and click over this, left click over this run animation, or you can say this state, and then just do similar as the same way. You have to just revert it back, and what you have to do is click on this ideal and run. We need to select the run animation. So let's find out our run animation of the player. And okay, this was the jump basically. So walk paddle, walk right, walk left, okay, forward, walk on. Okay, this is the run animation. Just click on it, and okay, no need, there was no need. Yeah, there was a need, because enemy also would have got a run animation. So just drag this up there, and we are good to go. Now we are going to set a condition for our transition. So let's create a parameter. Go to the parameter tab over here and add one parameter which is named as pool, and we are going to add run. So if run is going to be true, then we are going to just go over to this state, and if run is going to be false, we are going to be going back to this ideal state. So what you have to do is just add a condition. If run is true, we are going into this state. If run is false, we are going into this state, guys. So now what you have to do is go inside of the player controller script, and inside of that we need to get access to our animator controller. So type in here the animator controller. Okay, 1 minute. not animator controller, rather it is going to be our animator, because yeah, player has got the component name animator, and that animator component in which that is the component in which we are going to add our animator controller that we just that we had just created. So what you have to do is just type in animator as a variable name, and in the start, what you have to do, start function, what you have to do is just call this animator variable, and write game object dot get component. It is going to be animator. So yeah, great. So with that said, what you have to do is go inside of this player movement and need to add one more line, animator dot set bool. So what this set bool function is going to do, it is going to get a parameter of type bool, and we need to add the boolean name which was run, and set it to true. Now if it is going to be set it to true, and we need to do the similar function else if. So now you have to check when the player is not working, guys, when the player is not running. So what you can do for that is okay, so if y or x or y equals 0, yeah, I forgot to do it, equal 0, then what you are going to do is animator dot set bool run to true. If either of them is okay, not true, but like it false, sorry. So yeah, not either, but we want both of them to be false. So with that said, guys, as you can see, we have just created our animator run false event. And what you have to do is, okay, just add a scope around there and save the script and go back to the editor. And now what you have to do is go inside of the scene, click on the player and click on this control footman. So we are going to add a player underscore AC as a controller. Just check in this enable checkbox and hit the play button. Now take a look, guys, it has got an idle animation, guys. As you can see, it is just now in the idle animation, and what you have to do is, if you press the W key, it is running, but it is taking some time to just go back on the animation and stop the animation. What you have to do is go back inside of the asset store, asset store, not asset store, but go into the animator, and inside of the transition, what you have to do is just uncheck this has exit time. Okay, so what basically is going to do is, what has exit time means when the animation is completed running itself, completely ran itself. What it is going to do is, it is until then it is not going to just work on this transition. But if we uncheck that mark, what it's going to do is, if the condition is satisfied, if this condition is satisfied, it is immediately going to go to the idle state. So with that said, guys, what you have to do is, yeah, just loop this with the time. So as you can see, it is looping, and you have to loop this idle animation as well. So it is looping as well. So go into the scene and hit the play button, and if you would say, you could say the changes has taken place. So as you can see, it is directly running and holding up as well. So yeah, the effect of the holding is not good. So what you can do is just go back to the transition and just remove this transition duration. So what duration does is, it is going to add a smoothness between the run and stop idle animation. So as you can see, if we don't have any smoothness, it is just directly going to stop itself. So if we just add it to 0.25, it is just going to take some time, guys. So as you can see, it is holding up in a very good way. So that's it, guys. So what we can do is just decrease this. Okay, so yeah, this is looking good, guys. So now hit the play button and you can see some changes immediately. It is running fine, guys. Our player is running great, and if we stop, it is running, it stops running. So as you can see, our animation has been complete. So to the sidewalks, as you can see, our player is not working good. So what we can do is, we can add a blend tree with it. So currently there is no need for adding a blend tree, because we are not creating a hard time, a very cool game. We are not trying to achieve that, but you can add a blend tree, and it is very easy, guys. It wouldn't be that hard or challenging for you to add a blend tree inside of the Unity yeah, this games. But okay, so Okay, let's try to add a blend tree then so that our game looks cool. So what you have to do is what does the blend tree do is, since when we hit this A button, it is going to move on the side, and when we hit the D button, it is going to move on the right side, and if we're going to click on the S button, it is going to run backward, guys. So what you have to do for that is just click on this one button, okay, run animation, sorry, and just make it as create a new blend tree state. Double click on that run, and now what you are going to do is just click on this blend tree, and instead of the blend type to be 1D, make it to 2D freeform directional, and we need to create two parameters. So the first parameter would be our X, okay, make it capital X by the way, and add one more parameter which will be float and make it capital Y. Okay, this is not a capital X yet. Okay, cool. So what you have to do is just click here Y and X. Now add motion, again add motion, because we are going to create a blending between four types of animations. So now just click on here. Okay, just let's go back to the editor, and this is our run. So for the first one, we are going to have our run, and this is taunt by the way. So let's see. Okay, cool, it is looking great. Okay, we are going to have a walk pedal backward. This would be our backward animation, and okay, this is it. So battle backward, and this is going to be forward, left and right. So we are going to add a left animation. Okay, just select this blend tree and just drag it again, guys, and drag this as well. So now if we take a look over the blends, it won't work because we need to have a logic here. So what you have to do is, when our pos y is positive 1, it is going to run forward. When this is -1, it is going to go backward, and if it is 1, it is going to move on the right side. If x is 1, it is going to move on the right side, and if x is -1, it is going to move on the left side. So with that said, we have created a blend tree for our run animation. Now hit the play button, and you are going to observe the changes. So as you can see, it is now in the ideal state. Now if I run, okay guys, okay, it's not working, right? Okay, yeah, we just forgot to add some changes to our script as well. So what you can do right now is go inside of the player controller, and inside of the player controller, instead of just making or setting our animation run as true, animator set boolean as true, what you have to do is we need to do another thing, which is animator.set float. Okay, so we have to just do this outside of our this, and animator.set float, which is going to be capital X as X, and animator dot set float, okay, sorry, it's going to be set float and capital Y as Y. So now if we go back to our Unity editor and hit the play button, the animation is going to blend between those four animation. Okay, so yes, you can see it is running. If I hit the S key, it is going to run backward, it walk backward, and if I hit the A key, it is going to move on the sidewards, and if I hit the D, it is moving sidewards. So as you can see, it is working fine. The animation is looking cool. So we got a basic understanding of a blend tree as well. So with that said, guys, our today's lecture is complete, and in the next lecture we are going to create the anime anime controller. We are going to create a basic anime controller, so stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to create a basic anime controller script. So let's get started, guys. So just what you have to do is, since we are done creating our script for our player, what you have to do is just deactivate our player, and okay, so just take a look over our our enemy. So now what you have to do is, instead of skeleton, just rename it as enemy, and we are going to add one thing, which is going to be nav mesh agent. So what basically this nav mesh agent does is, it is basically a script, or you can say it is a component, sorry, it is a component which handles the AI part of our player. So this is going to basically handle the player's movement over the entire game. It is basically the AI. It is a kind of a AI navigation tool which helps the player to identify where it has to go through, guys. So it basically lets the player, it is a player, it is a brain of a player where the player is been shown the direction where it has to move and where not, guys. So as you can see, this is quite big, guys. So what you can do is okay, decrease the radius to, yeah, to 0.05, and of course we need to decrease the height to, I guess, zero point 0.5, I guess. Okay, not 0.5 won't work, so make it 0.05. Okay, this is too small, by the way, so let's make it around 1.15. This is looking quite good, guys. So what you have to do is go inside of the script folder and create a script and name it as enemy controller. Okay, so just double click over that script and we are good to go. So now what we are going to do is we are going to, okay guys, so sorry for this, but yeah, again, so what we are going to do is we are going to get some variables ready. So what types of variable we are going to get ready is, first of all, we need to add a namespace unity engine.ai and go inside of the class, and now we are going to add up some parameters. So, or you can say the variable. So add a private float which is going to be a look radius, and what the look radius variable is going to help us for is it is going to set a radius for our player and sorry, for the enemy, and if the player enters that radius, the enemy is going to follow our player and it is going to try to kill our player, guys. So now we need to add a health parameter. Of course we forgot to add the health parameter for our for our player, but yeah, this is I'm just adding it right now, and I will we will add that variable later in that player controller script, so don't worry. And we need to add we need to get a reference to this the navmesh agent. So what you can do is navmesh agent nma, okay, sorry, nma it is, and yeah, put a semicolon at the end. And we also need to get a reference to the animator, so just type in animator and the variable name as animator. And the next thing which we need to do is get another variable which should be of the type boolean and name it as follow, and yeah, false, the default value would be false. And okay, that's it for now. So what you have to do is go inside of the start function and just get all those anime get a reference to these yeah, the navmesh agent. So get component and it would be navmesh agent, guys, and we got a reference to our navmesh agent. Now we are going to get a reference to the animator. So game object dot get component, it is going to be animator, and we are good to go. So now we are going to get inside of the update function and we are going to just check for the look radius. So what basically we are going to do is we are going to check for the distance. So type in float distance equals to vector 3 dot distance, which is going to be our target dot position minus, okay, sorry, we didn't add a target parameter variable. So what you are going to do is, okay, so serialize, oh man, it would be serialized field, and the access modifier would be private, and we are going to add a game object which is going to be our target, or you can say the player. So yeah, target dot position, it is then position, what would be outer position is going to be transform, yeah, this won't work because we have got a reference to the player the game object rather than transform. So yeah, just type in transform and transform.position. So what it's going to do is this function is going to calculate the distance between our target player, or you can say the player, and the enemy. So what it is going to do is, and now what we are going to do is create a function, and if distance, so distance between player and the enemy is less than or equal to the radius, which is the loop radius, so then the player is going to follow, the player is going to start following. So what you have to do is, yeah, so with that guys, what you have to do is need to create another function and name it as, I guess, yeah, core functionality would be fine. Okay, core functionality, and again we are going to get a variable distance and vector 3 dot distance, which is going to be target dot transform dot position, comma transform dot position. And okay, so I guess, yeah, we just checked that distance, so no need to write this code, sorry for that, but yeah. Okay, now what you have to do is get a reference to our agent, so which is maa dot set destination equals to target dot position. Okay, target dot transform dot position. So now what our name is going to do is that position, so it is going to start follow our player, so wherever our player goes, it is going to go over there. So now what you have to do is, if distance is less than equal to agent dot stopping, okay, we need to get a reference, by the way, to the distance variable. So what we can do is, here we can get a parameter or an argument for the function and type in the variable name as distance, and if distance is less than equal to agent, okay, it's not agent, we just wrote it nma dot stopping distance, then what we are going to do is just tap, okay, follow is going to be false, else then follow is going to be true. So what here we are going to do is follow equals to true, and if follow, then we are going to call this function, which is the core functionality. Of course, there is no need to, okay, yeah, we need to add this distance, so just type in distance here. Okay, so basically what you can do is, you could we can just remove the use of this follow variable as well, and we can directly call this core functionality here, but I have just created this variable for your understanding purpose, so there is no need for doing that, or you can even do that on your own. I won't stop you for doing that, but yeah, this makes things pretty better and easy to understand, guys. So now what you are going to do is, let's go back to the editor and to the enemy. What you have to do is add this player script, add the enemy controller script, and with that said, what you have to do is, okay, we need a target player, which would be our player, and radius is 10, of course. So okay, so what you have to do right now is just go to the window, and inside that general, okay, not general, I guess it's AI navigation, and what you have to do is bake the area, guys. So just select this plane and bake it. So now that we have baked our area, okay, it's not baking it, I don't know why. Okay, so now our area has been baked, I guess. Okay, to bake this region, what you have to do basically is, yeah, go to the object and just click on this navigational static to yes, and then go inside of that big tab and just click on that big. And now as you can see, the blue region has been generated. So this is the region where our player enemy is going to walk through. And okay, so now what we are going to do is just go into the inspector and click on the player and make the player activated. So now if we hit the play button, and if we go inside of the radius of this enemy, then as you can see, enemy it has started to follow our player, guys. So as you can see, enemy is been following our player. So now the script is working fine, and as you can see, our player is also working fine. But the one thing which remains right now is we need to add an animation for our enemy, so that it feels like the enemy is walking toward us. So let's do that. So what you have to do for that is go inside of the animator controller folder and create another animator. So yeah, name it as enemy underscore AC, and just double click on that enemy AC. And what you have to do is right now is go inside of the, here and add a parameter boolean which should state which should be run, and create a state empty, name it as, I guess, idle. And what should be our idle animation is this idle. And what we are going to do next is we are going to create another state, and yeah, we are going to add a transition to it. Rename this new state as run, and we have to add a run animation as well, guys. So what you have to do is instead of this fantasy monster click on the skeleton Annie, and you are going to get some animations here. So what is this knockback? Let's take a look. Okay, it is a cool one, by the way. Okay, so this would be our run animation. This would be the skill. Okay, stand and walk. So we need this run animation, so just drag it over. Okay, it won't work by dragging it, we need to drag this animation only. So now we are going to go back to our script, and what we are going to do basically is we are going to call that function, which is the animator dot set tool. It is run, boolean variable is run, name of the variable is run, and we are going to create an else statement and make animator dot set tool run to false. Great, guys. So with that we have created this animator animation functionality. So now go back to the editor and just click on that play button, and you would observe that if we enter the radius of that player, the animation is. So guys, I just figured out the error which was causing into our game. So what we can do is, beside of this distance less than equal to loop radius, we have to add one more condition which says that if distance is greater than, okay, it's anima dot stopping distance, then we are going to set the follow as true or else it's false. So basically what was happening in our game was we were entering this state which states that false equals follow equals to false, but we were again going inside of this distance less than equal to root theta, basically because here what we were doing is once the distance is less than the loop radius, we are going to set follow as true, but we have to stop player from following after player reaches a certain destination, right guys? So what we were doing is we were just making it false, but again we were going back into the loop and setting this follow true as true again. So what it was happening, what was happening, that it was stating it is false and again making it true, which was difficult, the values were changed in instant, so that is such a way that it was too fast, because so that the animator controller was not able to track that the follow was set to false. So that's the reason why the transition was not happening. And once we set this condition, the editor should run fine. So hit the play button and let's check out our progress and check if the error is again okay. As you can see, it is stopping guys, but I don't think this idle animation is looking cool. So let's change the animation. uh, Double click over here and double click on this. The ideal, what you have to do is just take 2 3, I guess. And now if we take a look over our player, and as you can see now idle animation is looking cool. So okay guys, so with that said, we have created our anime controller. So now in the next lecture what we are going to do is we are going to uh, work on the player attack system. So we are going to create an attack system for our player, so stay tuned. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to create a basic player attack system. So to do that, what you have to do is go back to the script, which is the player controller, and what you have to do is add a float and name it as damage, and the default value would be 0. Instead of float, let's make it an integer. Okay, good. So now what we are going to do is if add an if statement in the update function, and if input dot get mouse button down, which would be the 0, and 0 is our left mouse button, and equals true. Then what we are going to do is we are going to attack. So to make an attack, what we are going to do is call an animator dot set goal attack equals to true. So now what we have to do is go back to the editor, and we need to double click on this player underscore AC, and here we need to add another state, which would be our attack state guys. So what we have to do is rename the new state as attack and add a transition. Okay, cool. So now what you have to do is add an animation of the attack guys. So let's search for our animation of the attack. Okay, we have got 3 of them. So this would be our basic attack. Okay, this is the cool one. Okay, yeah, this all of these 3 attacks are looking cool. So what we can do is basically we can, okay, yeah, first of all let's create 3 animations. Okay guys, so what we can do is just drag this here and drag this another here. So as you can see, it directly created a state if we drag the animation into the animator. So now I'm just renaming the animators, and the one last thing which I forgot to do is in the attack one we didn't just set this here over here. So now we are ready with our attack states. What I have to do is make a transition to each of them, and within the transition we need 2 conditions. So first of all we need to create a boolean parameter which would be named as attack, and the next one would be the float, which is going to be AR. So what basically is an AR? Okay, instead of making it as a float, we have to make it an integer because we want an index. So AR. So what AR basically is, it's an attack random animation. So here what we are going to do is again go to the transition to the attack one, just put this off, add 2 conditions, which is going to be attack true and AR equals 0. Again just put this off, add 2 of them, attack and AR equals, okay, it's not less, equals 1. Okay, so yeah, let's make this one as, I guess, 1, this one as 2. Here again put this off, add 2 of them, One is going to be attack and the other one is going to be AR, and it's equals to 2, I guess. Okay, not 2, I guess it's 3. So we need to assign this as 3, I guess. So yeah, type in 3. And for the exit transition, just make it to this, uncheck that has exit time, and then what you have to do is add some condition, which is if attack is false, and just remove this other one because we only require one condition to exit this state, guys. So yeah, again attack and make it as false, and go to the other another transition and add a condition as attack false. So now we are ready to use our attack. And so that for that, what we need to do is go back to the script, and here we set the attack as true, and we need to do one more thing, which is set float, I guess. No, it's not float, it's integer actually. Integer attack. Okay, we need to type in the whole thing, which is, I guess, okay. Set integer is also not working, so what it would be. Okay, set integer, it's gonna be AR, gonna be random dot range between 0, so it would be from 1 to, I guess it's gonna be 4, guys. So with that said, now we are ready to go. But one thing which we need to do is we need to set our animator dot pool to false again after setting it to true. So set it to false, and again, so the one thing which we need to do is go back to the editor, and in the transition exit we have to make sure that we have got has exit time checked, because we are immediately going to change the attack value from false to true to false. So when the attack is this animation is completed playing itself, then it is going to just go back to the ideal state. So let's try to run this. Okay, so we have got some compile time errors, so let's take a look over those errors. So yeah, one error is this, yeah, we can't have an F here, and the other one would be, okay, it's a simple compile time error when we were hitting the play button. So now if we hit the play button, okay, it's not playing it. Okay, animation is not playing itself. So what could be the possible reason, guys? Okay, let's check it out. Go back to the player controller, and if we take a close look over here, you are going to observe this, that let's try to print stops. Okay, make it working so that we can recognize that this condition is working fine. So now if we go back to this editor and hit the play button, what you are going to observe is okay, we are not getting an, okay, we are getting a message which is working. So we are actually entering this loop, guys, this conditional statement. So the thing, it is not, the main thing why it is not working is the animator the set pool is not making it false to itself. So what we can do is click on the player. Okay, let's go in the window, and at the animation, just click on this animation window. Okay, I would just set my animation window over here beside the console and click on that player, and as you can see, these are read only. So what we need to basically do is add an event, or we can do another way around, which could be invoke a function after some time. Okay, this won't work perfect because we are calling it every frame, so it would take some means it would, we have to compromise with our performance, so the event would work fine. So what you have to do is since it is read only, you can't actually edit this. So what you have to do is go back to the project, and here what you have to do is inside of that character animation folder, what you have to do is find those attack folders. So this is the attack one. Okay guys, so yeah, just minimize this all animations. so that we can have a clear view in our project window. Now what you have to do is just control delete so that we can duplicate this attack 1, and similarly we need to duplicate this attack 2 animation, and similarly we need to duplicate this attack 3 animation, guys. So with that said, what we are going to do is we are going to replace this animation here. So as you can see, guys, we are replacing it. And now if we take a look over the animation and click over here, you can see the read only has gone. So now we can edit this. So what we are going to do is after some few milliseconds, we are going to add an event in all of them. Attack 2, again here we are going to add an animation event, and again attack 3 we are again going to add an animation event. So now we are going back to our this script, player controller script, and here we are going to create a public function, public void attack para setter would be the name, and animator dot set bool to false is going to be the work of this function. So yeah, here comes the attack parameters name. Okay, parameters name. Now go back to the editor and take a look. So we need to just make sure that this animations have the script activated. So what you have to do is select this attack para, attack 2, we need again attack para, attack 3, select this event, and okay, we just forgot to do it same in the attack 2. Select it and make it attack para setter. So now if we hit the play button and see if it is working, as you can see it just played the animation, guys, and it is working fine, guys. But the one thing which remains still remains is we need to add a trigger to its SWOT, so that when the player attacks the the enemy's health is pinned down. So what you have to do for that is we need to take a reference to this one. So this is our shield, and okay, where is our SWOT? Okay, this is our SWOT. So add a box collider to it and make it trigger. Okay, so where is the box collider, guys? As you can see, it is just right here, so it would be difficult to edit. So let's increase the size of the box collider to something like this. Okay, now let's increase it by dragging that, okay, yeah, to the end of the sword. And one more thing which we need to do is here is distract this as well. Okay, so now I think the trigger is going to work fine, guys. Okay, we have set a SWOT trigger. The next thing which we need to do is we need to add a tag which is going to be enemy. So add it. Okay, so now in the enemy, instead of untag, we are going to tag it with the enemy tag. So now we are good to go. So one final thing which we need to do is we need to go inside of this player controller script, and we'll just under the update function. What you have to do is create an on trigger function. Okay, on trigger enter if other dot, okay, it was too fast, other dot game object dot tag equals enemy, then other, we are going to access that script game object dot get component, which is going to be our enemy controller dot health. Okay, health, we can't access health because health is a private variable, guys, so just make it internal so that we could access that variable. And now if we take a look over here, health equals to false. Okay, sorry, not health equals to false, but we need to decrement it using our damage. So okay, so now the health of the enemy is going to decrease using our damage variable. So as you can see, we are ready to go. So just save the script. Okay, this thing which we have created over here, we have created a reference to our camera. We need to just remove it because, okay, let me see if we are using this. Okay, we have got two references. Okay, no problem, we don't have to remove this. Okay, cool. Now go back into the editor and let's see if this functionality of killing the player works. So one more thing guys, we need to increase the damage of the player. Damage would be 100. Okay, so that in one swoop the enemy dies. So and one more thing which we need to do is here, go to the enemy controller, and if health is less than equal to 0, then game object, okay, we need to destroy the game object. So destroy game object. So save the script, go back to the editor, hit the play button, and let's see what happens. So now as you can see, we could attack. Okay, yeah, one more thing, why the enemy is not being able to, we are not able to see, because the health of the enemy is already 0. So go here and make the health to 100, hit the play button again. Okay, just turn around to the enemy and just swipe it. Okay, we are unable to kill it, I don't know why. There might be some reason, of course. As you can see, it is working great. Okay, I don't know what's the problem. Enemy is right there. Okay, let's see that whether this trigger is working or not. So to check that, what we have to do is just print a message in the console if this works. Okay, we were printing one more message. Okay, cool. Go back to the editor, hit the play button, and let's see if it works. So okay guys, okay, go to the console and what's this error? Okay, it's not working, I don't know why, but let's try to make it work. Okay, inside of the enemy, what you have to do is just add, okay, let's try to add a rigid body here. Rigid body, kinematic, make it kinematic, and or instead just constrain. Check all of the constraints and go back in the edit mode, play mode, and here if we find the enemy, and if we swoop our sword, if we slash hit it with our sword, then no, there is no reaction guys, so it's not working. So just go back to the enemy. One thing is for sure, need to add a rigid body here, and yeah, make it kinematic, and add one more thing, which is going to be our capsule collider. So capsule collider is too huge guys, so what you have to do is decrease the radius to 0.5 I guess, and decrease the height to, I guess it's gonna be 5. Okay, it's too small. Okay, this is also too small, make it 1. Okay, make it 0.5. okay, not that also. So I think I figured out the error guys. So that was nothing but in the enemy, what you have to do is just remove that rigid body component and just add only a capsule collider and make it its trigger, so that it could be able to detect the triggers in it. So now what you have to do is go back to our player and yeah, add a tag name as player. It would be handy later in the in this game. So what you have to do is go back to our player controller script, and we need some good things, because suppose if we hit the play button, and even though we are not attacking our enemy, it is going to die if it touches our sword guys. So as you can see, it died because it touched our sword. So what we need to do for that is we need to go inside of the script and make sure that we are attacking guys. So what you have to do is we need to hit a trigger event guys. So again, here we are going to serialize a field, and it's going to be private attack. Okay, it is going to be a boolean attack equals to false, and let's not make it serialized field but rather a normal one. hit save by pressing Ctrl S, and now we are going to do one thing is, yeah, remove this and come here and public void is attacking. Okay, just name it not attacking. You could, I am not that good with names, but yeah, you can have your name attack equals to false, and here when we hit it, we are going to set attack as true, guys. So now we are good to go, and go back to the editor, and in the animation just click on this attack at the end. Okay, here we are going to add a trigger and add a function which is going to be not attacking, attack 2. Again, here we are going to add a event and not attacking. In the attack 3 we are going to do the same thing. Here we are going to add an event and we are going to name the function as not attacking, and now hit the play button, and then you would observe some changes, guys. If we are not attacking that enemy, it is not go okay guys, it is just it again did got disabled. So what you have to do, guys, is okay, true. By default the value of his attack is false. Then why is it okay? Yeah, we didn't set that thing here, guys. So what you have to do right now is go back on the on trigger function, and with this enemies, what we have to do is if attack equals true. Now if it is going to check if the player is attacking. If it is not attacking, it is not going to deal damage. It is not going to damage the enemy health. It is not going to deal any damage to the enemy. So now if we hit the play button and we go through that enemy, we are not going to let it die. As you can see, our sword has just gone directly through it, but it is not dying, and now if we hit it, it dies. So with that, guys, we are done creating our attack script for the player. And now in the next lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to create an attack script system for the enemy. So stay tuned, guys. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to create a enemy attack system. So let's get started. So just go into your script folder, and over there you are going to find your enemy controller script. Just open it up. So yeah, let the editor be ready, and okay, cool. So now what you have to do is when the player reaches when the enemy reaches our player, or you can say if the player reaches to the stopping distance, what we have to do is we want our enemy to start attacking, guys. So what we can do is, okay, so now we are going to continuously check that if player, or you can say game object dot position, okay, no need to check position, just directly check, I guess it's distance equal to, okay, it's greater than equal to stopping distance, or you can say less than equal to stopping distance, which is going to be nma dot stopping distance. So now what we have to do is we need to attack. So we are going to create a variable void, okay, yeah, variable of type animator, and here in the start what we are going to do is we are going to get a reference to our animator, guys. So what is this error, guys? So I guess we are getting a good, okay, yeah, that is because we have already created our animator. So I just forgot about that because we were using those run animation and all. So now what you have to do inside of that if statement, just go inside of that if statement and type in animator dot set bool attack as true, guys. So with that set true, what our enemy is going to do is it is going to start playing the attack animation. Yeah, you are correct, we have not set a state for into our animator for attacking. So what you have to do is go back to the editor, let the editor get some time to get compiled. And for compiling, okay, now we are done compiling. Now what you have to do is go inside of the animator controller folder, and inside of it you are going to get an enemy underscore AC. Just double click on it, create an empty state, type in as attack. Okay, okay, cool. Now what you have to do is make a transition from the idle to attack, and what you have to do is just uncheck this exit time. And with that said, guys, we have to create one more parameter, name it as attack, and here we are going to just add a transition condition, which is going to be attack. If attack true, then we are going to do this, and if attack false, then we are going to do this. So if attack false, we need an exit time because we want the animation to fully complete itself, or you can say it should be complete. Okay, cool. So now this might be the enemy attack. So let's try to play the game and see if our enemy is attacking our player, guys. So as you can see, enemy is attacking our player, guys. So it is looking much cooler. And what you have to do for here is just double click on this animation, and inside of the loop time you have to check in this loop time and hit apply. After hitting apply, just go back and play the Unity editor. And now if we go back, our enemy is attacking us. As you can see, guys, it is looking much cooler, guys. So as you can see, our enemy is attacking, but I think our enemy is a bit smaller. So what you have to do is go back into the editor, into the scene. What you have to do is increase the size of our enemy. So what I'm going to do is just increase the scale from 14 to, I guess it's 16. Okay, so now if we take our player in front of the okay, cool, anime is now looking great. So now what you have to do is go back into the editor, hit the play button, and I think we should just increase the mouse sensitivity. So I'm increasing it to 80 and hit the play button of the editor.
Here's a result from search.
Okay, now go towards the enemy, and as you can see, enemy is chasing us and it is attacking us. So now what we have to do is we need to decrease our health. So to decrease our health, what we can do is create a canvas over the screen, and yeah, here it is. So now I have created a canvas. Just go back to the 2D mode, and what you have to do is double click on the canvas. So down, let's make it from constant pixel size to scale with screen size. So now I have changed it to scale with screen size, and then what you have to do is create an image, guys. And as you can see, image has been placed over the center. So what you have to do is anchor it to the top right corner and increase the scale a bit. Okay, cool. Drag it in the negative y-axis, and yeah, make it to -60, and again name it as health bar. Change the color, I guess. Okay, let's make it green. Okay, cool. So what you can do right now is just decrease the alpha. And one more thing which remains is we need a text so that user can check it whether it is okay, check it whether it is a health bar. So again, get this text over the top right corner and align it with to the center. Increase the font size to 20, change the color from black to white, make it bold, and type in health. Good to go, guys. So just drag it over. Cool. So now it is looking much better. And now just click on this image, and okay, 1 minute, guys. We are just forgetting one thing. Okay guys, the thing which we were forgetting is we need to add an image here, because at first we didn't had any image, so we need to just click over here in the sprite and then add an image. So I am adding this one. Okay, it is input background, so instead let's make it background. And then what you could do is in sliced, make it filled, and instead of radius we want to make it horizontal. Yeah, and left to right. Okay, not from left to right. Okay, cool. So as you can see, our health is decreasing, so let's make it from right. It would look much cooler. And what we are going to do is we are going to decrease the players this fill amount, that is our health of the player. So instead let's make it UI sprite and filled. Okay, this looks much cooler. Preserve area expect is not working. Set native size, set native. Okay, cool. Okay, this image is not looking perfect, so forget it. Let's make it this way. We are going to decrease the size health of our player using this, or instead let's make it a simple text for our health. So just create or just duplicate this text and drag it just below the health title, and then instead of a title make it 00, and here we are going to add it. Yeah, let's make it 100, and we are good to go. Up, this is our player's health. And okay, great guys, so what you have to do right now is just make it a child of that first text. Go to the player controller script, and here we are going to create. Okay, first of all we need to use the namespace unity engine .ui so that we can access that text of the health text, serialized field, private text, and it should be health txt. So with that said, what you have to do right now is go below. Okay, we need to also create one more parameter, one more variable, which is named as health. Okay, it would be a float, or rather make it int, and health. The default value would be 100. And what you have to do here in the update function is we need to constantly update our health. So health text.text equals to health.toString. So with that said, now go back to the editor and click over the enemy. Okay, go into the 3D mode and click over the enemy, double click. We have just changed our view from perspective to isolate. I don't know what is ISO. Okay, it's perspective and ISO. So we just click here. If you click here, you can get the ISO view again, and if you again click here, you are going to get the perspective view. Okay, so what you have to do right now is go over to the player and just click on it, right click on it, and then just unpack prefab completely, guys. Do that, and then what we have to do is go down. We need to find this sword. So where is, okay, we got this sword, which is the object O1. Rename it to sword and add a box collider to it. Okay guys, as you can see, we have added a box collider, and now we need to make a trigger on. Now what you have to do is here get it to the enemy, or instead, okay, cool, enemy is fine. I think enemy is not fine. Yeah guys, so add another tag and name it as enemy sword. Of course you can use that enemy as well, but it would make stuff make pretty bad. It would be messed up, all messed up. What you have to do is just go over to the sword, and instead of enemy, just make it enemy sword. And now what you have to do is go back to the script, and here what we are going to do is on trigger enter, if other.gameObject.tag equals enemy sword. Okay, then other.gameObject dot Okay, instead just make it health, decrement it with 6. That's it guys. And what we are going to do is here again we are going to type in other dot game object dot get component enemy controller. Okay, here we go back to the enemy controller, and here we are going to add another boolean which is of let's name the variable as attacking false. We are going to create a private function which should be attack on. Here is attacking, it's going to be true, and we are going to create another function which is going to be attack off. Attacking is going to be false. So with that said guys, what you have to do is okay, go back to the player controller and access attacking. So if the enemy is actually attacking, then only we are going to decrement the player's health. And with that said guys, what you have to do is go back to the this editor, and in the animation click on the enemy, and here as you can see it is read only animation. So what you can do is go here in the this skeletons and any animation folder, which is any, and control D the animation, and we need a player controller or a animator controller. Click on that, and here on the any attack, what we are going to do is we are going to do this. So now if we go into the animation and click on this enemy over here, the attack is not read only anymore. So here what we are going to do is okay, take a look over this scene, and if player is here, we are going to set our attack as true. So here we are going to set our attack on, and once the player reaches this position, here this position, our attack is going to be off. So now with that said guys, what I have to do is hit the play button, and let's see if it is working now. Okay guys, so something is missing. I am not able to control my player. So let's see, what is it? It's player controller. We are getting an error from the player. Of course we didn't assign that text. Go to the player, and here just below there we are going to add this text, and hit the play button in the editor and check if our health system is working fine. So now if we go towards the player, okay, there's no sign. What could be the possible reason guys? So we don't know. Go to the console, and here again what we can do is to the sword we need to add a rigid body, make it kinematic. If we go to the player now, okay, if we make it kinematic, it is not going to move anymore. So go over to the sword and constrain the positions instead of making kinematic, and use of gravity would be off. Now if you go to our player and check if it's working, okay, so as you can see it's coming, and we are not getting triggered anymore guys. So let's go back to our player. Okay, this is the thing right there. Okay, so here if you go right there, and okay, the main reason behind it is that collider is not going on with the animation, so we need to change that. So okay guys, so we figured out the problem which was causing while playing the game. So okay, let's try to break that problem and make it successfully run. So go take a look over the player, and inside of this SWOT, the collider which has been there in this SWOT is not working properly. So what you can do basically is just, I think we have constrained our movements. That may be the reason it's not working. and let's just remove it, the collider. And now if we take a look into the game, if we hit the play button in the editor, we have to go towards our enemy, and as you can see that collider which is here, right here with the sword, is not having a perfect movement with that game object sword. So what you have to do basically is just find the game object, that sword here, and it might be in the spine, neck. It's the right hand, of course, so go over there and the right hand till we come back to the fingers. So okay, cool. So these are the fingers, and as you can see here, okay, okay, cool. This is the finger, this is the finger, of course. Again, as you can see, it has got only 2 fingers. So what you can do basically is then just go to the sword and copy the component which is over here, and okay, cool, and just paste it right there as new. And now if we play the button, let's see what happens. So as you can see, the collider is running smoothly. If I get towards the player, it tries to hit me. As you can see guys, it is hitting me and hitting me, but the collider position is not better, is not good. Okay, it's not perfect, I guess. So what you have to do basically is, okay, on the z-axis just decrease the size to almost 0. Okay, let's not make it 0 but 0.1 rather. Okay, bring it to 0, no problem. Great. Now what you have to do is basically drag this up. Okay, that was too fast. Cool, bring it right there, and okay, cool. Now we need to increase the size of the sword on the z-axis, and again we need to take it a bit in the upward direction, I guess. Okay, cool, this is not working. Fine, great. Now what you have to do is basically on the x-axis you need to get it at certain distance, which can be 0.01, of course. Okay, great. So 0.01 distance is perfect, and just drag it a bit inward. Okay, on the z-axis we need to drag it, so not on the z but the y. Okay, great. This is the perfect position for our collider, and make it enemy sword and let it be a trigger. Just disable this box collider in the sword game object, and now hit the play button, and of course go over here and just select this so that we can check out our box collider if it is working fine, guys. So as you can see guys, we are not able to see that collider which was actually there with our player, so I don't know where it is. Okay, cool, let's try to play the game. Okay, it's right there, guys. So now if we go towards our enemy is chasing us and it tries to hit us, but yeah, it's not working. So what might be the possible error, guys? Okay, box collider does not support negative scale or size. Okay, cool, let's go here into the script and check out what is that error causing. Why is that error being caused? So as you can see, enemy. Okay, so this is the error number 1. Attack other dot game object dot get component enemy controller and dot attacking. So basically this is not the object, right? So what you have to do is just okay, so this is the main enemy, guys. So what we can basically do is just find the object of name enemy. So what I'm going to do is game object dot find object with tag, which is going to be enemy, dot get component, which is the enemy controller, dot attacking. And now if it is attacking, then we are going to decrease our health, guys. So just save the script, go back to the editor, put this off. And one thing, yeah, we can't have our scaling size in negative. So what you have to do is just 0.11. So this is perfect. Now what you have to do is check out if there are any other enemy. Okay, this is enemy spot, just untag it. Now go over to the enemy. Okay, cool. So now what you have to do is just click the play button and go back towards the enemy. Now if you see enemy is coming toward us and it just tried to hit us, but it's not working. Okay, let's see the console. No errors, guys. So what is the possible problem, guys? So here if we check it out, the attacking is very low. Means the attacking time rate, the time between the attacking, we are changing that attacking variable. It's not good, it's not more, we need to increase it. So let's check it out if we don't have any type of condition in damaging our player. So now if we go towards our player, as you can see, health has been decreasing. So what you have to basically do at the end is just select this enemy, go into the animation tab. Inside of the attack, what you have to do is this is the off one, right guys? So okay, hit the directly, you are just directly making it off, so you need to make it on. And at certain point here, I guess, okay, right there, add another and make it off. So now with that, guys, we are done. What you have to do is go back to the script and just undo whatever we did it. Like this is what we did it, we need to remove that. And now hit the play button. Now if you would now you would observe that the player is only damaging our character once. So as you can see, only 6 is reduced, and again it is reducing our health. And as you can see, it is working fine. So in the next lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to take a look over our animation, means character death animation. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Roshil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to work on those that animations, so for the player and enemy as well. So now what we are going to do is when the player reaches its health to 0, when the health of the player reaches to 0, what we are going to do is we are going to play the death animation. So go to the player controller script and let's get started, guys. So what you have to basically do is just in the update function, you have to just type in if health. Okay, do one thing, let's put this all in the big scope. If health greater than 0, then only we are going to perform these tasks, or else we are not going to do it. And else we are just going to play the death animation. So animator.set both death as true. So yeah, you guessed it right. So we have not actually added a state for the death animation, so we need to do that. So first of all, let's go to the enemy controller script as well and do the same thing here also as well. So what you have to do basically is just, okay, instead of destroying it, what you have to do is okay, let's break this task, just remove this set of code, and here let's bring all of it into one scope and make it if health greater than 0. Then only we are going to run this scope, and else we are again going to play the animation of the death. Okay, so it would be true. So now what you have to do is go back to the editor and let it get some time to just load it up, and click or double click over the player EC, and now you have to just create an empty state. And here what you have to do is type in death, and we need a transition from each and every animation. Okay guys, so just make it, but we don't want to make it reverse, because after that animation we don't want our player to just again have any kind of animation. So what you have to do is next is add a parameter name as depth, and then here in the transition just put turn this off, and add a condition, sorry, which is that true, and again just has exist time should be off, and then run that to true, and here as well we need our that to true, and just turn this off, and again go turn this off, and we need to just go over here and that should be true. Again same thing we need to do over here as well, so that would be true. So now basically what you have to do is set out our player death. Just find the animation for our player's death, and we are ready to go. Okay, sorry, attack, defend, die, here it is. So okay, cool, so it's dying, perfect. Do one thing, just select this death and drag this animation right here, and we are good to go. So now if we just, okay, one more thing which we need to do is we need our player enemy as well to die, guys. So what you have to do is go back to the animator controller folder, click on this, and now just create another state and name it as death. Okay, sorry, I just made that default. So add one more boolean which would be death, and here we need to remove this transition and add a death here in the condition to true, again has exit time off, death here again true, and here as well exit time off and death as true, and now we are good to go, guys. So what basically we have to do is just remove this, and we are good to go, guys. So just save the okay, it's already saved. Now what you have to do is basically we need to add an animation to our death, guys. So what you have to do is go to the any folder and search for the death. Okay, this is it, guys. So this is our death animation. Play it. Great, it's working good. Just drag that animation and hit the play button of the editor. Now if we go towards our player enemy and if we hit it, okay, it's not getting any hit. I don't know why it is not getting, okay, it got hit, so that was a bullseye and it dies, guys, and it is not even following us because the condition we have just put it into our enemy controller script. So now what you have to do is now let's let them kill our player. So now we need to wait for a while. Okay, cool, okay, great, I swoop it once, it died. Okay, let's make it fast and go to the player controller. Instead of reducing 6, we can reduce directly 100 and make it work. Go back to the editor, hit the play button, and now if we go towards our enemy, you would observe that we will try in one swoop. As you can see, our player died and we are unable to control it again. So controls are not working because of the condition set in the player controller. So with that, guys, the game gets over and we come back here again and make the reverse those changes we made earlier, which is just make it 6 instead of 100, and go back to the editor, and the game is working smoothly and fine. So now in the next lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to work on the algorithm to spawn an antidote kit after our player is having the having its health less than 100. So what you have to do basically is when the player dies, means when the player is sleeping, right, that lays down, what you have to do is instead of adding that lay down animation, what we can do basically is we can just drag on this damage. Okay, not this damage, but go back to the player animations, and okay, where is that damage? Hit. Okay, it's defend. Okay, get hit, this is it. So we are going to play this this animation, and then with this animation what we are going to do is we would be getting some time to just find out that antidote, and if we just catch up that antidote in time, we are not going to die, or else we are going to die, guys. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kaushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to discuss how to add that functionality, which is the spawning antidote after our player is been to 0. If the player health is down to 0, what you have to do is basically spawn. We are going to spawn a box where the player is going to go over reach that box, and the player is going to gain its health to full, I guess. And then how to do this is basically the big question. So we can do it. It is very easy, guys. So what we have to basically do is when our player is being when our player's health is down to 0, what you have to basically do is there is no need to for playing that animation, but instead we can do is we are going to play the hit animation, guys. So what you have to do is just go over to the death, and instead of here this, what you have to do is just click this get hit animation. And now if we go over to our game and we are going to get a hit animation, of course we won't die. So what basically you have to do is when our player dies, we need to handle we need to spawn that yeah, antidote. So here what we are going to do is serialize a field, and we are going to get a list of the spawn points that where we are going to spawn that, of course, that antidote. So it is a transform, and here I am getting it as spawn points, and it should be a new list transform, and yeah, good to go. So now basically we are done creating this. So now what you have to do is basically yeah, we need a prefab which we are going to just spawn it right away. So yep, you guessed it right, we need a type of game object, and here we are going to get it a prefab. Okay, not prefab, antidote prefab. And okay, it's not antidote, it's antidote. Okay, cool. So now basically what we are going to do is here we are going to get animation name as hit, I guess. Okay, and then what we are going to do is we are going to spawn prefab. So instantiate spawn points, not spawn point, but we want to instantiate the game object with this antidote prefab. Then the position would be spawn point dot random dot range. It would lie between the range 0 to spawn points dot count, of course. And then we need our rotation to be quaternion dot identity. It should be 0 0 0. So basically we are done making this code, but transform dot position it should be, because we are only adding the transform inside of the list. So with that said, guys, what you have to do is we are ready. We are going to spawn that player. And now one more thing, we need a timer. So we need to add a text where the timer is going to be displayed. So here I get one more text, and it should be name it as that timer, and the default timer would be 20. Okay, not 20, let's make it 10. Good to go. Okay, timer. Oh yeah, I guess so, it is a text, right, guys? So just make it there won't be any default value. Create another serialized field, and it should be the timer. Time to death. Okay, this is txt, and the default value would be 20, I guess. Okay, make it 10. Okay, this is not timer, but instead it is going to be a float. So now what we are going to do is we are going to decrease it. So at first this dead timer would be off. So what you have to basically do is set dead timer dot set active. Okay, it's not, we need to access the game object. So type in game object dot set active. That's true. And then we are going to decrease our timer, dead timer. Okay, it's timer time to death. Okay, it's again time to death minus delta dot the time. And else if, we are going to make it else if, and if our time to death variable is greater than 0, then we are going to get inside of it. And one more thing which was missing is, yeah, health is less than equal to 0. There's no need to get to the second condition, but still. And here we are going to add the final statement. So with this, guys, we are decreasing our player's timer, and once the timer is else if time to death equals 0, the player immediately dies. So we are going to play the animation of death. So animator dot set goal of death to true. So with that said guys, we are good to go guys. So now what you have to do is we are decreasing the timer. Now one last thing which we need to do is death timer text dot text equals to time to death, and we are going to typecast it to integer, typecast it to integer, and then make it a string. Now we are good to go. Okay, so yeah, one more scope, we need a one more scope, and then we are good to go. So now what you have to basically do is go back to the editor, double click over the player, and instead of death, let's make it what it was, yeah, hit. So this is it, and as you can see everything is changed. And now what you have to do is create another state, and we need a transform right there which should be played without condition. So of course it is going to be playing without condition, without any condition, and to go. So basically what we are going to do is here we are going to set this hit to false in this scope. Okay, we are going to set this hit to false, I guess, so just remove it. Okay, we can't have this right here guys. So what basically you need to do is, let's just first of all complete the task over here, which is going to be death. Okay, death is good, and remit it to hit, and okay, make a transition from every animation, or you can see the state as well. And here we are going to have a single condition which is going to be, just uncheck this and death, right guys? So we need to create another bool which is death, and now we are going to just go over here and select death, get this another, and do the same thing here as well. Uncheck this as exit time, and uncheck this as exit time. Go to that, uncheck this, you apply death, apply, uncheck this, and apply death. Good to go guys. So basically we are good to go. Now go back to the scene, and the changes are going to be applied soon, not soon of course, yeah, until the editor is compiling itself, compiling the code, it is going to work. So now we have the compilation of the code has been completed. So now what you have to do is basically one last thing which is remaining is we need to set this to false back again guys. So go over to the hit animation, and instead of making it read only, just control D it so that it is not any hit read only. Just select get hit here right there, go back into the player controller function and array script, and then what you have to do is type in public void hit off. This is going to be the hit off, and we are going to do is animator dot set bool hit to false, and go back again here in this editor and let it take some time to compile, and select this player and go back to the animation tab, and here get select the get hit, and at this second 0.1 millisecond we are going to just make this hit off function run. So now go back here in the game, and okay, cool. So now just hit the play button, and if we go towards the player is going to damage us guys, it is damaging us. One thing which we are forgetting is we didn't do anything here to the canvas, and we didn't add some values. So what you have to do is just add a timer text right there. So create another text, and in the UI text it would be, and yeah, of course make it align to center, and increase the size to 20, and make it bold, and it should be white. So this would be the time which would be there for our player to just regain its health, and make it name as that timer txt. Now go over to the player and drag that text right inside of here, and here for the swan point we need to get some swan points, and for the antidote prefab we need to create one. So what I have to do basically is go to the 3D mode again and just double click on the player to get focus, get our focus over the player. And what you have to do right now is just create an empty, or not empty but a sphere, and then what you have to do is, yeah, bring it to the center right there, guys. Very good. So let's have the transform of this object on the y-axis as 1, and as you can see, player would be able to get it. So now what you have to do is go into the project, and inside of the material folder you need to create another material, yeah, another material, and name it as, I guess, pickup or antidote. Best thing, it's not antidote, I just typed it again, antidote. And let's make it green, and instead of making it opaque, let's make it transparent, and it should be having some emission, guys, so it looks pretty good. So with that said, let's make this color a bit dark. Okay, here we go. Color is not working, and we are good to go. Great. So transparency should be good enough. That's it, guys. Make it point. Okay, guys, then take this material and drag it over to our cool, guys, drag it over to our antidote. And okay, this is super duper transparent, so just let's not make it that much, but rather increase it to 1, of course. Okay, 1 is looking good. Inside of the game, as you can see, this antidote is looking great, guys. So this is going to be our antidote prefab, and it is going to just get spawned anywhere, anytime. So one last thing which we need to do is we need to add a particle effect to it so that it looks much cooler. So let's add it, and yes, of course, let's make it a green color. Okay, so this would be the green one, and if we just restart our particle system, it is not working, by the way. Okay, cool, the start color would be that green, and here we go. Okay, cool. One thing which we need to do is we need to decrease the lifespan and make it to 1. As you can see, it is dying after 1 second, and the duration is good. It should be looping, animation should be great, and size over lifetime would decrease. So have a reverse graph. And one more thing, color by speed, not color by speed, but rather color by color over lifetime, and we are just going to decrease it to increase the alpha with time. And here we go, it's looking much good, guys. So as you can see, our game is looking fantastic. One thing which we are forgetting is this is the particle lift, which is a bit spritelet. Okay, where did it go? I don't know, guys. So okay, yeah, we got it. Here it is then. So it is looking good. Okay, instead of this, we can actually put on the mesh. So let's do one thing. First of all, just take this sphere and we name it as antidote. Again, I just typed it wrong. Okay, go back to the project, and in the prefab folder, we may have created a prefab folder, I guess. No, we have not. So just create another prefab folder, and inside of the prefabs we need to add this, where did it go, antidote, and here we have that. Now in the particle system, what we need to do is we need to add this mesh. So let's make it mesh, and here we go. So this would be the sphere, this would be sphere, and our material could be antidote. Okay, guys, so as you can see, it is looking much cooler. So now we need to decrease the size of it. So start speed, not start speed, but rather it would be the size, and it should be random between 2 constants. So let's make it 0.1 to, I guess, 0.5. So now as you can see, it is looking much cooler. So with that said, guys, our emission, we should increase our emission to, I guess, 20. Okay, great. Now it is looking much better. So this would be the particle system which would be inside of it. So just bring its transform to 0 0, and let's overwrite the prefab, apply all, and we are good to go. So now that we have set our antidote, we need to just delete it from here and go over to the player again, and we need here our antidote, which is this prefab right there. And one more thing guys, which we need to do is we need some swan points guys. So what you can basically do is we can just add those swan points right inside our game. So just create one and bring its transform to 0 and y to 1. So just get it right there, get one more right there, get another right there, this one here, and this one here. So now with that said, we have got some swan points. So now let's create an empty game object and name it as swan points. Just bring the transform to 0 and get all this game object inside of it. Now the last thing which we need to do is here inside of the player, just lock this up and select all this game objects and just drag it over to the swan points. So now we are good to go. So now go back to the script and let's make a small change. We need to add one more thing, which is going to be our enemy damage. So let's make it integer. Enemy damage would be 10 at the beginning. So here in the on trigger enter function, we need to just make it from 6 to enemy damage and we are good to go. So go over there for the player, and instead of making it 10, let's make it 100 for now, and just hit the play button. Now let's get back towards the enemy. So as you can see, we got the hit function, hit effect running, and as you can see, we just spawned out. We are spawning just unlimited of them. So antidote, countless antidotes are being spawned. So we need to get some core and proper code. So one more thing guys, the thing which we were getting was that we were continuously playing this animation, which is the hit. So just double click on that hit. Okay, 1 minute guys. So just click on this hit, just remove this inspector lock and make from loop type to this normal one. Now go back to the scene and go back to the player controller script. And one more thing guys, what we need to do is we need this to work only once. So what we have to do is create another private boolean and name it as entered as false. And okay, I got my spelling wrong, and entered. So and entered equals to false. Here we are going to make our entered to true. So with that said guys, what you have to do is go back to our this, and in the game view, as you can see, go back to the canvas and double click over the dead time. We need to increase the size, of course. Okay, size is good enough. Okay, cool. Hit the play button and let's see if the changes are working fine. Go back to the player, hit. We have got 10 seconds guys. We are but unable to control this player, so let's check it out. What is the problem? So now if we take a look over our player, you might get, just click on this player. So let's see which animation is working currently. So as you can see, I am unable to move guys. So what you can basically do is go back to the editor and instead of increasing the height, or let's make it entered here so that we would be able to move. And if we go back here and just hit the play button, and I'm going back towards the player, and if I get a hit, as you can see, I am still able to move, but our timer is not decreasing. So what you have to basically do is time to death equals to 0, start decreasing this timer. So it is going to be if entered timer, time to death dot delta time. This is going to start decreasing itself right there, and go back to the editor and hit the play button. And now if the timer is to 0, we are going to get a player died. So let's see. Okay, we got a hit. Okay, we didn't got a hit. We just got a hit. Time is not decreasing itself. A single antidote has been spawned. This is our antidote, guys. As you can see, it is looking much cooler. Our time is not decreasing itself. I guess it is decreasing, but we are unable to see the changes. So the thing which we need to do right now is just add this up so that we could just update our time right there. Go back to the editor, hit the play button, and let's see if the changes have taken place or not. So now if we go back to the enemy, if we get a shot, the timer has been decreasing, and once the timer reaches 0, what we are going to do is death is going to be true, guys. So here we have got a death sequence here right there, and one more thing, guys, here death is going to be true. And okay, cool. So instead of making it else if, let's make it if, and if death is true, enter is going to be true. So make one more. Animator dot get pull death. It should be not. Then we are good to go. Go back to the script, hit the play button, and get back to the player. If we get a shot, as you can see, the timer is going down. We have got no antidote right now. Yeah, one antidote has been spawned to that position, and we reach 0, but our player is not dying. I don't know why. Okay, player didn't die. Let's check it out. Why is he not dying, guys? So I guess the condition is a bit wrong. It should be not equal to less than equal to 0, but rather less than equal to 0. Time to death, if less than equal to 0, then the player dies. So here we go again, and one more time we go and take a hit. 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. We die, guys. So as you can see, the player died and the game is working smoothly. So okay, we are not having any kind of animation here right there. So what you have to do is go over here and add a death animation. This is the skeleton death. We need our own death. This is here, and we good to go. So now what was happening is the player controller, or you can say the enemy, was not exiting his attack state. So it was just continuously attacking us. So guys, it is going to be false, then only it is going to hit it. Okay, it's good to go. Okay, now if we hit the play button and go back to our enemy, it is going to attack. He is running again, and if we get a hit, now that antidote has been spawned over there, enemy is chasing us, and our health comes to 0 and we die. Now we are unable to move, and we have successfully completed our game. So once it reaches 0, we need our this text to be set to off. So let's copy this here, come back here, and dot game object dot selective to false, and entered would be false as well. So we are good to go. So I know we have created a pretty good mess over here, but you can just modify this code to work to make it look much better. So yeah, and of course there are always n number of possible ways you can solve any kind of problem or create game inside of the Unity. The code which I have written, you might think of it you might think of something else, you might have another logic coming up into your mind, so you can basically use that. There are no restriction, guys, and there is never a single answer to any coding problem, guys. So in coding world, in this coding world, there is no, and there is not even a single problem statement which don't have multiple answers, guys. So just find any of the answer and check out which fits you. So that's it, guys. So now in the next lecture, okay, not in the next lecture, but yeah, what we can do is basically just create it right now. What we have to do is we need to increase our health. Once we gain this up, once we get to this player, where is our yeah, the antidote, we need to add a script in the antidote. So what we can do is go over to the script and create another script and name it as antidote. Or rather, what we can do is instead of creating a script, it's just increasing our compiling time. Just delete the script, go back to the end. Okay, because where is the, okay, where is our prefab? Yeah, here. Okay, not here. Here's the prefab. Click on this, add another tag. It should be named as antidote. Okay, I just type it again, dot, and here we are going to have a sphere collision on trigger. And what we are going to do is go back into the script, okay, in the scripts folder. And where is the scripts folder, guys? Oh my god, I think I have just deleted the whole script folder. I don't know where it is. So let's check on the player and see if, okay, I just deleted all of the script folder. So oh, this is just a mess, guys. So just don't copy this. There is no need for you to do this thing. Okay, what I did, guys, I don't know. I'm going back to the recycle bin. I need to find that scripts folder. Here it is. I will restore it, guys, so it would be back to square. Okay, it's taking some time, guys. Okay, cool. So I just got back my script right there. And one more thing, yeah, what we were doing was need to get to the script folder and just, okay, just delete this antidote. Okay, double click on this player, and here we are going to do is, what we are going to do is on trigger enter if, okay, it's an else if, guys, sorry, else if other dot game object dot tag equals antidote. Okay, I just typed it again, antidote. I don't know what is happening. Okay, cool. So what we are going to do is we are going to regain our health to 100 and our player will be good to go. And the changes we need to make right now is here. Okay, no need to change this, of course. Okay, enter is, we are already making that enter to false, and we are going to reset our timer time to death. Go back here and reset that time to death to 10 seconds as well again. And in the next what you have to do for the next statement, time to death would be for true. And one more thing which we are forgetting is, of course, dot game object dot set active. Cool. Now that with that said, we are good to go. Hit the play button, let it take some time to compile. Hit the play button. As you can see, player is chasing us. We get a hit, our health is back to 0, and we go back to this thing and our health is not increasing. Okay, what is the problem? I guess I have not assigned it antidote tag to that prefab. Go back to here and just assign this antidote prefab tag. And what we are going to do again here is we are going to just delete that game object. So go into this player script and we are going to find that on trigger event, and here inside of this, what we are basically going to do is, okay, what just happened? Okay, just delete this statement right there. We need to make it right here below just the 100 health is equal to 100. And one thing which we need to do is destroy the dot game object. And with that said, guys, go back to the editor, hit the play button, and let's go towards the enemy, and let's check if it is. And okay, we are good to go. Now go back to the here, and as you can see, our health has been gained. Now if we get a hit again, we need to find out another antidote. Okay, we am not okay, it just died. We don't know why. Go back here, there's one more error, guys. So why it was not spawning that. What is the problem? Is less than equal to 0. Entered is false. Okay, entered should be false. Entered should be false. So what you can do here is entered is equal to false. And okay, time to death is greater than 0, and then health is less than equal to 0. Enter is equals to false, and we are good to go. Now this might work. Okay, we are going back to our enemy, and we are going to get a hit. Now we are going to die in 10 seconds. So here we go back to the antidote and take this antidote. Now we get a hit again from our player. So now we just need to find that antidote again. Go towards the antidote at the highest speed, and here we go. Our player has got our health back to square, guys. So the script is working fine. Now hit the just stop the game from playing itself, and we are good to go. So now the last thing which we need to create is we need to make a game over menu and the game main menu. So with that said, guys, in the next lecture we are going to create a main menu for our game and the game over menu for our game. So one more thing, guys, which I forgot to tell you is you can just add anything here in the game. You can add this asset. We have got a sample scene right there. I will just save my current asset, current scene. And if we take a look over this scene, okay, first of all I need to just upgrade my material. So upgrade it to, yeah, of course. And if we take a focus over, or you can say a zoom to the correct, as you can see it is just loading right now, and we are good to go. So as you can see, this would be our level, the final level of our game, and it is looking much better, guys. So with that said, guys, what you have to do is there is no camera to render. I don't know why. Okay, here is the camera, of course. Why is it showing no camera to render? Okay, this is a mystery. So this would be the level. What I am basically going to do is just take all of this. Okay, just drag it inside of the game object, and take all of this and make a child of it. Okay, it's just loading itself up. Good to go. We name this game object as, and okay, instead of making it environment, make it level. And inside of the prefab folder, just drag that prefab as the level, and this is going to be our level of our game. So it's just loading it. So with that said, guys, in the next lecture we are going to just take a look over the main menu and the game over menu. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to just download the Photon engine into your Unity project. So what you have to do for that is you need to just go and open the Unity hub. After you open up the Unity hub, just try to find out photonengine.com. Go to photonengine.com, just sign in over there with your user ID. So I'm not going to actually show you mine. Okay, just type in there. Okay, doing it. Okay, yeah, Unity hub is ready. So now what you have to do is create a new project, and right here, sample multiplayer game, and let's go for, I guess, universal project template. It is looking good if you just create that and get your hands set on this type of project, because nowadays this project would work because it gives you actually a good kinds of graphic, guys, because of the post processing effects. So just hit create button. Okay, I'm just going to change my directory from commercials to, I guess, practice project, and yeah, select there and create. So now once I am logged in, I'm just going to, okay, it's just verifying it. Okay, cool. Okay, the next thing which we need to do after verification is go to the Unity Game Engine asset store, sorry, and click over to this website, and then search for Photon Engine Pun. So guys, it is this Photon Engine Pun 2 package, and you need to import this, created by the Exit Games, and you need to import it inside of the Unity. So just type in here inside of the asset store this Photon. I know you can directly open up the Unity Asset Store from the website as well, but yeah, it is not opening in my system. I don't know the problem, but yes, this is just not happening. So just try to find it over here, and you need is the free one. Okay, so which would you use? It is the Unity Classic. We don't want to use Classic one, but rather we are going to use this Pun 2 because this is the latest one. So now after it gets load, import it, and okay, so what we don't require is some sample codes. So just remove demo, and we are good to go. Import it and let it take some time to import itself. Till then, let's go take a look over our Photon Engine website. So here it is. Once you log in inside of it, once you sign in inside of the website, you are going to get a screen displayed like this. So what you have to do is just hit this create a new app, and here you are going to select Photon Pun, and name of the application could be anything. Let's have it sample unique. Okay, it's multiplayer game. You could add a description of the game here, and then okay, just hit create button, and once you hit the create button, it takes some time to just create a project for you, and now it would have created us a project. So here it is. This is a sample game, multiplayer game. So to use the Photon into your Unity project, what you have to do is just copy this ID which is right here, and then after copying that ID, go back to the Unity, and you are going to observe this Pun wizard. So then what you have to do is just paste in your ID, guys. So now you need to hit this setup project button, and your app ID is now applied to this project, and all collection settings can be edited in the Photon server settings now. So now that's good. So now we have set up our wizard, and we are good to go. So now in the next section, we are going to create, or you could say we are just going to understand how a battle royal game is being created, or you could take the best example of the battle royal game is the Battleground Royal. If you have not played that game, I would definitely suggest you to play that game. Or if you want to get some similar something similar, then you could actually take the example of the Brawl Stars, which is actually created by the Supercell game. Okay, I don't know who created this Battleland Royal, but yeah, you should definitely try it. It is available on the Play Store. So just play it once so you could get a basic idea of how the game works, and get ready, guys. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture, we are not going to take a look over the Photon, of course, but today we are going to understand that what a multiplayer game basically is. A multiplayer game is a game in which more than one player can play in the same game environment at the same time, and generally it is done over the internet. So why we need to create multiplayer game? Because since a multiplayer game is a kind of game which is trending today. If you take a look over that, there is a website known as envisioncommunity.co.uk. In that you are going to find that the most popular video games of the 2019 would be, first is massively multiplayer online game. What are these game? Actually this is a game, or you can take a in this game actually thousands of players play in the same game on the same server, guys. So there are thousands of players playing at the same time in the same environment, so that's the reason why it is named as massively multiplayer online game. And you could have a basic example of the World of Warcraft to Knights of the Old Republic. This is the game which is known for its massively multiplayer online genre. So second game comes is the role playing games, of course, so which is RPG, guys. So the RPG game which we understood the fundamentals in the previous section. So RPG is a very good game, or you can say it is the most popular among the most popular games in 2019. But the thing is, in the RPG game, the RPG game is actually characterized by storylines and decision making. So this type of games would take a good amount of development time, guys, and a good amount of labor. So if you don't have a labor of at least 8 people, or you could even take 6, then you should not be aiming for role playing games, because there are tons of things which you need to do while creating a role playing game or while creating a storyline based games, guys. And the third one is the battle royale game, and you must be aware that battle royale games have just boomed the market in the 2019, guys. So what are the battle royale games? The If I take one single example of this battle royale game, you are going to immediately understand that yes, you hit it right. It is PUBG, guys. PUBG, Fortnite, Call of Duty. All of these games are included in the battle royale game. Or you could even take some example of those cartoonish graphic games like Brawl Stars, which is created by the Supercell, of course. This also works, guys. And the fourth positions goes for first person shooter. So first person shooter also is also included among the popular video game. But the target which we need to do is we could create a battle royale game and a massively multiplayer online game. So if you want to create a multiplayer game, you should actually, if you want to actually make your career into this game development, you could possibly choose the top 3 or top 4 types of game which you need to create, because actually these types of games are only famous into the market. And you could even, on the other side, you could even take the example of those indie developers who create those hyper casual games. Hyper casual games are nothing but we just created in the section 1 and section 2, which never end, guys. Those games are the games which don't have any end. You could score on and you could get on and on in that game. The game has got no end, guys. So these are nothing but hyper casual games. And of course hyper casual games also have created a market for itself. But the reason behind it is, yeah, you could only earn with the two methods, which is in-app purchases and advertisement. And of course monetization don't get you that much money, guys, because in monetization there are certain rules which are followed, on the basis of which you get or you earn money, guys. So the in-app purchases could be very difficult for the hyper casual game, because generally people don't waste their money in hyper casual game, guys. Are you getting my point? They want to play something like a more adventurous, more uh graphical intense game. So that's the reason why this hyper casual games just don't make money, guys. So I'm not saying that they don't make money, but the amount of money which is earned by this type of game, which is hyper casual, and earned by those multiplayer video game, is has got a huge gap between them, because the multiplayer game actually booms the market. And you could earn a lot if you just understand this basic concept of which game to develop, and which is, of course, I always stand for multiplayer game. If you have even got a team of 4 to 5 people, making a multiplayer game is really easy, guys. Just you need to know what tools you need, and you need to have a good hand or a good grip over that Unity game development game engine. So of course there are many other engines in the market which are currently available, but in Unity what you have to do is you would require a third person for creating a game. Before, Unity was having a kind of plugin named as UNet, but the problem with the UNet was developers themselves were finding it very difficult because there were so many problems like latency, and also they just deprecated that part. They removed the unite from the Unity. But in 2020, if it is expected that in 2020 or in future after 2020, they are going to get you a new update which is known as dots, and that dots is basically the future of Unity, because that dots functionality, that plugin is going to create a huge market for the Unity, because that dots is going to give you the power to create the multiplayer game into the Unity game engine. And of course there are markets such as CryEngine and Unreal, which already gives you the hands-on creating the multiplayer game, because you could add a Steam plugin inside of the Unreal Engine. And of course Unreal Engine is one of amongst the most successful game engine in the market. Of course CryEngine is as well, but yeah, Unreal has got its own drawback as well, because yeah, the thing which they need is the money, guys. So actually they charge you for 5% royalty after you earn $3,000 on your game. So but Unity is quite flexible in this kind of thing. So yes, you are in Unity, you don't have to give the royalty, but the payment in Unity is based on the month or yearly subscription. So that's the reason why indie developers choose this Unity game engine. And of course Unreal is quite a bit difficult to understand because it has got only C++, guys. But comparing to the blueprint, Unreal is quite easy. But of course Unity is just evolving and is going to be evolved year after year. So you could just rely on Unity. If you don't want to learn another engine, you could just rely on Unity, because Unity is just going to be the king. So that's it, guys. So in the next lecture we are going to download this Photon Engine Burn 2, which is the extra plugin which would be required to create the multiplayer game into the Unity game engine. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in the another section of this course, which is creating a clone version of Brawl Stars. Of course we are not going to exactly create the same clone of the Brawl Star game, but we are going to understand the very basic concept of the game, and we are going to just understand the concept, and we are going to create a simple game which resembles the Brawl Star. And then what would be the content of this course? Again, we are going to understand the concept of the game at first, and then we are going to have some UI part side of work. We are going to learn the Photon engine, which is the new thing. Photon engine is basically a plugin which would be used by us to create a multiplayer game in Unity. It lends the power to Unity to create a multiplayer game. And then we are going to have some player movement synchronization, and of course we would be creating some scripts like player controller script, and we would be creating a lobby controller script. But this all I have not included in this section. But yeah, there are of course the videos included in this section to understand them. But yes, of course I have not included them in the content, so because those are some basic things. So the next thing is, this is how your game is going to look like, and this is a sample scene once you have been connected to the game. And once you have been inside of the game, you are going to you are going to have a scene built something like this. And of course there is an post-processing effect power again, but yeah, I have not included this in the content. But yeah, we have got videos in this section for them. So just good luck. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Proshil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to collect our basic assets. So first of all, what we need to create a multiplayer game is the Photon Engine plugin. So since we have already downloaded the Photon plugin, what you have to do is the next package which we need to install into our project is just Pro Builder. So click over onto this window, and inside of the window, click over this package manager. So let it get some time to load. Till then, just click on this asset store as well. Okay, it is not done. Okay, cool. So now find this Pro Builder, and after finding that Pro Builder, you just need to hit this install button. It might take some time to install. Until then, what you have to do is go into the asset store. Okay, it is installing. we won't be able to use asset store. Cool. So till then, let's understand what ProBuilder does. ProBuilder is actually a package into the created by the Unity technology for us, so that you could be able to create some basic mesh using this ProBuilder. So suppose you want to create a mesh inside of you create a mesh, like you want to create a stair. So stair could be created using some cubes inside of the Unity, but still that won't be that fast, that won't be that time efficient, like if you create those stairs in Blender or any other asset creation tool, you could be doing it very fast. But since you have to go into the Blender, and then like that is to open another application and create that simple mesh, you can actually, what you can actually do is you can just develop that simple mesh inside the Unity as well. So this is nothing but a pro builder, guys. So now just maximize the asset store, and let's find our soldier. Okay, so I have just written a soldier here. I'm just searching it, and then the pricing would be free assets. And then yeah, there is no there is no restriction for you to just get this free one, but you could actually buy any one of those paid one as well. No need to worry about it, you could do that. This is, since it is not a proper game, it is just for tutorial basis, I use free assets, guys. So this is the asset which we are going to use, which is Toon Soldier WW2, which is World War II demo, and it is created by the Polygon Blacksmith. I would hit the download button, and it is soon going to just download this asset for me. So just import this asset, and as you can see, it is importing the asset for us. So basically this would be, that's it, guys. These are the only these are the only packages we need to install into our Unity system. So that's it, guys. So in the next lecture we are going to uh, understand the basic concept of our game, guys. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Roshil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture I am going to take you to the basic concept of our game. So what would be the basic concept of our game? Actually, guys, to create a game like Brawl Stars, you need to understand some basic concepts, which is when a player is starting off the game, he is going to see a main menu. After seeing the main menu, player is going to, in the Brawl Star game, what happens is player just hits the play button, but we are not directly going to find the random online player who is currently available, because in the Brawl Star what happens is when we hit the play button, we are going to find some random players, but instead we are going to combine some another tool, which some other technique, which is like when you hit the play button, you are going to the game is going to get you to the another menu which says that create room or find room. So in the create room and find room button, what would be the difference between them? If you hit the create button room, you are going to create another room for yourself. You are going to create a new room with a new name, with a new ID over the server, and then that room is going to be public or private according to your priorities, guys. So when you hit it public, you would be able to find that created room inside if the other player is clicking the find room button. And if the other player clicks the find room button, he or she is going to get your room's name which has been created. And once that room is being displayed over to the in the find room menu, what the player has to do is just simply click on that room name, and then that player is immediately going to join your game, guys. So this is the basic concept which we are going to develop today, so that you could get a proper understanding of how these games work, how you create a room. But now comes the question about the player controller, guys. So what is going to happen when you do such things? There is no use if you don't use it properly. You don't create a game properly, guys, right, guys? So what we are basically going to do is we are going to create a game, uh, a game in which a player would be able to move forward, backward. It would be able to just target enemies, and that's it, guys. That is the main fundamental concept of our game. It is going to shoot as well. The player is going to shoot bullets, guys. So that bullet, if the bullet is hit, is got just touches the target or is been hit, or if the other player over the server has been hit by that bullet, he or she, that player's health is going to get low, that player's health is going to decrease, guys. So this is what we are going to create. So this won't, so just don't expect that we are just directly cloning that battle royale game, but instead we are going to create something like that, or you can say we are just going to create a basic understanding, or we are going to understand how this battle royale games are being actually created, guys. So once you have got the fundamentals clear, you would be able to create that Brawl Star duplicate game. Just trust me, guys, and you would be king in it. So basically that's it. And now let's just set up a basic level for our game. So here, as you can see, I am using this Pro Builder. So what you have to basically do is just click on this tool, Pro Builder, and then hit this Pro Builder window, and then just drag it over here. And now what you have to do is, I've already created a cube. So with that said, guys, you need to create we need to currently create a border for our game. So actually you could do tons of things using this what we can say, yep, this Pro Builder. So I am not going to take you to the introduction to the Pro Builder. You have got several documentation, several videos over it online, so you could just take a look over it and have a reference. And I am not actually a game okay, you can say a level designer. So I'm just a normal programmer who programs the game and just plays. So I won't be taking you to the deep understanding of this Pro Builder, but rather I could get you do something using it. Okay, what you can do is just add a tool. We need to add a border, right, guys? So what you have to do is create a cube, and here what we are going to do is, instead of making it this big, basically what you have to do is, okay, make it to, I guess on x-axis should be, it's fine, on the z it should be 1, and the y it should be 4. So this is it. Now hit the build button and Pro Builder is going to build it for us. Now what you have to do is just drag it over here and snap it. Now we have snapped this level, this cube. Now just duplicate this cube again and take it right there, insert it this corner, and again we are going to snap it using the V button. And again we need to just create another cube, rotate it, go to the inspector, rotate it over the y-axis to 90 degrees. And okay, the size is a bit small, so what you could basically do is increase it. Okay, great. So as you can see, this is increasing the scale of the cube in only one axis. So this is quite this would be quite handy, guys. So what you have to do is, we need to scale our object over the z-axis. So it is, the z-axis for it is different because we are using we are seeing the global axis. So what you have to do is click over here so that we could take a look over the local axis. So local axis, we need to make it 2, or 2 is quite big, so let's make it 1.5, and 1.5 is also too big, so make it 1.2. okay, let's first just snap it over here, and then let's increase the size to, I guess. So as you can see, I just fast forwarded the video, I just cut the scene, and I have just created this cube. And then as you can see, I have created one more stair. So what you have to do is just hit the new stair, and here you have to select stair, and as you can see, a stair has been created already for me. Just drag it over here, and if you increase the steps, it is going to increase or decrease the step, this thing. Build sides, so it is going to build sides or not, but I want a side so that player don't see any glitches. And then you could just also mirror it, as you can see, guys, and you can increase the stair width. So this could be good if I make another as small. And for more thing, guys, the inner radius, as you can see, you can increase or decrease it, and the stair height, you can increase or decrease it as well. So this is what, and just hit the build button, so you would be able to create another stair for yourself. So that's it, guys. So in the next lecture, we are going to create a basic player controller system, and stay tuned. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Roshil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to create a basic player controller script. So to do that, what you have to do is bring us a player inside of this game. Just find the player which is inside of this toon demo, and first of all you need to upgrade the material so that the player don't look pink. Upgrade it into the universal render pipeline and then just drag in the player. So as you can see, this is our player character. It is looking quite good. I actually, the thing is why you and I am having different scene is because I have enabled this post processing, which is here the global volume. So you could do that as well, and I have taught you in the previous lecture, so no need to worry about it. So now the next thing which we need to do is just rename our player from toon set to player underscore one. And with that said, what you have to do guys is just save this scene. And one more thing which I am getting a problem with is the clipping is not so I went just disabling the clipping. So as you can see the difference, the camera is no longer clipping the object for me. So now what you have to do is, since it is done, now you need to create an animator. So here we are going to create an animator, so player underscore AC, and double click on the animator. Just create a state, okay, name it as idle, and go inside of the animations. So as you can see, idle, run, shoot, and idle. So there are two idle, I guess. Okay, it's a combat idle, it's a guard idle. So what we need is this combat idle. So take over here and drag this infantry combat idle here. Then we are going to create one more which says that run. So name the idle state as run, and then we are going to have here a boolean parameter which is run, and we are again going to have one more parameter which is attack. So now what you have to do is, here you need to just uncheck this has exit time, and then make it run as true. And for the return, what you have to do is just uncheck this and have unread to false. So with that said guys, what you have to do is you need to create an animation. You need to just drag in the animation here again. So I'm dragging this one, and you have to create another state which is going to be the attack, or you can say shoot. Okay, it's shooting, right guys? So I just, okay, cool. So now just create a transition, make transition for this animation as well. And now we need to do one thing is just go over here, has exit time off. Here is going to be attack true, and has exit time, and attack is going to be false. So now with that said guys, you need to drag in an animation. So this is going to be the animation for our game, or for our player, sorry. And with that said guys, we have just developed our player animator. So now what you have to do is go back over to here and drag this animator right there. So now go into the scripts folder and create a script for our player, which is going to be player controller. So with that said guys, just double click on the player controller and let's get started. So basically we are not going to create this game for the mobile, but rather we are going to make it for the PC. So what we are going to do is, let me check which, okay, I have this already hit it to the Android, but yeah, this is just for the understanding purpose how this work. So we are just going to use this AWASD keys for moving a character, and mouse for rotating our character, and the left click for shooting. So that's it guys. So just go over here and inside of the player controller script, just type in here a parameter for speed, and it is going to be a float. So default value could be 0. And then come into the update function. One thing which we need to do is we need to add photon dot pun, because we would be using those RPC functions in the future. So from mono behavior, you need to make it to mono behavior pun callbacks, and we are ready to go. We are not going to use it right now, but it is for the future, for the further, because we are going to just use it in the future, so no need to worry about it. So now in the update function, what you have to do is create a float hori, name it in equals to input.get axis is going to be horizontal, and again we are going to create a float which is going to be word, Okay, input dot get access, it's going to be, I guess, where you go, and with that said we are good to go. So now what we want is we want our player character to move in the directions. So what you are basically going to do is we are only going to use the transform dot okay, transform dot, I guess, translate. Let's try it out, and we are going to create a new vector inside of it, which is going to be on the y-axis. We want our player to go to 0th position, and here is going to be horizontal, here is going to be ready where, and then multiplying it with no speed. I don't think this code would run, but let's see if it is running fine. So go back to the player, okay, to the scene, and one last thing which we need to do is, okay, we need to set up our camera inside of our player. So just take this camera and drag it inside of the player and bring the to 0, and then drag it there, right there. Okay, rotate it. Okay, just rotate it a bit, drag it again in the upper direction, and just save and click. Okay, it is looking cool. Okay, lighting is off, I guess, so just auto generate the lights so that there won't be any yellow effect. And one last thing which remains is we need to add a player controller script to our player, and we hit the add component and player controller. I have just added it. I am going to make my speed as 6, and now if we go over here and hit it, it is moving, guys. So as you can see, this is quite a fast. So player is moving just insanely fast. What you could actually do is go back here and again multiply it using time dot delta time. So with that said, guys, just go back to the editor again and hit this play button. And now as you can see, it is moving at a perfect speed. So this is looking good. So of course, guys, I just forgot to tell you, if you want your player to just go over to the stairs, you need to add a rigid body to your player, or instead of adding a rigid body, you could actually get in a character controller to your player, attach a character controller to your player, and it all depends upon you which you want to use. I actually like to use a simple translate function, so I just use this. That's it, guys. Now what you have to do is just hit this play button again. I don't want our stairs to just get inside of our player. And one more thing which we need to do is just go back over to the player and add a rigid body, guys, so that player is able to collide between the walls and all. So now next thing which we need to do is we need to restrict our constraints on each of the directions, and then just go back again, hit the play button, and now our player is going to just collide with everything first. Okay, it's not colliding again, so what could be the possible reason? Yeah, of course, the reason behind it is we have not added any kind of collider to our player. So let's add a box collider and drag it up and take it right there. So our box collider is ready to use. Now hit the play button and you would observe some collision. As you can see, okay, again it is not a colliding. I don't know why. Is this box okay? It's having a mesh collider. Make it convex. Okay, make all of this cube max collider convex, and let's try to see if the collision is working now. Okay, it's not working because I guess we have just done this constraints off, so this could be the possible reason. So now if we just hit the play button and check if it is working, collisions, or as you can see, collision is working now fine. So since we constrained our movement on the freezer position on the x and y z direction, it was not colliding with the walls. So now we have just removed the constraint, so it is able to collide. So as you can see, the collision is not quite good. It is a jerky, it is going up and up and up down. So what you can do is to remove that type of collision. Instead of using the update function, you could use possibly this fixed update. So when to use update and when to use fixed update. So whenever there is a physics used in our game, you can use the fixed update function, and if there is no kind of physics used, then you have to use the update function. So now if we go back to the player, okay, Unity editor, and hit the play button, as you can see the jerkiness is gone. So as you can see, the player is running smoothly and looking over to each other smoothly. So the next thing which we need to do right now is we need our player to rotate. So first of all, we are not going to have this type of first person shooting kind of look of our camera. We are actually going to view our player from the top. So this is going to be our current angle. We want to see our player in, so yes, so drag it above the player and rotate it. Instead of using this simple camera, you could actually use a Cine Machine. There is no restriction. You can try Cine Machine and make it possible, because it would make things easier and much smoother. So I definitely suggest you to use Cine Machine, but I am not using it Cine Machine right now. So as you can see, I have set my player up, and now if I hit the play button, you could be able to see the player is running smoothly, guys. So that's it, guys. Now what you have to do is go back to the script. You need to add some more script. Now we are going to add a mouse functionality. So now that we have set it up our player, the next thing which we need to do is go back to the editor, and okay, the thing is which we need to do is we need to add that animator. So what you have to do is type in here, so type in here a parameter, feed a parameter over here which is going to be animator, and in the start we are going to get an access to our animator, but we are only going to get an access to our perimeter from this game object. So game object dot is going to be get component, it is going to be animator. Okay, cool. So now what we are going to do is we are going to run this script. So now here we are going to make it animator dot set pool, which is going to be run true. The next thing which we are going to do is if okay, hori greater than 0 and var greater than 0, then we are going to get inside of this loop else animator dot set pool run as false. So that's it, guys. Go back to the editor and you would be able to see the animation is running fine. So now if we hit the play button, okay, it's not running again, don't know the position. Okay, cool. So this is going to be R. Okay, now we hit the play button and you could observe those animations are running fine, as you can see. Okay, it's not running in this negative directions. So what you could possibly do is here again R less than 0 or var less than 0. So instead of typing this much script, what you can do is basically create another variable of type vector3, name it as raw direction, or you could just directly make it direction, and here you are going to type in new vector3, which is going to be hori, 0, var, and remove this from here. Instead just type in direction, and we are basically going to check this whether it is the 0 vector or not, and if it is not a 0 vector, then we are going to go inside of the script not equal to vector3 dot 0. So yep, this is going to work fine. Now go back to the editor, hit the play button, and you could possibly see that animation is working in all of this direction. So we are running good. And the next thing which you could do for the rotation purpose is you could add a rotation here. So what you can do is basically transform dot rotation equals to quaternion dot the rotation, which is going to be our direction. So okay, it's not a string. Okay, so now hit the save button and go back to the editor, and now you would observe some changes. So as you can see, it is rotating with our input. So yes guys, so input is for the rotation is working fine. So as you could see, the rotation, it is running good. Since the animation is not perfect, it is not going to look that good, but yes, you have set it a rotation, but I am not going to use this kind of rotation. I am just going to remove this because it's looking super funny. You could set up rotation for yourself, but okay, let's forget it and let's just add rotation. So let's create a player rotation. For that you need to create another variable, and since we are going to take the input from the user, the mouse sensitivity, we need to serialize the field. And now what we are going to do is we are going to take a mouse input over the x-axis so that we could rotate our player on the y-axis. So with that, what we are going to do is create a variable of type float and get access. Okay, it is going to be MOUSA comma space. So this is it, and now what you have to do is you need to create or directly write transform dot rotate, which is going to be vector3 dot up multiply by time, it's time dot delta time. And here we need to do one more thing, which is we are going to multiply this input by mouse sensitivity multiply by okay, that's it. So now what you have to do is just save the script and go back to the editor, and here let it take some time to load and save the script. And now you would be able to see the rotation. Okay, it's not working, there's no other reason. Let's take a look. Okay, mouse sensitivity is 100. So what could be the possible reason? Because we are multiplying okay, we are only multiplying it with using the time per delta time. This is not going to work. Actually we need to multiply it using the mouse x, and then what you have to do is just multiply here time dot delta time, so it does directly it don't directly snaps over to that rotation, but rather goes there smoothly. So now if we hit the play button, and you are going to see the rotation. If you move your mouse on the x-axis, or you can say you are moving your mouse horizontally, you are going to observe those rotation guys. So as you can see, the rotation is working fine. And okay, there are certain problems using our player. So what could be that problem? So basically just take a look over our player and it should be local. So the last thing which we need to do is we need to remove all of these constraints. So now hit the play button and you won't be able to see any other problems. So as you can see, it's not working fine. I don't know why. Okay, cool. The problem was because of this guys, because we were moving in the direction, but rather let's make it vector3 dot forward. And now if we go back to the editor and if we hit the play button, you are going to observe some change. As you can see, once we rotate, and it is running in the forward direction all the time. If we hit the back mouse button, if we hit the S key, then also it is moving forward. So we need to change that thing. So to do that, what you have to do is go back to the script, and here what we are going to do is remove this direction. And the thing which we need to do is for forward and backward, right guys? So what you have to do is basically multiply this using your hurry, I guess. Oh no, word. So multiply it using word and then go back to the editor. Okay, that has got some compile errors, so it is because of the direction. Okay, just don't remove that direction. Okay, we actually need that direction for our animation guys, so make it direction. Here we're going to create another, sorry for the trouble, I just forgot about that. Okay, go back to the editor, I hit the play button, and as you can see it is working fine. And now if I hit the ASCII, it is moving backward, forward again. So our game is running smooth. And now again go back to the script. One more thing which we need to do is we also need our player to move in different directions as well, which is left and right. Dot type in right, multiply it by time dot at the time, multiply it by move speed, and multiply it with hurry. And then go save the script and go back to the editor. Okay, I don't know, for some reason I have just go back to the editor, hit the play button, and you are going to observe the changes because you are now able to move on the left and right direction as well. So with that said guys, we have completed our player controller script. So now in the next lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to design a main menu for our game, so stay tuned. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today in this lecture we are going to create a basic design of our main menu, but with the basic design we are going to add some core functionality for our main menu as well, which is the lobby. So we need to create two functions, which is the lobby controller and the room button. So with that said, what you have to do is let's take a look over the lobby controller. So just you need to include all of these namespaces. I am going to make sure that I am providing you this code so that you could be able to understand this code as well. So now what you have to do is instead of mono behavior, you are going to type in mono behavior pun callback. So what it happens is inside this is a class created by the Photon Engine plugin. So this class also has got some pun functionalities functions as well with the mono behavior functions, so you could be able to use all of those functions which are there present in the mono behavior as well. So this is very handy. And then comes the lobby controller. We have created a singleton, which is a lobby controller, so that we can to make sure that there is only single instance of this lobby controller game object. So now what you have to do is next is there is a game object room listing prefab. So when we are going to use this room listing prefab, I'm going to explain it to you later. The rooms panel, connecting button, battle button, room size tags, all of this I am going to explain you in the later when we go through our this script. So now in the awake function we have created lc this. So what is an awake function? Awake function is actually a function which is actually running which runs once before the start functions. So before the start function, it is going to run the awake function. The Unity is going to run the awake function, and in this awake function, we are creating a singleton. And then in the start function, we are going to create a room name, which is a room plus random dot range. So we are going to set our room name to room plus whatever number there is, and then the room size the default room size is going to be 10. And then we are just going to get connected with the Photon server. So to get connected with the Photon server, you need to type in this Photon network dot connect using settings. So with this we are going to connect to the Photon server, and after we get after this function, we are going to go over to the Unity is going to take us to the update function, and in the update function we are going to take a look over this if statement. And inside of this if statement, at first we are checking if whether our network is ready to use. If the Photon network is connected and ready, that is if we are checking that if the player is ready and connected to the server, then only we are going to go for that is. But in this condition we have put a not in front of it. So then what we are going to do is we are going to check if the answer is false, and if the answer is false, we are going to do is we are going to set the connecting button dot set active true, battle button dot set active false, and master server timer equals to 6. So basically what we are doing is this is going to be false when we are not connected, guys. So with that said, we are going to set our server timer to 6 again, and then we are just going to make a battle button dot set active to false. And because why we are setting this battle button to false, because we don't want our game to have any kind of glitches. So to avoid this glitches, what we are going to do is we are going to set our battle button to off, and instead we are going to display another button which is going to be connecting button. It is going to show our player that the game itself is connecting to the server, so it might take some time for you to load up. So with that said, master server timer is going to go back to 6, and then in the else if statement we are checking if the Photon network dot is connected and ready. And once it is connected and ready, we are going to go inside of it, and we have got another conditional statements inside of it. It is if and else. Now in the if, we have written over master server timer less than equal to 0. So if the master server timer is less than equal to 0, it is going to, what master server timer actually does for our game is it is going to, once the player is disconnected from the server, it is going to check make the timer to 6. And if the time if the player itself is connected to the server for this amount of second, this amount of time, then we are going to set our battle button to true and connecting button to false, and else we are going to decrease it with timer decimal time, so that our timer is been decreased with time. So with that said guys, we have created an override function which is actually a photon function. So as you can see, I have included a region. Basically you could also include a region actually enables you to just minimize those stuffs which is encoded between that region. So as you can see, this photon engine, it is a kind of a photon engine which is not photon engine, sorry, I am just confused. Okay, it's not a photon engine, but rather it is a kind of a photon function. So let's take a look over the photon functions. So what this function does: public override void on connected to masters. So once the player is connected to master, it is going to sync our player automatically to the scene. What is the syncing basically does? What this syncing does: so when a player is connected to the other player's game, other player's room, the automatical sync scene is going to make sure that you are running the same scene that player is running as well. So what we are going to do, suppose the player X has created a game using the scene 1, level 2, of course, level 2, and then you are also having level 1 and 2 into your game. So what that sync is going to make sure that you both have got connected to the same scene if the player 2, that is player Y, is connected to the player X room. So this is what it makes sure. Okay guys, so this on room list update is the function which is going to update our list of the room, which is going to be displayed over the find room menu. So the next comes the on join room. So on join room, we are going to make sure that we are loading the scene which the current room has. Remove room listing is going to just remove all of the room which is been displayed on the find room. So if you want to refresh the list of the room, then we are going to at least going to remove all of this room, and then we are going to just display those room again. So this is where we are going to use this room remove listing. So you could just copy it, and then comes the list room. So list room is going to list all of the room which is available over the server. So this is how we are going to do. And but the condition here comes as room dot is open. So if the room should be open for the player and the room is visible. So if the visibility is true, or you can say if it is not private, then we are going to see that room, or else we are not going to see that room. And the create room button, this is the function which we are going to use for the create room button. So this button is going to just create a room for us with a name and a size. And now comes the on room changed name. So this is a function which we are going to use for our for naming our room. And then comes the join lobby on click. Join lobby on click is basically a button function when where if we click a button, if we click the room button, we are going to just directly going to join that lobby. And then comes the room size function. This room size function is going to make sure that the size is we are going to create we are going to actually put on the size in the room. And then comes the map selection button. Map selection button is actually used for the selection of the map, but we are not going to use this function, so let's just comment it out. So yeah, that's it guys. So this is it for the lobby controller. And then comes the room button. You need to create this room button function as well. So this is going to make sure that you have created all of those. When the room is created, you are just going to be displayed the name and the size of the room in the find room button, in the find room menu. So this is where we are going to just create this, and this is the function, this is actually the script which is going to be attached to our room listing prefab. So that's it guys. So now let's take a look over our designing part of our game. So we are now going to just design the main menu for our game. So go, okay, I just by mistakenly click on the Premiere, so I just need to turn the Premiere off. Okay, cool. So now what we are going to do is just create another scene, and the scene name would be, okay, where is the scene? Here it is. So the scene name would be the main menu. And after clicking on the main menu, just click on the main menu and create a canvas. So a canvas has been created. And okay, for the camera, let's make it a solid color. Go to the lighting. Okay, not lighting, sorry. Instead of skybox, make it solid color and make it somewhat visible color so that it is easy to see. Okay, white is good. So with that said, go to the canvas and create an empty game object, which is going to be main stuff. So here we are, and we click on the 2D, double click on the main stuff, then maximize the size of the canvas. Then we are going to create two buttons. So first of all, to create the button, we need to just import this is Text Mesh Pro, so that we are ready to go. Cool. So now what you have to do is go back here in the main stuff, and inside of it you need to create a button which is going to state a pedal. So we are just going to create a button. Okay, it's okay, by mistakenly I just create a Text Mesh Pro, so instead we are going to create a button. So button name would be Battle BTN, and inside of this button we are going to type in pedal. So that's it guys, just take this button and okay, let it be in the center right now because this is only just for the understanding purpose. So now we need to create another button. Okay, instead of making it a button, let's make it an image. Okay, so just find an image. This is going to be image, and here the sprite would be, I guess, this one. Okay, just okay, cool. Now inside of this image, just get it done. Inside of the image, add a text. It should be connecting. Okay, this is white. Bring it to the center and make it black. Decrease the size. Great. Click over to the canvas, and from constant pixel size make it to scale with screen size, and now we are ready to go. So rename it as connecting BTN. And now the thing which we are going to do is we are going to just set boot of this button off, and then we are going to create another empty game object and name it as lobby controller. Lobby controller. Now you need to add a lobby controller. So here it is. So now we are going to do is insert this battle button here and insert this connecting button here. So now just hit the play button and you would observe some changes. So as you can see, it is connecting because our game is not connected yet, and once it is connected, we are going to be able to see that battle button. So let's wait for it. Okay, as you can see, we just got a battle button, but it is not going to function because we have not added an on click event. So now that part is running fine. Now what you have to do is just once we hit the this button, we are going to just observe another scene, which is going to be find and create room menu. This is going to be our another menu, of course. So now inside of this menu, just make sure it is white. Okay, anchor it to stretch on the both of the axis, and then inside of it you are going to create two buttons, which is going to be, first button is going to be for the create room, and the second button would be for the find room. So this is going to be create room, and rename it to create room BTN. And the next thing which we need to do is to duplicate it and make it find room BTN. And inside of it you are going to type in find room. So yeah, these both buttons are set. Drag it. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, drag this up, which is the create, and the find room should be just below it. So as you can see, we have just dragged all of them. Now again, there would be a functionality. So for the battle button, what we are going to do is we are going to add an event and make sure that this is going to be set active. So set active to true, and we are going to just disable this main thing, which is going to be this. So set active to false. So now let's see if it is working fine. Just disable this part and just enable this part. This is already enabled. So just click on this play button, and then it might take some time to just load this battle button, and let's wait for it. Okay, now we are connected. Now hit the battle button, and as you can see, we have got these two button options. So now with that said, what you have to do is inside of we need to edit this part. So just enable it and disable this part. So here in the create button, we need to do this one more, create an empty game object and make it create room menu. So we have created a create room menu. So now inside of it, just stretch it. The anchor should be stretched, And then what you have to do is inside of it you need to just type in the name of the room, and that's it. So just what you have to do is just go over here, and there's going to be input text mesh pro. So first of all, just disable this part, and here we are going to just drag this up here right there. And okay, now you need to create a text which is going to be this text, and decrease the size from 36 to I guess 12. 12 is quite small, and just make it 20. Okay, so bring it to the center, and this number is going to be 10 for default. So just decrease the size of it and drag it right there. And again, what you are going to do is, here is going to be your room type. You are going to type in your room name, and here is the size. So this would be the size of the room. So to make sure you have a correct size, what you have to do is just create some buttons. So I would create an empty game object, and it is going to be a room btns, room size btns, and we are going to add a horizontal layout group. So what this layout group is going to do is, it is going to just set on my buttons in this inside of this game object, and it is going to sort them up into horizontally. So just go inside the UI and create another button which is going to be this, and decrease the size of this and limit as 1. Write it over here as I guess 8, and then just duplicate this button and duplicate it. So this is going to be 2, and this is going to be, so this is going to be 3. Here we go. Now we also need to change the text as well. This is p2, this would be 1, and this is going to be, okay, not 1 2 3, it is going to be 10 8 and of course 10 9 and 8. So just type it again. Here we go. So this would be our room size, and with that said, just here this would be the room name, guys. So what you have to do is just go over here, and in the on value change just add that event, and then again we need to add one more, and just drag this lobby controller on and edit. So what this is going to basically do is, it is going to change when we change the value inside of this text box. What the unit is going to do is, it is going to actually trigger this function. Which function is it? Then it is going to be on room change. So whenever we change the room name, it is going to update it, guys. So here we are going to do it as well. So which is going to be on room change, this is going to be on room change again. So the next thing which we need to do is, this is going to be our room size, guys. So what we want to do is, whatever size we are, okay, so what to change the room size, what you have to do is add an event on these 3 buttons, which just drag this lobby controller, and inside of the function just type in room size, and for the first button we are going to set the room size to 8, and for the next one we are going to set it for the 9, and for the third one we are going to set it 10. So now with that said, guys, what you have to do is just turn this off, and main stuff is going to be on. So with that said, guys, one more thing which we need to do is go inside of this script, which is the lobby controller, open it up, it might take some time to open, but that's fine. Great, guys. So now script is ready to edit. So one thing which we need to do is, we need to go over here and check what is the name of the room changing. So what you have to do for that is, basically go over here inside of that function where we are changing the room name, which is going to be the room on room change, on room name change. Where is that function? Just find that out. Here it is. Now what we are going to do is basically print that name inside of our Unity console. Okay, it shouldn't be string. Here we are going to print the name and go back to the editor, and what we are basically going to do is hit the play button, and let's check if it is working. So now it is showing connecting. After a while it is going to be it is going to show us that battle button, and as you can see, I hit the battle button, I hit the create button, but create button is not working because we have not set anything for our create button. So what you have to do is inside of the find and create room menu, you have to add an event, two event basically, which is going to be, first one is going to just turn this off and the second one is going to turn this on. So go back here and just hit the play button again, and now after a while the battle button would be ready. So make it from free aspect to this landscape for now. Okay, battle create. I'm going to change my room name. It is going to be this. So let's check the console. Okay, currently it is off because it is not showing anything. Room size is okay. The rooms panel of lobby has not been assigned. Okay, we need to assign this, but the value is not changed yet. So let's take a look why it has not changed yet. So turn this off, go back to the script, and let's check it out. Why didn't it change itself? So okay, first of all, the error was when we were clicking this button, we were actually creating a room size, guys. So okay, go back here, and this is going to be a join room. So room size, we need to edit the room size. So for that okay, one more thing, click on this, double click on this room size and check where this is going. So as you can see, we are unable to find this room size. The third reference, we are not getting the third reference, where it might have been. Okay, here is the third reference way, and when we create the room, we are getting this third reference. So what basically we want to do is we want to change the room size, guys. So here as you can see, set room. Okay, when you create a room, you are setting it to this things. So one last thing which we need to do is control K C. Okay, one more thing, control K C. Okay, yep, you need to just cross this up and now just type it again, control K C. And what we are going to do here is we are going to change the room name equals to, okay, not here, of course, sorry, I just forgot about it. Here, control K C, and room size is going to be our size. So now with that said, what you have to do is, okay, you also need to change the room name, guys. So what basically you are going to do is, there could be a text and input field where you are going to change the text. So type in public text. Okay, it's an input field, room name, input field. So get down here inside of this function, I guess. Where is that function? On room change, of course, here it is. So what basically you are going to do is, you are not going to take in the string, but instead get, okay, input field dot change on change event dot txt. Okay, it's not txt, dot okay, basically just remove this up. You are changing it to the room name. So what is going to happen here, go back into the script. Now you will be able to set the room name and room size, I guess, because of course we have not made any changes to this because I am not used to this input field as well. So okay, here I am getting a string. So let's try to just see what happens when we try to write anything inside of the field. So let it get ready. So once the battle button is visible, we are going to do what we want to do, or you can say we are going to test the things up. So okay, cool, battle button is ready now. Click on that battle button, create, And if we change it, as you can see, we are unable to get anything. We are unable to get our text changed, guys. So we don't know the reason. So let me just check it out. What is the current error? Sorry guys for wasting your time, but I found out the error at last. So what we need to do is just remove that string part from here, and then basically what you have to do is just type in this thing, this statement, room name equals to room name if.txt.toString. If you have not created a variable of tmp input field, then you are going to get an error if you type this variable name. So what basically you have to do is go to the top and create this one right there, which is public tmp underscore input field room name ip. And to make it possible, what you have to do is just write a namespace here using tmpro if you have not written already, and then just save the script, go back to the editor, and now you are going to see a name change. Name is going to change when you type in. So just hit the play button and then let it get some time to connect to the Photon server. And once it is connected, okay, hit parallel current. This is going to be your room name. Okay, I don't know why. Okay, yeah, since we were not printing it, the error is going to stay because we are not printing anything. So just come here. For debugging purpose, I'm going to show you that it is working fine. Okay, so here is our room name. Hit save button, go back to the editor. Okay, close it up and just play it again, and let it get some time to connect. I'm sorry to waste your time because this is how it's worked, guys. So you have to wait for it. Hit the button and now you are going to type a name. So as you can see in the console, you are getting the name which you have written inside of the here input field, which is ADASDATASD. So we have successfully created a room name change functionality. This is going to be cool, guys. So now the next thing which we need to do is go over here and change the color of the room size which has been displayed to black. And then one last thing, go to the lobby controller and add this text right there. So that said, what you have to do is now we need to create. Now we have already created a create menu button, but one last thing which remains is we need to create a button. So just put this on, and this button is basically going to create the game for us, create a room for us. Okay, 1 minute. Yeah, cool. Select this, right, type the name as create room tn, and here you are going to type in create room, and text should be black. Make it black. Go here, add a not add a component, sorry, add an on click event, drag this lobby controller, and inside of the lobby controller we need to find create room button. So this is create room button, a function, sorry. Hit save, go to the build settings and add your level, which is this current main menu level. Remove this sample, go to the scene and drag level 1 as well. So with that said, what you have to do is go back here, save the stops, and need to see which level we are creating. So go back to the this and let's check it out. On create room button is been going to be hit, and we need to just get to a certain scene. So let's try to hit that button up. So put this off, hit play button, and let's see what happens. So let it get some time to load, that is to connect with the Photon server. And once it is connected, button has been displayed. Create room, change the name, size should be 9 or 10. It is not changing here, we are going to make it changes to that, and we hit the create button. So as you can see, we just load up our scene, guys. So with that said, we have actually created a room online over the server, and we are ready to go. So the next thing which we need to do is we need to add certain functionalities. So go inside of this in the lobby controller script, we are going to change that room name to the room, okay, that current size. So what we are going to do is room size text. Okay, where we are using this room size text, let me check it out. Okay, there is no reference, only single reference, we are not using it. So go over here and type in room size text dot set text is going to be our room size dot to string, and now we would be able to change our room name, so array room size. So just control X set here and go over to the create okay room size button, and we are going to just add this functionality right there. Okay, just below where we are changing the room size. So now go back to the editor and hit the play button, and you would be able to see that change going to work fine, which we made earlier just now, that is. Okay, so let it take some time to just connect. Okay, hit battle create and change it to 9 8 10. As you can see, the text over here has been changing when we click on the different buttons. So this is nothing but your room size, and just hit that play button again so to stop the editor from playing. And with that said guys, we are done creating our create menu button. Okay, create menu, create room menu. Of course, I was not able to just spare speak about it. Okay, so next thing which we need to do is create a panel. Okay, instead of creating a panel, what you can basically do is just create an empty game object and just stretch it in both of the direction x and y axis, and then just game object, instead of game object, make it find room menu. Instead of the find room menu, what you have to do is basically create another thing which is going to be your scroll view. Inside of the scroll view, we are going to display the rooms which would be available online. So what basically you have to do is just drag it right there. We don't want to see any horizontal scroll bars. We don't want to see any scroll bars. So what we are going to do is just remove the scroll bars. So inside of this, what you have to basically do is in the horizontal scroll bar, you just need to remove it and make it not okay. It's not that thing. Okay, go over here. Okay, it's not disabling it. I don't know why. Turn this off. Go to the viewport and let's check it out. Content. Okay, go again to the scroll bar. What I'm doing, I also don't know. Elastic, viewport, scroll. Is it scroll view? 1 minute, guys. I think we just made something. Okay, it's scroll view only. Okay, there are certain changes made here. That's the reason why I'm unable to check it, guys. So as you can see, or hide. Okay, cool. Horizontal scroll bar to none, and this also to none. Okay, I guess now we would be able to see it more perfectly. This is your content, and we are going to add here in the UI. Okay, fitter, content size fitter. We are going to add a content size fitter preferred size, and then what we are going to do is basically just add here a button. But before adding a button right there, what you have to do is just inside of the view content. Okay, inside of the content, you need to add one more thing, which is going to be your vertical layout group, and you are not going to set the height for it, but in the middle center, or you can say upper center. And now you are going to create a button inside of it, and as you could see, it is fitting perfectly fine. So I suppose this content is not perfect. So what you have to basically do is just click on this content. Okay, 1 minute. I think something is wrong. 1 minute, guys, and we are going to stretch it out. Okay, cool. So with that said, guys, what you have to do is hit this content size to on. Because it is horizontal, it has got no that. Now again do it one thing, which is going to be stretch it out. And now if we create a button right there, you are going to see a cool thing. As you can see, it is working fine. So now the last thing which we need to do is, okay, content size is this much, button is this much. Okay, click on this content size and control size width. Okay, this width is going to be as well. And once we go on increasing the button, it is going to just fade it, fade it, fade it, fade it, fade it. And as you can see, it is just scrolling, scrolling and scrolling. You would be able to scroll. So hit the play button and let's see if the changes is made change. As you can see, you could just scroll down. So now we need to add some space between those buttons, so just delete all of these buttons. It's such a mess. Okay, I just deleted all of this button. So inside of the scroll view, what you have to do is, inside of there, you need to make it elastic, of course, inertia, scroll sensitivity, okay, scroll declaration, horizontal scroll bar, vertical scroll bar, viewport, show mask. Why am I unable to restrict the scrolling between this and this? I don't know. I think something has changed, guys. So do one thing, just turn this off and hit the play button again. Okay, okay, make some duplications and try to scroll it. As you can see, we are able to scroll it, but okay, we want to restrict the scroll. I think they have made certain changes, but I am okay. This is it. So we don't want to scroll it horizontally, but rather we want to scroll it vertically. So we are going to uncheck this horizontal checkbox, and now if you would check it, we won't be able to just drag it on the horizontally. So you are just going to drag it vertically. So with that said, we have created our content. So now the next thing which we need to do is, okay, one last thing, we want to see that horizontal scroll bar. And the last thing which we need to do is here, okay, it is good. We need some spacing. So what you have to do is add a padding to 5 on the both the sides and 5 on top, 5 on bottom. It is looking good. So add a spacing of 5, bottom would be 0, and as you can see, we have got some space as well. So now inside of the content, what you have to do is just remove all of these other extra buttons and rename this button to room listing prefab. And one last thing which we need to do here is, okay, add a function which is going to be room button, and you need to add to text here. So just take this text and align it to the left side and create another text. This is going to be the room name, and this is going to be the room size. So align this to the right side, and room size make a sample of 10, and room name make a sample as room double triple nine. So with that said, click on this and drag this TMP and default room name and room size. We don't want to edit it anymore. So what we are going to do basically is, when we hit this create button, we are going to go to the lobby controller, or instead let's try to make this room button and just hit set room join lobby on click. So we are going to add a join room on click now function here inside of this, and now we need to just remove this. But before removing it out, what you have to do is basically go here in the asset and let's create a folder, name it as prefab, and inside of the prefab folder, what you have to do is basically, I hope we have not already created a prefab folder. Of course we have not created it. So take this button and drag it inside of the prefab folder. Just delete this content right there and go into the lobby controller. Okay, select this content. This is going to be your room panel, and your button is going to be this, the prefab, and just hit the click button. But you are going to enable this find room button when you are ready. So when you are clicking this find room button, so what you have to do basically is add 2 of them. So in the first one, just set active to false, and the other one, which is going to be the find room, is going to be on. Set active, okay, sorry, okay, I can just got it to set active to true, And one last thing, guys, sorry, I'm just again and again repeating the one last thing, but yeah, I want to just cover as much as I can in this lecture, because in the next lecture we are going to take a look over the scene synchronization and player synchronization. So okay, with that said, write it as refresh btn. Okay, I just misspelled it. Btn it is going to be, and drag it down just below this, scroll view, rename it as refresh, and again we are going to add an on click event right there inside of the refresh btn. Click here, lobby controller. Here what we are going to do is, here you might be finding that refresh button. If you are unable to find that refresh button, what you have to do is basically there must be a function, because we have created, I think so, we have created room name change. Okay, we need to create that function as well. So guys, let's create a room refresh button. So go inside of the script, which is this lobby controller, and type in here a public void and room size. Sorry, not room size, it's going to be room refresh. Extremely sorry guys. And now you are going to type in photon network dot live lobby, and then you are going to again join on click. You are going to just call this join lobby on click function, and go back here inside of this unity, and on the refresh button you need to select that function, which is the room refresh. So now basically what you are going to do is, we need to also add one more button, which states exit. So create, again instead just duplicate this button and type in exit btn and rename it to exit, anchor it to the lower right corner, and drag it a bit in the upper direction, and click here, add two events. First is going to be, we need to disable this guys, so click here, game object, it's going to be, and disable it. And the next thing which we are going to do is main stuff is going to be put to on. So with that said guys, what you have to do back again is, you need to create again another exit button inside of this. So okay, control Z it, turn this off, create room menu should be on, and here in the just duplicate this create button, I guess, yes, drag it in the lower direction, lower y axis, in the negative y axis, then just select one more, create one more, remove this, add one more, and add this, set this to false, and get it here, and set this to on. Okay, it's not find, of course, it's going to be main, sorry, it's going to be true. So now let's test it if it is working. Find room won't be able to test in this lecture, but in the next lecture we are going to test it, because we want to just have a solid foundation, we want to build up a game. So in the next lecture what you have to do basically is, the task for you is to go into the build settings and just build a PC version of this game, and then we would be testing that game in the first place, and then then we are going to be starting up with our player setup guys. So in the next lecture you already heard what you have to do, and so then we would be able to start add a functionality of summoning a player inside of the level. So stay tuned. So this last thing which we need to do was just test this if the exit button is working. As you can see, it is working. Again I hit it, I hit this exit again. So one last thing which we need to do is, here you are going to type in as exit btn, and instead of create room we are going to type in exit. So with that said guys, we are done for this lecture, so goodbye. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to, first of all, we are going to test our game, whether it is working, whether the find room is working or not, and then we are going to create player or level managers. With that, what we are going to do is we are going to spawn different players at different positions, so that every player are there have got their desired location, and then they would be able to play the game, guys. So what you have to do basically is that I told you in the last lecture, you need to build up your project. So first of all, just go to the build settings and then hit the build button. It is going to ask you for creating a folder, and then just create it. And then after the build is done, what you have to do is double click 2 times. You need to open that application 2 times, so that you would be able to play it. Okay, so this one is going to be ready. I have got, as you can see, I've got two versions of it, not two versions, but the two, it is running 2 times. So what you have to do is create and write room name as, I guess, let's make it UGT. UGT is my company's name. So 9 here, I create the room. It got me a room created for me. The next is going to be find rooms, and if I hit the refresh button, you are going to get a room which is UGD and the size was 9. So just click on that and you will be again able to join it. But yeah, now you are not seeing that whether you joined this room or not. So what you have to do is, for that we are going to create a level manager script inside of that level. So what you have to do is basically go back into the scene folder, and then you have to open up this level underscore 1 scene. So what you have to do is just create an empty game object, transform it to the reset the positions, and then what you have to do is just type in here the name as level manager instead of the game object. And then what you have to do is, inside of the script folder, you have to create a script name as level manager. And then after creating the the script of the name level manager, just open it up, and now we are going to just type in some code. So let's get started. So first of all, what we are going to do is we need to import a Unity, sorry, not Unity, but photon.pun namespace, and then we are going to make this mono behavior for mono behavior to mono behavior pun callbacks. And then what you are going to do is just create a variable of this. It's not basically a variable but a singleton. So this is going to make sure that there is only one instance of the level manager in the whole scene, and not the duplicates of it exist anymore. So now we are going to create another thing, which is going to be the list of game objects, and it is going to be our boat, sorry, not boat, our player. We are not going to have a list because we only have a single player in our game. We don't have any kind of multiple players. So here we are. So here comes the player. Okay, again I typed in the boat player, and okay, so now what you have to do is just type in internal game object local player. There is no need to create this game object, but for the future purpose you have to create it. And then we are going to create another game object, which is going to be our player. Okay, don't create this one. Type in here public transform list game object, and this, it's not a game object, and the transform should be inside of it. And this is going to be spawn point, so where the player is going to be spawned. So here we are going to set in as a new list transform, and good to go. So now we are going to create a function, which is going to be the start function. Inside of the start function, you are going to create a singleton, which is alarm.this. And after that, what you have to do is okay, we need to add a player prefab. Okay, player prefab. We are going to set this player prefab to, I guess, player. Then we are going to check if pun player. Okay, 1 minute. We need to create one more script, which is going to be a pun player manager. So to do that, what you have to do is go back to the editor and let it take some time to compile. Okay, once it is done compiling, you have to just create a script name Pun player manager, and now you have to edit that script. So just open it up. Okay, so get me some time. So this is how your player manager is going to look. Pun player manager is going to look. So this is what you have to type inside of your that script. So okay, so take the script which is going to be your Pun player manager. Okay, so now what you have to do is basically you won't be having this script because I just created an early game using this. I don't want to just retype it again, all of that code. So I would just do one thing, which is going to copy this all code and just paste it right there. Okay, I don't want to just make my work go on and on. This is Cinemachine. I'm going to just remove the Cinemachine. I don't need anymore. Okay, so one last thing which we need to do is add a photon. Okay, it's going to be photon.pun namespace, and with that said, we need to make this to pun callbacks from mono behavior. And yeah, remove this up and good to go. So okay, one more thing guys, what we are going to do is we are going to get a reference to our camera with the script. So let's take a look over that player prefab. This is our player, and let's take a look over here. The camera is our second child object. So what you have to do here is create, okay, instead of creating it, if this is going to be our photon view.isMine, if this is the local player, then what we are going to do is game object dot transform dot get component, which is going to be the, okay, it's not get component, sorry, it's get child. It's going to be 2 dot game object dot selected to false. Okay, not false, it's going to be true, and else it is going to be false. So with that said, what you have to do is go back inside of this here, and then just inside of the player, what you have to do is just turn this camera off, and then just override the prefab. And now I'm going to explain you what this is. Basically, this photon view, this photon view is a component which you need to add inside of the player, which is going to be spawned in the scene, so that it is to make sure that it is the main reason behind. This is the thing, this is the photon view, which is going to help you synchronize your movement, synchronize your value, synchronize your function. This is only going to and with this you can also identify your local player, the system's local player. So now while playing a multiplayer game, there are certain instances made. So suppose I am creating a room, I am going to create that room, and then if you join that room, what you are going to see is you are just going to see a duplicate version of that of my scene. So we are not basically syncing those players, but we are rather syncing those player scripts. We are actually syncing the game objects which is situated inside of that scene. So now I am player 1, which is on the swan position A, and now you are a player B, which is on the swan position B. So what is going to happen is when you are swan into the room, this part, this pun player manager is going to swan that player, the player which is swan into game into swan point B, because you are in the swan point B into your scene. So this is how the syncing is done, the synchronization is done, and this is called as RPG. Not RPG, sorry, RPC functions. This all are just there are tons of things which you need to do, which you need to study, and not all of it could be covered while creating a simple game. So if you want to just go dive in deeper, what you could do is basically go over to the photon engine, and you are going to get a document over there, and you could understand the basics of it. So that's it guys from my side. But yeah, there is never end for learning, there is no end for learning. So you just need to keep on learning and learning. You need to keep on learning new things. So this is how you just progress into your career. This is how you make progress into your career, and that's it guys. So go to the level manager again, and now what we are going to do is we are going to just type in here if pun, there was a long one. So local player instance equals null. It is going to make sure that there is no local player, and if it is no local player, then sp index is going to be random dot range. It is going to swan a player swan points dot count, and it is going to take up a random instance, and then var is going to make sure that it is going to just it is going to select a type for itself automatically. So instance it is going to be this dot player prefab. Okay, it's going to be player, I guess. Yep. Okay, instead make it, okay, let's make it player prefab, and then what you are going to do is we are going to just swan it into the swan points position, swan sp index. Okay, sp index dot position, just outside of it, position comma quaternion dot identity. And with that said, guys, we are done writing our script. Okay, so dot name, you need to type in dot name, because the this photon network is going to instantiate the scheme object using our instance name, our prefab name. And then what you have to do at last is you need to type in the group. It is going to be 0 by default, guys, so just make it 0. If you don't type it, that's no problem, guys, but yeah, so make sure you just do it. Go back to the script, level manager is ready, player prefab. Okay, you need to add some few components inside of it, which is first, which is going to be the photon view. The next one is going to be our, I guess, pawn player manager. And okay, just override it. And with that said, guys, the next thing which we need to do is here, save this, and okay, good until now, and just go back here, save the script, and inside of the asset you need to create a folder, name it as resources. And inside of the resources, what you have to basically do is just go and grab that prefab, which is this player, and inside of the resource just drag it right there. Just delete this game object, click on the level manager and add a level manager component. And now you are going to get it right there, and just double click on the environment, so you just focus over that on the spot. And now you need to create some swan points, so this is going to be a swan points game object. And now just reset the transform and just still create one more empty game object inside of it. And as you can see, it is right there, right here, it is right there, and get it right here. And what you are basically going to do is check it if it is swanning perfectly. Okay, I would just reset the position. Okay, so game object, it should be 1, I guess. Okay, cool. So just delete this game object, this is going to be 1, and again just name it as swan point, control D it, control D it, control D it, control D it. Now go to the level manager, lock this up, take all of the swan points and just drag it inside of the list. And now check the list if it has got all of them. Yeah, it has got all of them. And just save this this level, go back into the scenes folder and open up the main menu. Just hit the play button and let it connect. So it might take some time to connect, guys. Okay, cool. Create, type in name, create button. Okay, no display for the camera. Okay, as you can see, we have actually created a swan, a game object right there, but it is not enabling the, because pawn player is off. Okay guys, just go back into the resource folder, take a look over there, pawn is on, go take a look right there, what is happening. Put the pawn player manager and is photon u dot is mine. The thing is here right there. Load the level manager, layer prefab, local instance equals to none. Okay, cool guys, we are good to go. What is that problem? I don't know guys. Okay, cool. So basically we have added a photon view, so there should be no kind of error. And what is this error? Let's check it out. So double click on that, and as you can see, this is the level which we are getting right now. So find game object with tag level manager. So we are okay, this is the thing which we need to I just forgot about it, because since we directly copied that code, we didn't do it. We need to create a tag of name level manager, so that it is going to get a reference to the level manager once the player is sworn into the scene. So just go and click on this final level manager and add this level manager tag over here. Go back to the main menu scene and just hit the play button of the editor and let it take some time to connect. Hit battle, create, type in any name, create button. As you can see, we spawned out a player. We can run over inside of the game, and with that said, we are good to go guys. So this is how we have created a synchronization. Now what we have to do is in this lecture we need to add some synchronization. So I think we could be able to do that in the next lecture, but before that what you have to do is let's test this out, that whether there are two players spawning when you are playing two, when there are two players in the same room. So just build this game inside of this clone. Okay, I have got myself a clone folder. You have to get yours, so it might take some time, so let me just skip this part. Okay, welcome back guys. So the build is ready now. So what we can do is just open it up. Okay, give 1 minute guys. There should be two versions running. Okay, battle, create of 8, create room. As you can see, I've got one player here, and go to the other game, battle, find room, refresh it. Okay, it's not refreshing, I don't know why. To do one thing, battle, create it, 9, create room. It's creating. Okay, cool. So let's remove this version because that game is not working. We didn't got the room of it. Sometimes you get this kind of error, so you just need to make sure that the things are working fine. So here we are going to do it again. This is the other version, so let it connect. Okay, connect, find room, refresh. As you can see, SARA 9, this was the latest one. Click on this. As you can see, two players has been sworn. The synchronization is off. That's the reason why it is not working properly, and they both just sworn onto the same position guys. So that's the reason why it was not working. So as you can see, we are able to sworn the players. So now what you have to do is just close this up. In the next lecture we are going to discuss we are going to just synchronize our player movement and make sure that all things work fine guys. So just stay tuned. Welcome back guys in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Kushal, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to just synchronize our player movement. So what you have to do for synchronization is basically go over to the resource folder. Inside of that you are going to find your player character and just add some components, which is going to be a transform view. Instead of classic, you need to just drag in view and just scale it right there. The next thing which we are going to do is rigid body, photon rigid body view. Okay, so now what you have to do is synchronize everything, enable teleport for large distance, and that's it. So now just add here in the photon view and just drag it right there. And the next thing which we need to do is add a synchronization for animator, photon animation animator view. So here what you are going to do is this continuous, make it continuous. This is going to be also continuous, and this is also going to be continuous instead of discrete. And then just add one more inside the photon view and just drag it right there. And then the next thing which we need to do is inside of the script folder, inside of the player controller, what you have to do here is you need to make sure that it is a photon view. So what if it is a local player? So what you have to do is if photon view dot is mine, then it's not mine, then what we are going to do is game object dot get component which is the player controller dot enabled equals to false. So it is going to make sure that if the player control is off, it is not going to if this is not the local pair, it is not going to make it on. That's it, guys. So if it is not a local pair, this script is going to be off, and if it is a local pair, it is going to be true. So now just save it and go here in the file and build settings, build another version of the game, let it take some time to build. Okay, it's building up. Come on, make it fast. Okay, cool. So this was quick. Open it up, open this both games, and here we are going to make sure that we have got 2 instances running of this game. It is connecting, and okay, hit battle, create. Okay, 10, create. Okay, here we have one scene, and go to the battle, find, refresh. We got this. Just hit it. Now you would be having 2 players. So as you can see, there is one player and there is another. And now if we just go here and escape and take a look over here, this is going to be this game, and as you can see, the displacement is happening. So here I'm just dragging my player right there, and if we take a look inside of this game, as you can see, that player is cornered. So our synchronization is working fine, but we are unable to see it because we need to just adjust this room window size. So to do that, what you have to do is just hit this off. There was a certain setting for this to set out the resolution for your game at the start, but that the Unity has already deprecated it from this editor. So now we have not got that setting anymore. So we just need to find another way to just resolve to make it make it windowed, and we are going to make it around 520 to 520 divided by 2. So that's it. Hit cross, build settings. Okay, that would be the game. Now we are building a game. Okay, that was quick. Open it up, open to instance of this game. As you can see, it is now very small, but yeah, that's fine. Okay, let it take some time to load. Hit battle game, true, and create. Hit battle, find room, refresh it. We got the room, and as you can see, now we are going to find our player. As you can see, the synchronization is working over right there inside the player. As you can see, the player is moving, that right side is we are moving, and the player the effect is being watched over to the next game instance. So as you can see, synchronization is working. So now in the next lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to just create or spawn some bullets so that we could hit our other player in the game, and then that we could hit the other player, and then we make sure that the health of that player is synchronized and the health goes down. So in the next lecture, we are going to take a look over the Pern RPC functions, which is used to pass the message from one instance of the game to the other. So stay tuned, guys. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Rochelle, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to create a bullet projectile. So in this lecture we are going to add a functionality so that a player can shoot bullet in the game. So what you have to do for that is just go inside of the player controller script, and here we are going to add certain conditional statements, which is going to be if input dot player, it's not player, sorry, get mouse button 0. Then what we are going to do is we are going to instantiate a object inside of this. So here we are going to type in serialize. It is going to be the bullet, of course. So what you have to do is type in private game object and bullet. So what you have to do basically is you need to add one more. Okay, that should be the Pern player. So now what you have to do is the inside of this, what you have to do is var, or instead make it game object and make it bullet. Okay, not bullet, because we are already using that word. So instead of bullet, write it P. And now what you are going to do is photon network, type in photon network dot instantiate. So basically there are two types of instantiate. If you are only using mono behavior plugin, sorry, not a plugin, but if you are not using a photon engine plugin, then you are not going to use this this network photon network dot instantiate. And rather, if you are going to use this plugin, you need to use it, because if you want that when you just instantiate, when you create a bullet in the start of in the game, in the ongoing game, then you have to make sure that that particular bullet is spawned in every duplicate scene, and in all of the games on all of those players mobile or on the PCs or all of those players game instances, so that the bullet has got effect on other scenes as well. So you need to make sure that you are making it globally over the network, instantiated globally over the network, or as if you just type in instantiate, it is just going to instantiate into your particular scene. So make it this bullet dot name, and transform dot position is going to be the muzzle of the bullet, array, sorry, the gun. Private game object gun mouth. And okay, so this is going to be your game mount, but instead just typing here the game object, you could just reference the transform again. Okay, cool. Now go down there and just type in dot position. It's not going to be transform dot position, but rather it's going to be the weapon mouth. Okay, it's a gun mount, sorry, gun mount dot transform dot position, comma quaternion dot identity, comma 0, and hit save. And with that, guys, you are going to spawn a bullet in the entire server, over the entire server. So now what you have to do is just go back and let's test this if it is working. So first of all, you need to create a bullet. So for that, just go to the level 1, and now you have to just go inside of the resources folder, drag in the player right there, and you need to take this reference, or you need to create an empty game object for this gun. So inside of this mesh, what you have to do is just find n weapon. So you might get it right in the right arm, because the weapon is held over to the right arm of the player. So you are not getting a reference to the gun, but rather you are getting a simple reference. So what you could basically do is just create, okay, this is forearm, right? So okay, this is hand. Okay, inside of the hand you create another game object and just drag it right there inside of the towards the gun mouth. And okay, great. So here we go. This is going to be the position of the, and write the name as weapon, or you can say the gun, mouth. It is pronounced as mouth. And now what you have to do is, over the player, you just go there and just find in the player controller script, just drag this mouth right there. And now we need to create one more thing, which is going to be the spear. So just want a spear inside of it. The spear size would be 0.5 and 0.5. so okay, it's still visible, of course it's still visible, but let's make it a bit. Okay, so here we go. I make this 3 as well. Okay, it's not been edited, I don't know why. Okay, just decrease it. Cool. So this is how the spear is going to be, your bullet. And add one more thing, which is very important, guys, which is going to be your photon view. Then the next thing is going to be the photon transform view. Drag it right there inside of it, and instead of making it a normal collider, make it trigger. Add a tag, which is going to be the bullet. So now click on this bullet and add that tag bullet over it, and then just drag this here right there. Delete this from here, and on the player, find the player controller script, which is right here, and just drag this bullet inside of this. So now just make sure you overwrite this prefab and then just delete it. Now go back to the scenes folder, and you are going to just double click on this main menu and then just hit play button. so that we could be able to test that whether the bullet is working, the swanning program is working fine. Okay, hit battle, create, write room name, create. As you can see, it is swanning, guys, so no need to worry about it. But one thing which remains a problem is that we need to, okay, we need to close our cursor, lock our cursor. So cursor dot lock mode lock state is going to be equal to cursor lock mode dot locked. That's it, guys, and go back inside of the game, hit save. Okay, thing which we need to do is that, yeah, we need to create another script for our spear, or you can say the bullet, to move forward in the direction in which it is being swan. So write it as bullet script, double click on that bullet script, create a variable of type float. Name of the variable would be move speed. Default value for that is going to be 0. And then what we are going to do is we are going to transform dot translate vector 3 dot right multiply by time dot delta time multiply by speed. Okay, it's a new screen. Okay, so with that said, guys, what you have to do is go back into the editor and you go to the resource, just click on that bullet and add the script, bullet script, make move to 40, move speed to 40, hit play button and let it get connected to our server. Once it is connected, click on it, create room, type in room name, create room, cursor is locked. As you can see, it is moving in the right direction. Sorry, it's not moving on to the relative position. Okay, one thing which we could do is go inside of the player controller again, and where you are swanning, you are just making it identity. So instead of making it to an identity, what you have to do is gunmouth dot transform dot local rotation. So you are going to make it to equal to this. Go back to the script, hit play button again and let it run. Okay, create room, okay, it's actually spawning 3 objects at once. So what is this problem, guys? Okay, let's take a look. Okay, we got one more error. Okay, cool. So one thing which is to be noted is there are n number of objects forming. So what's this problem, guys? It's going to be button down so that it works only once, and it's not going to be local rotation but rather make it Euler angles, not local Euler angle, I guess. Okay, it's quaternion. Okay, make it rotation. Go back here, hit play button again, let it take some time to compile. Okay, sorry, not compile but ready, and let's connect it to the create. Okay, just making us swan in the backward direction, but rather we want to make it go in the forward direction. What you have to do is just instead of breaking into the bullet script, instead of making it to in the plus right, make it in the minus right direction and go back and hit the hit this play button again. Let it take some time to compile. Okay, it's ready. Hit battle, create, and a name 9. Okay, as you can see, our bullet is spawning perfect. So we are ready with our bullet, guys. So now what we need to do is we need to test that bullet into the build version. So what you have to do is go into the build settings, and here into the build setting, create one. It is going to take some time. Let it compile. Okay, the compiling is done. Create 2 instances of this game. Open. I'll let it get some time to compile. Battle, create into this one. Okay, unlock the cursor. Okay, good. So here we just finally got unlock our cursor, make it right there. Okay, the problem was we just spawned onto the same position.
This came back from Google.
Okay, so as you can see, if I click button over here, a bullet is will spawn here. So as you can see, bullet is spawning, but we need to do something about the spawn positions, because we don't want our player to be in the same spawning position as that of the other player. So this is a very small error which could be tackled. Of course, there is not a big deal about it. So what you have to basically do is, we don't want our player to basically just fall down, right guys? So what you could do is double click on the player, and okay, so one thing which could be done here is inside of the project settings. Okay, we are going to go for the physics. Okay, great. Let's create one layer which is named as player, and we are going to assign it a player layer. Yes, to child. Go here into the build settings. Okay, not build settings, sorry, into the project settings, and find physics. Now what we are going to do is, we are not going to let the player collide with the player instance. So just turn this off. So now 2 players won't be having collision between them. So just go back, just cross this up, and let's check it out hands on. So what you can do is just create a scene, go inside of the level 1, and create a cube right there. Default would be change to layer, and just save the scene. Go to the main menu, hit play button. Okay, create, play 10. And now if we just find that cube, where is that cube? We need to, okay, here is that cube. So we won't be able to collide with that cube anymore. As you can see, we are just going through that cube, but we are colliding with the other ones. So this is how we just avoid the collision between 2 players, so no need to worry about it. So that we have done with it, what you have to do is, we need to decrease the health of the player. So what you have to basically do is, if the player pun manager, in here we are going to type in on trigger enter if other. Okay, instead just let's make it player controller script. Here we are going to type in on trigger enter function if other dot game object dot tag equals bullet. Then we are going to decrease the health of the player. So create a variable of type integer, and health is going to be 100. And instead of making it private, let's make it an internal. And what you are going to do is, we are going to just decrease the health of the player. Health minus equals to 1. Okay, not minus equals to 1, but 10. Okay, so we are going to just decrease the health of the player's health, and then in the fixed update function, if health less than equals to 0, then player photon network dot destroy game object. So this is what we are going to do. Basically, we are just going to hit the game delete. We are going to remove a player from the game at first. So let's check it out if it works fine, and just go into the build settings. Okay, build settings, build the game. Double click, open to instances. Okay. Okay, hit battle button, create 9, create room. Okay, great. So one last thing. Okay, I don't know what just happened. Okay, cool. Hit battle, find room, refresh, join this, find this player. As you can see, I'm hitting that player. Bullet is spawning. If I hit it 10 times, it is going to die. Okay, as you can see, the player got deleted from this scene, but it is not been deleted from this its own game. So we need to synchronize that part. So let's do it. Okay, so no need to worry about it. The synchronization would be very easy. Just close this up. So in the next lecture, what we are going to do is, this is it for the this current lecture. In the next lecture, we are going to polish our game further and add a game over functionality. So stay tuned. Welcome back, guys, in this Unity game development tutorial series. My name is Krushil, the instructor of this course, and let's get started. So today we are going to do a game over functionality. We are going to put the game over functionality in our game. So what you have to do basically is just go to the scene level 1 underscore level 1. What you have to basically do is, first of all, remove this cube which is right there. I'm just going to delete it. I'm going to save the scene and go again to the scripts folder, and then I'm going to open my script, which is Pun Player Manager. But before that, what we have to do is basically yep. So this is what I am going to do is, I'm just going to open this player controller. So instead of the player controller, we have written a script over here which says private void on trigger enter collide or other, and if the bullet is been triggered inside of the player, then it is going to just decrease the health by 10. So what you have to do basically is just cut it from here and just paste it into the Pun Player Manager. So in the Pun Player Manager, we are going to just enter the script, and then we are going to, with this again, we are going to type in photon view dot is mine. It is not going to work because we are not using the Pun callbacks. So okay, we are using the okay, it is working, no problem. So we are just, then only if it is the local player, then only we are going to decrement the health, or else we are not going to do the same. Now the last thing which we need to do is, we can do I would like to show you a sample of how the Pun works. Pun RPC function works. So what is basically a Pun RPC function? A Pun RPC function is a function which runs over the server on every game instances. So what you have to do is just type in here Pun RPC, and then just create a private void. Okay, it's a private void. What should be the name? Health decrement, and this is going to be our function, and here we are just going to decrement the health of the player. So yes guys, we are going to decrement the health of the player. The thing which we are doing over here is, we are just going to remove it. Now just type in photon view dot rpc, and here we are going to type in health decrement. Just make sure that you are typing the right word, and then we are good to go. So RPC target, we need to choose the target with whether we want to buffer it into the all of the players or over the master client or others. So I would just make it over the all of them. So with that said guys, what you have to do is add a semicolon at the end and just make it, just go into the editor and let it take some time to compile, and then after it gets completely compiles itself, what you have to do is go into the build settings and build up the project guys. So it might take some time according to your system, depend upon to your system. It would build the game as soon as possible. So as you can see, my game has been building. Okay, it's taking a time. Okay, so it's done guys. So as you can see, I am done building my game. So I would just open the 2 instance of this game. Okay, here we go. And then what you have to do is basically, you all know guys what we were doing for the testing. You have to just follow the same step again. So yes, let it take some time to compile. Okay, not compile but connect, sorry. It's not connecting. Okay, here we go. So I'm just creating a room. Here I go. But today my net is not working, my Wi-Fi is basically not working that good, so it might be laggy. There might be latency seen inside of the game, I don't know, but yes, there would be some kind of latency. Okay, it's not. Okay, here we go. 1 v2 3 4 5 6 7. I don't know how many shots I just hit that guy with, but it's not having any kind of effect. So what is this guy? So okay, there is no effect on this player. So what you can basically do is just close this game instances, and what you have to do is go back here into the script, and okay, let's create a testing purpose canvas. Okay, for that what we are going to do is we are going to create a canvas. Double click on it, go to the 2D mode. Canvas should be the size of the scale with the screen size, and then double click over here and then just create a text right there, and text should be on the top right corner. Here we go, we anchor it on the top right corner, and then just type in here text as dash dash and just align it to the middle in the center. And I'm going to increase the font. Okay, increase the font size to 30. Okay, again 3 is not working. I don't know why. Okay, let me check whether my 3 is working or not. Great. Okay, let's make it 28 rather. Again 28 is also not working. I don't know what the problem is. Okay, what should be the number? It should be 10 20, I guess. Okay, cool. So just make it the font style should be bold, and then we are good to go. So just go back to the script, which is your Pun Player Manager, and what we are basically going to do is we are going to get a text over here. So just type in the namespace Unity Game Engine dot it is UI, and type in here text txt. Here we go. And I know guys that we won't be able to add the text via our scene directly, because that player is not already instantiated inside of the game. So what you have to do basically is you need to find the game object of type canvas, and then what you have to do is just follow me guys. I will show you. Find game object or find object of type. It is going to be the canvas dot game object dot transform dot get child is going to be 0 dot game object dot get component. It is going to be text now, and this is how this is long. This was a very long statement guys, but yeah, you need to do this. What it is basically going to do is it is going to take a reference to this canvas, and then after finding that that canvas game object inside of the scene, it is going to go over here and just get the child. So get its child, which is the text which we created just now. So what you have to do is right now just create another conditional statement and type in here as for on view dot is mine. Then only if it is a local player, then only we are going to just create this. Then only we are going to just take a reference of that text. Otherwise we are not. So txt dot txt equals to help dot to string, I guess. Yes. So we are going to basically just make a string of it. Okay, one last thing which we need to do is inside of the update function we need to type in that. So open up to create the update function, and here we go. I think I just typed it wrong. Here we go. Create another conditional statement, type in photon view is mine, and then we are just going to paste this right there, and just Control S to save it, and just go back to the Unity editor, and then save the changes, go into the file, build settings, build, and select the folder, and let the editor build your game. It's building up the game. As you can see, it just took no time. Okay, just open it up twice, and then we are just going to let it connect with the Photon server. Okay, here we go. Create. Okay, name should be anything random. I go here, I go find. Okay, I think I just hit the create button, I guess. Okay, I just got disconnected from my game, so basically it is not going to work. As you can see, I think my net is not working properly, but there should be no problem, I guess. Okay, it's showing connecting. I think the server is down right now. Okay, cool, we will continue it after the server is been up, after the server gets up. So just no need to worry, you could test the game. It should work fine. If it is not, I need to test the game first of all, otherwise I won't be able to check if it is running fine or not. So just be calm, and this could be a challenge if there is an error, and if it is not working, then this could be a challenge for you, that to find out whether it is working. And the thing which we are currently testing is we need to check that when we are firing the bullets from here, we need to see the other player's screen where the health should be decreasing. Over here the health would be displayed over here, and if the health is not decreasing, the decrementing, if the health is not decreasing, then you have to just find out the possible solution to decrease that health, otherwise the game is not up and running. So make sure you do that, and until my net is back, I am going to take a break. Welcome back, guys. Now I think now this my net is working fine, so I could just go and open up this game and let it take some time to compile. And okay, it's running. Okay, cool. So here we go. I create one room, I go here, I go inside of this battle here right there, and click on this find room. And okay, I don't know why my mouse is just okay, cool. So okay, oh cool, man, my system just got hanged. Okay, this is because just we are locking our cursors. As you can see, I just spawned inside of this game. Now I am going to hit the bullets from this game. The problem is basically because of the cursor. As you can see, the health has been decrementing, health is decreasing, and once we have to add one more logic behind the game, it could work as a challenge for you as well. You could just play the animation of the death animation, but we don't have our player don't have any death animation or dying animation. So what you could basically do is you just delete the player. So what I'm going to do is, if health less than equal to 0, destroy game object. So this is what we are going to do, and just go to the editor and hit the file button, build settings. Okay, I think something is wrong. Okay, cool, build. So basically this section was all about how to create a basic multiplayer game, or you could say a basic battle royale game. So this is how you create a game, multiplayer game in Unity. And so there is no end to learn these new things. You could just learn, and in future of course you are going to learn new multiplayer functionality or plugin which is going to be created by Unity itself, and which is named as Dots. So you should just never stop learning and just keep going. This is what at last I want to say to you. But yes, of course, there is always a scope, there is always a future scope, a big scope behind creating a multiplayer game, because in future the game would be all about multiplayer, because people like to play multiplayer game. They like the game which where they can play with their friends, the game which can be played with their friends. This is what I usually prefer. So yes, you should basically aim your career toward the multiplayer game, according to me. Or you could even just open up, you could even start up your own studio, guys. So as you can see, our health has been decrementing on the other game. So what I am going to do is, okay, hitting it. This is basically, the button is basically not working because of this uh, cursor lock. You need to just take care of it. And the last shot, here you go, the player died, guys. So the synchronization is not working here because I don't know why. I think my net is not working fine. As you can see, I am moving in this game, but I am unable to see moving in that game. So this is because of the net, of course. So yeah, guys, so game is completely complete, I guess. Okay, then I would just prove you how our game is successfully running. So as you were seeing, I was shooting from one instance of the game, and then while I was shooting, the player which I was hitting the bullet, hitting my bullets were being hit on, that player basically died. And why that player dies only if the duplicate, or you can say the only if the original version, only if the local player, if that character, that player's local player was dying. So as you can see, I am only running this function I am running this function if I am the local player, and if I am the local player, then only we are going to die, guys. So that's the reason why, and that was the proof that synchronization was happening. But I don't know why it was not happening in my PC, but it could be happening in yours. I think there was something connection issues with my this Wi-Fi, but yes, it is working, guys. And if you have any doubts, you could just get clear, just get cleared your doubts by, okay, just discussing it, by you can discuss your doubts with me, so I could be able to, so I would solve your doubts. And that's it, guys. So this is it for this course, and here comes the end. So I think in the next section I am going to explain you, or I'm going to show you the future scope, where you can do what you can do with the knowledge you have acquired in this course, guys. So stay tuned.